Let's get it, man. Check one, two. Let's make sure that my audio is not tripping. I'm doing a completely different, well, not completely. I just took something out of the chain. So we're gonna see what it looks like. All right, man. We're here. We're here. Oh, oh, damn. I'm just getting set up, y'all. I'm gonna have myself silhouetted. I'm gonna have myself silhouetted how like I'm some kind of sinister person. But it's morning time. I don't feel like turning on the lights and all that. So this is kind of a cool little alternative to me not having a. I mean, I don't look bad, but you know, still, we'll let all the algorithm catch up. Let me make sure that didn't mess up over here. It did kinda. Let me see if I can make this a little bit better. Uh, Hold on, y'all. Let me fix this. Let me fix this real quick for the TikTok fam. Let me adjust this because I want y'all to be able to see more than that. We'll do that. What's up, people joining in? Okay. You know what? Whatever. I'm just gonna take that off. I was trying to make it to where TikTok can see the comments coming in on the side, but hell. Yeah, what happened? Hold on, man. All right. Let me just do this. All right, crop. Just gonna crop this area. And we're gonna stretch it out. There we go. There we go. All right. People in YouTube world and shit and Twitter world wouldn't know what's going on. So, are you doing the same lesson as yesterday? Uh, what's up, Lola? To a degree, yeah. I'm gonna be continuing. This morning is gonna be more so like real time research. It may get kind. I tried to. I was about to say it may get kind of boring. It shouldn't. I should find good information, but I planned on reading this morning the newspaper clips that I found yesterday talking about church wardens and looking for more information about these church wardens, as well as stuff about apprenticeship. Um, the we're gonna be reading these old ass 1700s newspapers. What's this? 1739. So we're gonna be reading these old ass newspapers this morning. Said, why are you in the dark? So mysterious. I love it. Yeah, that way I ain't got to be seen this morning. It's so early, and I'm gonna be smoking while we do this real time research. I might flip the the light on later though. I might flip the light on later. Hey from Tulsa, what's up, MVP? Hey, how you doing? Grand Rising. Let me see here. Whoops, I did. Oh, I was about to say, I think I just clicked on something. Okay, okay, everybody's here. Okay, cool, cool. We got a few people in. Let me look on this other end. What's good, Samuel? What's up, DJ Z? Good to see you again. Appreciate you always coming through on the YouTube side of the game. So, okay, yeah. Technically, this is going to be a continuation. So, unironically, autochthonous, native, indigenous. um, yeah, this is going to be a continuation from yesterday. What's the topic, my good sir? This is going to be an interactive live stream and a continuation from yesterday. We're going to be looking through the newspapers, old newspapers, 1700s. What can we find out about these church wardens and slaves? What can we find? I might do this a little bit more often where I go live as I do my reading and research. I call it, calling it research, real time research in the mornings. That's what I'm gonna call it, real time research in the mornings. So that way, anybody that just wants to hop on and get the real reactions and see the information as I come upon it myself, you'll be researching with me. History, history, bring it, teach it. Appreciate that. Yeah, that means you'll be along with me. You all are researching with me. You all add to the conversation, add to the research. You question things, which cause me to look further or think differently, and that's I think that might be a cool thing, in the mornings. I used to do it sometimes where I used to go on my iPad and I would do it, but this is a whole lot better. The setup is a whole lot better. It looks better. Plus, the reason why I want to keep doing this more is because I'm simulcasting on four different platforms: Twitter, TikTok, YouTube, and Facebook. Even though I don't really care about the Facebook, but when I'm done, I don't have to download it from TikTok and then try to post it on every site and all that. And then I don't even do it. I damn near don't even hardly do it. So this gets me out of having to do that. And when so you probably, I mean, you'll still see me in front of my iPad sometimes, because sometimes it's a lot faster for me to go live on my iPad. Like I'm just sitting on the sofa, chiefing it up, and something hits me and compels me, and I could just instantly be right then and live there and live. Like, man, let me go live. Fuck it. That's why you see me on in the background with no shirt on. And then I would go live. I'm just rolling this up, and then we about to get started. I would go live, and then I could be live in seconds compared to this setup. I got to get a shirt on. I got to set my camera up a little bit. I mean, it's mostly set up, but I got to kind of set it up and plug everything in. Bring my iPad over here, my MacBook over here, open up the screen, set up the software. Shit like, you see what I'm saying? I be done lost my whole excitement by the time or whatever the hell I felt. I would get started, nigga. What did I find? What am I talking about now? Shit, no, just playing. I've kind of gotten it down to a science, though. I can get it done, get it started quick. Okay, all right, y'all. So, church wars and slaves. Do I have this paper yet? Downloaded? Yeah, yeah. Okay. I just gotta know where to look for it. Church warden slaves. Okay, so for those eh, been studying didactically for 30 years, bruh, I appreciate you. Your methodology is rock solid. Respect. Appreciate that, y'all. Appreciate that, DJ Z. Each one teach one. Get out there and reach one. Yeah, yeah. Remember, there can't be unity without uh uni in front of in center. Ah, okay, I see what you said. Yeah, that's real. That's real. All right, man. Well, it looks like the TikTok algorithm is a little slow this morning. I was kind of letting it go, but I ain't gonna drag it on. I'm gonna get started, and then I may reiterate because y'all know what happens is I'll get going, I'll get the cooking, and all of a sudden I'll look at it jump from 10 to 50, and all of a sudden everybody's like, "What we talk about?" I'm like, "Damn, man, it couldn't have went from 10 to 50 before I got this far." So let me make sure my TikTok side is straight over here. Yeah, yeah, okay. So I'm gonna get started, but y'all the early ones. Uh, so yeah, when do I want to start off this morning? Let's start off with this gossip of the state capitol, slaves and church wardens. Let me switch with the main info. All right, all right. Let me just double check my audio on YouTube because I do have a different audio. I'm feeding it a different way this time, so I wouldn't be surprised if. Where the hell is my phone? Oh yeah. And dang, I was gonna go through here and hit up these people's messages, but I ain't got time now. Okay, it's I will say this, y'all, man. I'm receiving, a ton of course, hate from the FBA side. Hate is a real thing. Sorry, I didn't want to not. Okay, let me just double check this one thing, and then we about to get started. I'm sorry, y'all. I had my phone opened up on. Okay. Because sometimes it's a lot faster for me to go live on my iPad. Like I'm just sitting on the sofa. Now that's about how this is supposed to sound. Okay, what up, what up, Regal? Be right then and live, there and live. Like, man, let me go live. Fuck it. That's why you see me in the background with no shirt. Okay, I took off my little in between thing, and right now it doesn't sound muffled. It actually sounds like it should have been sounding. I guess man, I bought that. Maybe it shouldn't be fed with the line in. I don't know, man. Whatever. Let's go. Okay. So we're gonna read this one first. Gossip of the state capitol. Again, I don't know. This is like real time research, Regal. We're just doing some real time research, but we're continuing from the lesson from yesterday. Now, I'm gonna be doing this sometimes where I'm just real time researching in the morning because I do this almost not almost every morning. Every morning I wake up, I'm reading newspapers, reading documents, reading books. I may not go live every single time, and you'll likely see me like this a lot because your boy is gonna be chiefing. But that's another reason why I got the camera out. Let me see if I can look if it can show me if the smoke gets in the camera or not when it's silhouetted. Okay, you can't really. Yeah, you really can't. Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Maybe it's a little too bright. Maybe I need to turn down the brightness on something, man. Something. I don't know. Okay. You can see a little smoke. Okay, let's go. So hopefully they don't flag me. Appreciate that MVP. Okay, so now we're just gonna read through. I'm gonna start at the top to get some context, but because that looks interesting. You got law talking about law, church, Great Britain, kingdom, slaves is not on this one, but we're talking about slaves in this document. So that's kind of what I look for these like buzzwords that might pop out to me in a newspaper or document period before I figure out if it's something worth you know me looking at, and this one definitely is. So let's read it. Let me get my marker up. Well, maybe I need to do this while I do this. It is kind of still showing. Okay, so let's start up in this category. Whoops, got to get my highlighter. Okay, here we go, y'all. Buenos dias, Benito Bo. How you doing? Mm. Said those struggling with bills or debt message me with blessings. Uh, you got 68 followers. No, you got 906 followers. My bad. Are you a day trader? Private? I don't know. Don't be coming up in here with no scammy shit. Your boy is your boy don't like the scams on my folks. And you not following me? I don't think. I don't know. It don't say. I don't really care if you do or not. Not like that, but I'm just saying like scam. If you're a scammer, I don't give a damn. Don't scam my folks. Uh or late night chiefed up with them blueberry skills at 420. Chief and record. Hell yeah, player. Said, all right, so okay, my bad, y'all. Let's go. So Raleigh, October 16th. What year is this? We're looking at the year. Whoops. 1907, but it's talking about before. Should be. Well, or it might be talking about 1907. We're gonna see. We're gonna see. Because this can't be this isn't too far from around the time where those it's close to it's pretty far. Like it's about 70 years, 80 years from the I mean 60 years from the church openings from those schools, from the Indian schools. So let's read just so we have like an idea of context. And it might say something different here, but let's see. It says in Sunday's letter, some very interesting notes were given to of the very earliest laws enacted in North Carolina. These being by the Palatine, the Lord's proprietor. So whoever the I was about to go look up what the Palatine is, but the Palatine it says are the Lord's proprietors. Just so I have a good idea, other than going off of what I believe, etymologically, what is proprietor? Proprietor. 1630. See, this is how you got to do it because you just don't want to go off of what we think these terms mean. Because these people, when you read these older documents, these people utilize very, very much so heavy word usage that you will not even know sometimes. Like the way that they structure their sentences are different. They're like, and hitherto forth, this thereof, that's the difference. That's just something getting used to. But then they'll be using words like proprietor is not a word I haven't heard, but they'll be using certain words. I'll be like, what the hell is that? You know what I'm saying? Like when I say when they told us that they dumbed us down in the schools, we didn't realize it. We didn't really realize what they meant. And I didn't realize what they meant because as I read, mm, As I read how some of these people were speaking and the word uses and choices and how expansive their language palette was, the only thing I could conclude was that they didn't want us to learn that shit. And if you don't learn these words and know them over time, as if they couldn't have taught that shit in school, um, then when you go back and read the documents, it makes it harder to decipher. Similar to where them taking out cursive. Now we thought it was just a trivial thing. Well, nobody writes like that except for your little signature and whatever, little cursive, whatever. But now when you go back to read cursive documents, because cursive writing was a popular form of writing in them old days, because think about it, when you write in cursive, you don't have to keep lifting your pen up all the time. That's the beauty of it. So you can just kind of write and go, and then it makes the whole process faster. But if you don't know how to read it, well, you'll never be able to read them documents when you do your genealogy. Think about that. You'll never be able to decipher what it says on your genealogical documents from 1850 prior. You're gonna have to find somebody. What the hell is this? Right? Mm. So we gotta, we gotta do I know, not we gotta I see why they how they dumbed us down. And when I say us, I mean me too. As I look at these documents, some of them I don't feel dumb, but it's just like, how come I don't know this? You know? But okay, 1630s owner by royal grant. See, I didn't know what a proprietor. I mean, proprietorship, sole proprietorship. That's all we hear. Actually, I was about to say, where do I really hear the word sole proprietorship? Okay. Owner by royal grant of an American colony. Owner by royal grant of an American colony, probably from proprietary in this sense. Mm. OAD describes it as anonymously formed and substituted in 17th century for the etymological word proprietary in the general sense of one who holds something as property, one who has legal right or exclusive title to something. Oh, it is attested in 1640. I'm glad I read this. So when a proprietor is one who holds something as property, guys. Now one would say slave. Let me do this. Now one would say slave, even though you really can't see me much. But also holding a minor coming up from yesterday, as we're talking about from yesterday's whatever, right? Holding a minor child as property would be property as well. Your children are your property. Your adopted orphan child is your property, or the children at your school to a degree is your property while you have them to a degree, right? And it says one who has the legal right to exclude or exclusive title to something, it is attested to 1640. But it first meant owner by royal grant of an American colony. Okay. And then when we go here, it says Palatine, the Lord's proprietors. Well, the Lord's proprietors, let me just so I know what is Lord etymologically. The Lord's proprietors. So the Lord granted these people permission for whatever. As a proprietor, as a person who is granted, it said one who owns property, owns something as property. But it's the Lord's proprietor. So technically it must be the property of the Lord, like landlord, to a degree, and but he has proprietors. But I'm trying to decipher what it says. Lord, lover, Lord, of Old English, Halliford, master of the household, ruler, feudal lord, superior, husband. Also God, translating Latin Dominus, Greek Kyos, in the New Testament Hebrew Yahweh, in the Old, uh, though Old English Drighton was more frequent. Really? Old English Halford is a contraction of the earlier, whatever that word is, literally one of the guards, one who guards the loaves. Um, like loaves of bread from halaf bread, loaf. Huh. Keeper, guardian, perceive, watch out for. When you think about it, like a landlord, now how do you get bread? You get bread from the land. And he's like at the top to be the guardian or keeper of the bread or the superior household, the man, the breadwinner. Think about that. The breadwinner, the bread getter. The niggas, I'm getting that. I'm out here getting that bread. We still use it today. I use it all the time. Nigga, I'm out here, nigga, I'm about to get to the bread. Right? You said, "What's up, Gia? Just seeing you down there. Grand Rising said they owe us millions. He said this deal information is wild. The modern monosyllabic form of emerging. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but we kind of got an idea. Really should read the whole thing, but we kind of got an idea on what they're talking about. Lords proprietors. So we're talking about laws, something about laws, and so what you know, Gia, we're kind of and people, we're kind of just getting going from yesterday, 1907 newspaper, South. I don't know where we in South Carolina or somewhere, but we're talking about church wardens and slaves, and that's all up in here. So, but it's real time research, so I got to go through the whole thing, and I'm gonna be doing this more often, where I just read. I don't want to say where I just read. I'm researching in real time, but I'm gonna just do it with y'all sometimes, so that way y'all can be in the research with me. So okay, let's keep going. So let me just give it some context. In last Sunday's letter, some very interesting notes were given of the very earliest laws enacted by for South Carolina. These being by the Palatine, the Lords Proprietors, and the Grand Assembly. Now think about that. I just had to think about this again. So, whoa. So what we're talking about is this zone right here. The laws enacted that they're talking about are in North Carolina, right? Who's enacting the law? Wouldn't it be Congress? But no, right now, who's enacting the law are the Lords Proprietors and the Grand Assembly. Who are the Lords Proprietors and the Grand Assembly enacting laws in North Carolina? Um, Curious, but let's keep reading. Okay. Which then met anywhere and everywhere. They just met wherever they want. There being no fixed seat of government. So answering my questions as I read, huh? Let's highlight that. There being no fixed seat of government. Hmm. Much attention, and again, remember this document is going to talk about church warden and slaves, and we're talking about a time church wardens and slaves without a congressional or governments in this area, and people who are deciding the laws for it at this time are lords proprietors and a grand assembly. So I'm just kind of going through as we get it, right? Much attention was given to the matter of marriages, for a great many thousands of people lived together in wedlock without any ceremony, as there was a scarcity of parsons, parsons, and justices of the peace were oftentimes hard to find. Okay, huh? But they're really talking about how do we deal with these marriages because they don't really have any justices right now. Now think about that. We don't have a government. We don't have hardly any judges at this time. Hmm. This is getting better and better. Let's see what. And they're concerned with people's marriages and living in and out of wedlock. Hmm. Is this going to be around the time that maybe the church took on that whole come getting married here situation? Is this when we started getting married at the church? I never even thought about like when did we start going to churches for marriage? When did because think as we know now, these pastors are just church wardens, and they are set up here for our enslavement, literally. And we've kind of subconsciously we've known that, but at the same time, it's what up, Rico Mills? Yeah, so appreciate that, Gia. So like when y'all see me go off camera, you know what I'm doing. So like when did the process go from us as Indians doing whatever process we did? 'Cause I'm sure we had something we did in order to celebrate two people deciding to stay together for the lifetime. Don't get me wrong. You know, I'm pretty sure we did something because we was a hella civilized people. They want you to think we were primitive. No, no, no. We were in major buildings. We was in these congressional buildings that they didn't they still didn't have a Congress in. We was the one that built them. But yeah, yeah, yeah. So when I never thought about it. Well, when was the process between us doing this and going to a church? And now we know what the church is. So now we're gonna see likely something sinister, and we're talking about laws here. And why did they start making church laws? Who gives a fuck about what you do in your crib? Well, let's read. Let's read. It says justice of the peace were often hard to find. If the truth were known, a surprisingly large number of the early settlers thus lived. Let me oh okay, okay. They're just talking about let's live. Okay. What in New York are now termed common law wives? What in New York are now termed common law wives must have been numerous. Boy, we get into some shit that I didn't know this was gonna be so. This is the first thing I decided to read this, boy. I ain't even skimmed this bitch. Okay. This motherfucker's getting interested. Wait a minute, common law? Hold up. This common law. I've been asking questions back there in the past, like, nigga, what is this common law thing? Like, what is, but then I eventually remember finding out what common law was, the difference between common law, civil law, another one, and now I done forgot. I'm gonna have to look it up. I did it through Chat GPT. Um, but anyway, let's keep going. This shit is exciting. This is must have so common law wives in New York must have been numerous. In the notes which I have in the notes which I prepared 3 years ago on the delightful old publication, the running of the boundary line between North and South Carolina, written by that cynical old Virginia gentleman, Colonel William Byrd. Byrd, Byrd. Ain't that a bitch? I'm gonna. I can't show y'all why that's a bitch because I don't want to. It's good. Oh, wait a minute. Let me do this. I didn't know it got so bright and smoky. Maybe let me turn one of these other lights off. Hold up. There we go. There we go. Now I'm hella mysterious. Hmm. Yeah, 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 yeah. I like that. I like that. My teeth look hella blue, but I like that. Okay, cool. Okay, so yeah, yeah, okay. Now let's keep going. So the time of the North. Oh, I was gonna show you Bird. Maybe if I do this, uh, yeah, if I do this, Mowa Choctaw Indian Chief. Where you at, you little bitch? Hold on, let me go to their website. Mr. Bird. Okay. Mm-hmm. Your ancestors. Okay. Yo, folks. You see, the thing about him is his tribe was denied federal citizenship, and his tribe has been purposely trying to act like they can get trying to get not federal citizenship, federal recognition for Indian, for our Indian tribe. And they say that they can't even show 1% of their tribe can't even show ancestry at all. And in fact, they almost like it's laughable that these niggas even showed up. They was like, in fact, some of this information disproves you being an Indian. Not only does it not prove it, but it also disproves. They really like not only the shit you showed us told you ain't an Indian, nigga. What the hell? That's basically what they told these folks. And he has that surname. You know what I mean? Corruption, corruption, corruption. Let's see if this Mr. Colonel Bird is going to be corrupt. Mr. Dividing the line between South Carolina and Virginia. Uh, Let me see. Where is Mr. Colonel William Byrd? We're gonna see. Got to keep all this in mind as I go. Says he took occasion to refer to the melancholy lack of marriages, to the melancholy lack of marriages. Mm, think about it. Think about that. He took occasion to refer to the melancholy lack of marriages. Now, let me just tell y'all this. Who are the people they complain about not getting married all the time? Their marriage rates are abysmal. Excuse me. Excuse me. Their marriage rates are abysmal. They're living together in common law marriages and not getting in front of the Lord and telling him that you want that girl and going down to the courthouse and signing. Now that we know that the court, I mean that the church ain't shit, and the motherfucking you already knew the courthouse wasn't shit. Now this is really starting to question to you. This is Mr. William Byrd. He's one of the first YT folks going around saying these niggas ain't getting married. Literally, must want to been one of the first niggas to go around and say y'all ain't out here getting married like that. Y'all gotta love this real time research, boy. Said drink some water. Nah, I appreciate that, Sister Moon. It's something stronger than water I'm doing right now. That's why I got it silhouetted for the morning time. So yeah. So think about that. So like as I read these things, I think so deeply about a lot of this shit. I could have just passed that up. I was like, oh, you one of the first YT folks under that name Bird, corrupt, going around here saying niggas ain't being married. Indians. Now, I also know what the Indian practices were in marriages or things like that. And in fact, if I wouldn't, I really I don't want to get too sidetracked. But I know I do want to show shit. Mm, wrong one. So in this book right here, for those who don't have it, you can screenshot it. Mm. So in this book right here, there's a section. This one right here talking about other Florida Indians. And then they also talk about the other ones. But notice the Florida says the Natchez because the Florida exists, extended all the way over. I can't pull up all my old maps right now because I don't want to lose my spot right there in my photos. You know what I might have to do? I might have to next time hook up my phone as a third screen. I might be doing that in the future. I might hook up my phone as a third screen and do my so I could pull up well, I would have to send all that shit all the way over first, and I don't know, whatever. Let me shut up. All right, so but in here, this is talking about other religious practices, right? So now this is like going through different, and it gives you sources and pages of who they got. This is like one of the best books in the world. Right here, right. Damn, look at that. Look at the universe, right? Look at the universe right there. But go ahead, ancestors. Like I said, just click a couple pages. It's right there for you. Oh, damn. Okay. Hmm. Of the marriage of the Florida Indians. Well, how about we read a little bit since it felt like it had to give it to me like that. Okay. It must want us to know. Let me go back up. Oops. Nope. Go back down. Okay. Got to be careful when I zoom in on this bitch. This motherfucker, you'll start barely zooming in. Next thing you know, you'll be zooming into oblivion on that hoe. Okay. Excuse me, y'all. I could at least try to hit the mute. I forgot I have a mute here. Okay. Well, TikTok can still hear me. It is barely necessary to observe the marriages of the Natchez and of the Florida Indians. And this is so important because this same area we're talking about in this newspaper is North Carolina, South Carolina, which was Florida. There was no North Carolina, South Carolina. It was Chicora, part of Florida, um, prior to that. So this is all super connected right now. So we're here. We're going to be reading a little bit about what the Voyagers saw about the marriages and practices and stuff, and then we're going to go back over here. But yeah, let's take a look. It is barely necessary to observe the marriages of the Natchez and the Florida Indians were consummated with little or no ceremony. Ooh, hold on. I wish I could highlight it, but little or no ceremony. I can't do it right here. Um, a man among them might have as many wives as he could support. Okay, as he could support, there being no restriction by custom of the country. But don't get wrong, don't get mad, ladies. She said, fight back, Sam. Don't get mad, ladies. It does change up. It's gonna give women have a lot of power. I remember reading this. Why? But let's just keep going. Don't get too mad at that. Y'all be done clicked off. I'm done with this. Fuck you and your research. Not just playing. What's up, Mason? I'm sorry. Solane, how you doing? Grand Rising. Okay, so it says, but we had little or no ceremony. A man could have as many wives, blah, blah, blah. Ain't gonna say that twice. And whatever the parties became dissatisfied with each other, they separated and married with others of more congenial dispositions. So think about that. They're basically somewhat saying the Florida Indians, and this is just the first paragraph. We're gonna keep going down because it's not that some people didn't stay together for a lifetime, but it was what they're complaining about now about us in this newspaper. These people ain't being married; they just living together, shacking up. Didn't tell the Lord about it. That's what they told me. That's what my uncle told me all the time with his pastor ass. I love him. He's not doing too well right now. Love him to death, but I'm still gonna get on you with your pastor ass. Told me I didn't go in front of the Lord and tell my relationship, so I'm having problems because of that. And then until I get in front of the Lord and stop shacking up, I gotta put my personal in there because we had a baby first. I had my first child at 19, and she was 17 at the time. I was 18. I was 17 when I got with her in high school, and then when she got pregnant by 18, or yeah, 18, or No, 17. I'm tripping. When I was 18, and then we had the child 19 and she was 18 when I was 19, she was 18, something like that. Or maybe she was something like that. But either way, we it was my you could say my high school sweetheart to a degree. We got married eventually. We had two children. And the marriage lasted for about 14 years, 15 years. Uh Not without his hiccups, boy. But okay, so what I was getting to off my little personal is like that he was the one that we was going through problems. I was Before we got married, we just had our first child. We was just kind of going through it, you know what I'm saying, whatever. And all my, everybody keeps saying, call your uncle. He'll tell you, he'll help y'all out, whatever. He's the pastor, right? He's gonna be y'all's counselor, basically, right? And that's what they do too. You need to do marriage counseling at the church. And what do you think they're gonna do? What do you think my messages were? Well, Sam, it's kind of your fault because you the one out here not manning up and marrying this girl at the church, which is what we about to get to. It's your fault. And the Lord is looking on you disfavorably, basically, because you ain't doing this the right way. And until you do this the right way, she gonna be up your ass. She gonna be knock you upside your head some more and cussing you out and all this other shit and whatever the hell. I'm just playing games, just throwing shit out there. But we gonna be going through problems until then. Now I got married and the problems continued. Okay. So here he is just saying, well, you just got to get your strength high, you just got to come in more to the church and strengthen more to the Lord. And people believe it. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, people believe it. And when you believe something so wholeheartedly, sometimes it may work for you because you believe it. It's so true. You manifested it. Mm. These people will stay in those marriages that sometimes ain't for them. Sometimes it is for you. And I ain't mad at it either way. I tried it out. I was gonna try that again, and maybe I'll try it out sometime later on in my life. But let's keep going. My bad. Get off my little shit. But this it makes a lot of because the reason why I'm throwing it out there like that because it shows this, like it shows how people go through problems, ebbs and flows through life. Not everything is permanent. Some people may make it work, but you may jump around and may have it ain't like other races or so-called races. It ain't like they don't go through problems and have similar situations. It's just that they highlight it a lot for us, but we already had a custom. Like we wasn't look, we ain't going on paper. You already know niggas quick to be like, shit, hey, you ain't put me on paper. We could be life partners. For a bit, nigga. Life ain't a bit. Life is a life, nigga. That's what y'all would be saying. Life ain't a bit, nigga. Life is life. Don't be lying to me, double talk, be double speaking me, nigga. And I understand women. You looking for the commitment. I'm really like a one woman man, technically. Like I could be with one woman. I could be perfectly fine with one woman. I got a lot of stuff in life I'm trying to achieve. I don't really have time to be out here spending my time trying to catch women every day. Man, that's I got homeboys right now, even if he was watching or will watch this. That nigga always out there messing with somebody. You know what I'm saying? Somebody, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna say no names, but he always out there messing with somebody. And I'm just like, I could be, you know what I mean? And don't get me wrong, I got the people that who I like and they like me. You know what I'm saying? We have an amazing relationships as far as I think it's good to just love people. There's people that you can love out there that you don't have to live with. You don't have to call every day. They'll love you. They'll come through. We can get it in. We'll go out, have a good time, eat, whatever, experience some time together, and then you can get away from me for about 3, 4 days. Maybe I'll see you next week. Maybe I'll see you the week after. Somebody might else come in between that time, you know what I'm saying? But and they fine with it. They fine, I'll be honest, you know what I'm saying? As long as you be honest. And we've heard that, we've seen this. Okay, I'm gonna get off of me. Let me get off of me. Let's get back to the God damn, let me get back to the topic. Somebody said you just so honest. You be I believe honest to a fault. I be telling too much. So okay. But it really shows, man. Like I just wanted to say that it really shows. It's amazing to see some text of your ancestors that had a similar disposition as you do today, and you can take away some of the guilt that you may have had in your mind. But let's get past this. Let's get past this, and that goes for both sides, men and women. Because sometimes women are demonized because you ain't been with a man yet, you ain't had no babies yet. And I can understand the babies part, the grandparents and stuff, putting a little pressure on you for a little child or something, because that's how you continue the bloodline, continue to try. But some people don't want any children, and that's perfectly fine. Um, and Not to say that their bloodline won't continue, their bloodline can continue through their siblings, through whoever, their cousins, whatever. So it's not like you completely lose a line. But at the same time, I can understand the pressure on the child part of it, the marriage part, and everything. But at the same time, I understand how that can. It's like how you gonna tell a woman to only worry about the child part when you need a commitment, because that child is a commitment, right? You can say that all you want to about not committing, but that motherfucking child is a commitment. And if it came out of your body, sometimes they're gonna leave it on you. And I don't think that's right. You know what I'm saying? So I understand that will probably be a contention of debate upon marriage, relationships, children, this and that for some time. But even if you don't stay together, support your child. Make sure you're throwing the money in. Make sure if you can get the time in, get the time in, unless they move away or something crazy. Okay. So the unmarried women among the Natchez were usually unchaste, but like the Rooter tribes, when they married, they lost the privilege of disposing of their favors without the permission of their husbands. So look at that. It says that the women could basically be in their whole phase unchaste, basically be on a whole phase your whole life. But then once you get with your husband, you can't be in a whole phase unless your husband lets you. Notice it said that. Unless you got your husband's permission. So what was going on? A little bit of adult fun play, huh? Ain't nothing wrong with it. Y'all know some of y'all be out there doing it. Some of y'all be out there with it. But okay, it says owing to the despotism of their government and some cruel customs established among them, which we have noticed in the preceding page, the princesses, and let me also just say this. This is based upon multiple voyagers and travels to certain areas, right here, specifically Florida. But let's not say that this propagates through the entire country. It could be. We do have some marriage numbers to back it. You know what I'm saying? The niggas don't be getting married like that, and that's even a TikTok debate all the time. You got them man on women kind of pages. But let's keep going. Owing to the deposition of the government of some cruel nation established amongst them, which we have noticed in a preceding page, the princesses or female sons. So those who don't know what a son is, SUN. Excuse me, y'all. For those of y'all that don't, sorry, okay. For those of y'all that don't know what a son is, SUN, that is the top highest ranking position on the tribe, like almost like a queen. Then you have nobles, and then you have men's of rank, and then you have your bottom class. Sons would be your queens and kings in a sense. We didn't call them queens and kings. Queen is really something bad. Um, Really, queen means a prostitute. Um, yeah, that's a whole nother thing. But okay, same thing with wife, but that's a whole nother thing. Enjoyed, which is crazy. Which is crazy. Man, I wish Rashad was in here. So literally, I'm just thinking about this. Literally, we just went through. Rashad took us through last week how the meaning of wife meant something bad etymologically. Now, as I'm reading this newspaper, we're starting to see the establishment of the church and the government likely within to the marriages. And then now we look through the old text of what we used to do, and it said, hey, we didn't really have a title of that. We had female sons, we had chiefs, we had, we didn't have much of a ceremony, but we did get together. Some it did, as you can see, even though it says, what it said up there, people still got together. Um, Now he says husbands here, but that's what the term that they was giving it at the time. Or at least they do say husbands. Now we're gonna see if they say the word wife, because husband doesn't mean anything bad. Wife does, which is odd. But that's also how they do. They try to demonize the women aspect, right? The whole adding in patriarchy. In fact, this has kind of made me think, this is how do you switch things to patriarchy? It's going to be through certain systems. It's going to be through certain wording, spells, fucking up with the wording on the females, so that way when we're talking to you, we're calling you out of your name and we're not even knowing it, and the ramifications of that over time, subconsciously, and the switching of the page. Man, okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going. This is real time research, so I got to do my little thinking. So, says the princess or female sons enjoyed high and distinguished privileges in contracting matrimony. So y'all, so there's let's keep going. It says, as they never married with men of their own rank, they selected a husband from among the stinker class, whom they again divorced when they pleased. But this, I presume, was seldom done, for the law permitted them to have as many galleons as they pleased. Now, what is a galleon? Probably men. The law permitted you to have as many men as you wanted, women. So even though, notice, think about this: men could have as many wives as he could support. Women can have as many men as she wants at that time. Think about that. That's why I said I think. What up, Chief EJ Smoker? That's my dog. But yeah, so that's why I said don't get mad at me, because it switches up for y'all in the end to a degree. But how you want to go, it's not saying that you have to do that and go out and have tons of men. But it's saying, and it's gonna go into it later, that when you did it, niggas wasn't calling you hoes and looking at you bad, and your family wasn't looking at you bad. In fact, later it's gonna say how prostitution, in a sense, wasn't looked that bad. In fact, your family would even be happy if you did it and brought some home and back. Not like they trying to pimp you or trying to put you out there like that, but it was just so not, it was not looked upon something bad. And even right now, if you really be honest with yourself, the girls that are doing it right now that actually make something big of themselves, that get into a G wagon and get scooped up by ball players every once in a while and have money, they parents ain't tripping. You know what I'm saying? Do y'all think their parents is tripping? I can't believe you did this with your life, pulling up with G wagons and Louis Vuitton and all this shit. But let a nigga go out and get some drug money. You out here getting this drug money? I don't want that drug money in my house, Tyrone. You know what I'm saying? But hey, drugs kills, pussy heals. Rugs kill, pussy heals. So I've been there. Say, yep. I said the men got everything from the matriarchs. So yeah, let's look at what the galleon is. Y'all gonna love that drug kill pussy heals thing. Okay. Mid 15th century, showy finest dress gay Mary from old French gallant courtiers, earlier amusing, entertaining, lively, bold, present participle, of Gaylor, rejoice, make merry. You know what? Gay did used to mean something good back in the day. Remember, you know how we talk about how they twist every word? And we know it used to mean something good. We still can remember that it used to mean something good. You know what I'm saying? Didn't it used didn't when they be like, we'll have a gay old time, right? Yeah, I mean, we can remember. It was the goddamn Flintstones not that long ago before it changed the definition. And we don't think about how they changed the definition through propaganda. Think about that. So when you go back and read this shit, women can choose as many gallant men as she wanted to, meaning women can choose as many showy, finely dressed, gay, merry men as she wanted to. Nice, funny, gay used to mean funny, right? A woman in our tribe, they took all of our words, dude, and twist them. All certain words. And that is playing on that male female principle. We're getting to some deep shit. That's playing on that male female principle to switch at the male patriarchy. How do you switch? What words can you switch to fuck it up? Oh, the women wants a gay man, but we're gonna switch that up. Mm, that's wild. I didn't know I was gonna get into this shit this morning. I was just gonna read the newspaper with you. I thought I was gonna go through like 6 or 7 boring articles, and then we was gonna get to some good shit. It's some good shit already. It's some good shit already. Okay. Let me make sure I don't have any restrictions over here popping up. No. Okay, so Gallant Courteous earlier in music. So we know what okay, so a woman, let's go back. And this is so amazing to get in before we go into the establishment of the church coming in here with the marriage thing. That this is gonna be wild. Okay. Let me see. So you married, and you like I said. So basically, the reason why I wanted to say that is because you had to grab somebody from the stinker class, from the low class. So the women at the high class, it was law saying that you couldn't marry somebody on high class. You had to marry the low class. And I told people when I read that, I said, look, if you're a woman and you're of high class, if you have to pick somebody from the low class, what do you think you're gonna base it off of? You're gonna base it off of looks. How tall is that nigga? How strong is this nigga? Yeah, not how much paper he got. He ain't got that much. He on the low class. So if I gotta go down to the bottom of the and niggas, you can't talk shit. If you gotta go to the bottom of the barrel too, you gonna start getting choosy. Okay. But the women had that privilege of the sun class. What up, Gus? It says they selected a husband from among the stinkers from they whom they divorced when they wanted to. Put that nigga to the side when you feel like it, okay? And it happens too today. There's a lot of women that got hella money today that go down to the stinker class and get them a regular nigga. They be getting tired of it. Don't get me wrong, y'all be getting tired of it. I can't stand this nigga. He ain't working. He just sitting around eating Cheerios. But y'all keep him around. Some of y'all, I've seen it many times. I have an old best friend and a couple, and my brother too, with his lazy ass. Uh, yeah, I go off on his ass, but that nigga, yeah, he been living up under his girl for whatever. So yeah, I've seen it happen. I'm not that type of nigga. I'm a breadwinner nigga. I'm a son, god damn it. Them niggas is stinkers. I'm a son, I guess. Cause I don't like to be given stuff. I don't even like to be given shit. I mean I do want the sentiment to be there, and it makes you feel good when you give somebody stuff like that. But like don't be giving me money and stuff like that all the time. Like I got to get my own shit, and I like to give, so it's a little bit different for me. It's just a different mental capacity, and nothing wrong for. I guess I can't be mad. I can't like to a degree. I can't be mad that niggas is getting it like that because technically, as I read this was a practice. If it was in a law that a woman had to go down and grab a stinker, low class in the tribes, can I really be upset that a couple niggas I know, several niggas I know is kind of doing and soaking it in right now? Modern times they may look not good to some of us, but I guess technically they're following the laws innately in their subconscious of being the type of niggas they gonna be. But okay. But at the same time, the woman can put you to the side at any point and go get a real nigga. Not just playing. Okay, let's keep going. Against these, legal husbands was not permitted to express the least dissatisfaction. Against these, look at this. Against these, so you can have as many gallons as you please. And it says, against these, the legal husband was not permitted to express the least dissatisfaction. So that's pretty wild. Look, legally, nigga, she did what she did, okay? And I'm kind of mad at that, nigga. I was mad too. You trying to tell me I can't say shit about it? And women will shame you today. You try to say some shit about some shit that happened in a relationship. Oh, you up here gossiping like a bitch. This is literally what it's saying. You bet niggas couldn't legally, you couldn't say the least dissatisfaction, nigga. That's whack. Okay. Nigga just better suck it up, nigga. It says the poor Cornuto stood up always in the presence of his wife. Now they're throwing that in there. They're explaining it as wife in modern times, but that wasn't our word. Was not permitted to eat with her, and in fact was treated as a menial. She treated you as a menial. I told you it gets very pro woman. Y'all thought it was going to be a lot of pro men at the top when they said niggas can have as many wives as he can support. Notice it has not said anything different other than nigga, you can have as many wives as you can support. So far, we've been hella women, okay? Yeah, niggas can't say shit. You can be doing your whole phase. We get married. You put a nigga to the side. You better shut the fuck up. Damn. Okay. It says if he was unfaithful, if he was unfaithful, his wife might have you put to death. Damn. I told you. I told you, man. It got pretty pro women, pro y'all side. It said this is so yeah, you probably thought that you were probably on the first side too, on that side too, thinking, okay, Sam, they let you keep reading, but you on this pro nigga shit, talking about many wives. Nah, just play it. You might have already understood the game, you know. But okay. And when she died, strangled by he was strangled that he might serve her in the world of spirits. His wife might have him put to death. Oh, okay. So that was a semicolon. So whenever if you as the man was unfaithful, your wife could have you unalive. And then it says, and also when the woman died, let's just say y'all was like 20 some years old, married, enjoying life, and something happened to the woman out of nowhere. Well, the man would be unalive, strangled, so that he may serve you in the world of spirits. God damn. Don't me. You see why niggas don't want to get married? And they subconscious, they still may think you might strangle a nigga if you die in this bitch. Wow. And this is not an uncommon kind of practice that I've read. Like there was some ain't right. Yeah, I know, right? Some ain't right. No, I had read like where they talked about in some tribes that and remember tribes are families, so there could be tons of families all over here. But they were talking about some tribes that it had been customary that if the chief was to unalive in a war or a battle, that all of his warriors and their families would be unalive, so that way they can serve him in the spirits. Or I was like, oh man, we can't be doing that shit no more. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, we don't do that shit. No, no, no. Niggas would stop that, you know. But I think that's only certain tribes, obviously. Um, It depends on which tribes they came upon, right? We were definitely civilized and had a lot of things going for ourselves. But let's keep going, because otherwise we'd be unaliving all over the place. So he may serve in the West, but all the advantages, and we're almost done with this, and then we can get back to the thing. So notice the marriage portion of the Florida Indians is not that long. Now, this book talks about the marriage practices of the more barbarous tribes, as they would say. So the more barbarous tribes, like these marriage practices, are Natchez, Choctaw, Chickasaws, and some in that area, which would be like your Yamasees and whatever, Florida, all that Louisiana. The more ruder tribes, they were somewhat they're talking about that area, but I think I can't remember the area. I'd have to go and look, and I'm not just gonna say north. I can't remember what the ruder tribes were, but they talk about their practices. But then this book also talks about the practices of the Indians in South America and in Central America. So it's a really amazing book for those who haven't read it. So let's keep going. It says all the advantage he derived from his marriage was an exemption from work. What? All the advantage he derived from his marriage was an exemption from work. Huh. If we're talking about the son, well, damn. It's literally saying that the female sons or top what you would call queens today, but if you want to use that word, that's really that's the word they gave you that really means something bad, prostitute and wife, whereas mistress meant something good, and that's why they call you Mrs. And Matt, we were master and mistress, Mister and Mrs. So these wordplay games is wild to me. Now I got to get gamed up more with Rashad. But it says, but the females at the top who grabbed a man from the stinker class by law, that exemplified him from working. That's wild. Cause I ain't gonna lie, like I got a old what up, Shy? I spoke his name. There you go. Man, I wish you would have been in here. Yo, you might have been here for a little while we were going through this. But the wordplay and I'm using a lot of recent knowledge given about wife, husband, queen, gay. Now we looked at how, like it said in here, that a woman can have as many gallant men as she wants. And a gallant man is a showy, finest dressed, gay, married. Now we think gay to be today a bad or not a alternative lifestyle. There we go, right? Whereas before it meant something fun, funny, right? And I said, like the Flintstones, you will have a gay old time. It's like it's still in our minds of when the word was in use in its proper form. But when they've changed it, now when you read the definition, it makes it seem like our women would want a gallant alternative lifestyle man. And how wild that is. It says, yeah, it meant happy. Hmm. And that's exactly a finely dressed, happy, merry man, which makes sense, right? And courteous, earlier, amusing, literally twist. And the reason why we're getting on that, because we found for those who are just getting in, because I know Chief EJ just got in here too. We found this newspaper. I was just starting on this. I was literally just planning to read the papers this morning. We ain't even got through hardly any of this paper from 1907. And this bitch is so revealing. We're talking about the establishment, likely of the church, wardens, the church, and the state establishing marriages. You have this dude named Colonel Byrd going through North Carolina and South Carolina as they're drawing these boundary lines, walking through talking about, hey, we have all these people living together in what New York would term common law wife marriages. And we need to, in a sense, I'm pretty sure he's about to go through, we need to get these people married. And now that we know that the church is something super sinister, it had to make you first. It had to make me question first, because this is real time research. I ain't had none of this shit prepared. I'm gonna start doing this like real time research in the morning, just read newspapers and shit. And this shit, this shit's turning into a hell of an ordeal. But now that we know that the church was just established and its purposeful reason is we know that Tomochichi was one of the first people to bring his little nephew back from there to be taught in the Christian faith and religions. And they said we got the newspaper article said they're going to buy and train young Negroes to be among some country born Negroes, so a foreign born, country born nigga that would be amongst the Negro and Indian slaves and teach them into the faith. And now we have a situation where they're trying to get us married into the faith. So now we know we wasn't always in the church, and now we know we didn't always get married in the church. So now we're looking at the practices in another book, in a book, I should say, not another book because we read a newspaper, but in a book to look at what the practices were of the Indians prior to this. And they didn't have any kind of ceremony according to this, according to the book, for marriage. So now we know that the whole marriage ceremony thing that we do with the church and the pastor, who's the warden, who's trying to get paperwork typically to get to send to his proprietors, his overseers, so that way they can get loans and stuff backed out on you. Now it makes me wonder, like, is these the people behind the whole divorce proceedings and shit and all the child support offices and shit like that? Now, child support, I don't mean I throw that in there, but the whole, you know what I'm saying? The money behind all the divorce court and all that shit. Like just like there's people behind getting money on the labor via your training and enslavement through the baptismal records that Travis talked about. So but yeah, we went and so we're finishing up reading what the practices of were the Indians, and it's pretty funny. It started off saying men can have said a church marriage gotta be horrible, huh? Exactly. And which is why we subconsciously already knew it and we don't do it today. That's why I was telling people earlier. I said, why do y'all wonder? You wonder why they always say how our marriage rates is low? We subconsciously are doing exactly the practices of our ancestors. Some people can go through marriages and stay together forever, but some people choose to do things differently. They're talking about some women being of high class by law, being back then the female sons were by law forced to pick up a nigga from the low class. And if you got to pick up a nigga from the low class, what type of nigga you gonna pick up? A gallant one, somebody who looks good, somebody who's tall, somebody who can do something for you since he can't work. And then down here, it actually says it exempts the nigga from working. And you think about all them niggas right now. I got no several of them niggas that ain't working up under some girl. And yeah, I have kind of shamed the niggas, but okay, I can't really get too mad at them. You know what I'm saying? It ain't for me. Don't get me wrong. You know what I'm saying? There's been, it just ain't for me. He said, yes, it is because secretly in the three-party contract, you, your mate, the state. Ah, wow. A church marriage. Yeah. Okay, so let's continue, man. We're almost done with the practices, and then we're going to go back to the newspaper. It says this custom so strange even among and then let me tell y'all this. It said men can have as many wives as you can support. That was the only cool thing it said about men. Other than that, everything else was bad. Okay. You could be unalived. If your woman was unalive, you got to go serve her in the world of spirits. Dang. If you cheated on her, she could have you unalived. If you it was a lot of bad things. She could just do and she could just dump you off. Oh, legally, she could just go do things on you, dump you off, and go find another nigga. And legally, you couldn't say shit about it. You said you better not have the least dissatisfaction. I said, damn, that's just like today. Niggas can't say shit about what's going on in their life, nigga. You better suck it up. You get on here, start talking about shit, you'll become a passport bro. And look at how the passport bros are shamed. I've shamed them niggas. I've shamed them niggas a lot, and I'm still gonna shame them. But either way, wives are servants, though. I know, right? They said they would tell you a wife is a servant. Uh, but boy, they gonna make you go serve her in the world of spirits. It says the custom was so strange, even amongst the American savages, is not known in the island of Wava or Java. Crawford in that's the book. So whenever y'all see these parentheses where it says Indian Arch Pig, whatever I 332, that's the book. That's the primary source to find what he's about to quote. Like you don't really read a lot of books like that. Somebody just showed me that Rafinesque, um, his book has those kind of things where it shows the primary sources. And to be honest, when I was looking at it, I had already read many of those primary sources. Peter Martyr, De Angleria, and I didn't read the whole book, certain passages, many passages that dealt with us. Um, Gumila and other ones, whatever. Let me get off. So anyways, I got to toot my horn. That just let your boy know. I'm like, oh shit, I'm past all. Yeah, well, your boys is like some of us. We in the motherfucking primary zone, and we've been on it. I'm talking about the American Indians. We've been on these primary source ideas for a while. You know what I'm saying? So like, you got to give hats off. When people are championing all these other sources, which deals back to the primary, that means you really know what happened if the primary is correct, right? Sometimes primary sources could also be lying to you. But let's keep going. Says the daughters of Javanese princesses, when married to subjects, assume a tone and insist upon privileges unknown to their sex in the Eastern world. The husband in such cases frequently terms his wife mistress. Wow. Wow, come on, Shad. Come on, Rashad. Come on, Rashad. Talking shit in the comment. if that don't back up his motherfucking research, nigga, nothing else will, nigga. Nothing else will. Rock solid research. So I try to tell him, kinfolk. Mm. And I read this back in the day, and I didn't even remember that. I just skimmed past it because you skim past things you not researched on, and something as small as that would be missed, and I missed it. I wouldn't. I read that like, okay, they taught a mystery, blah blah blah. On to the next thing. I don't know what but that's huge right there. That's the ancestors pulling in hella synchronicities right now. We literally just talking about this a few days ago or so on live stream. He broke the whole damn thing down. Wow work. Wow work. Okay. Hmm. Let's keep going, man. That's wild. When I get them synchronicities like that, man, it's like a superpower. Making sure my smoke ain't being seen. That's why I'm silhouetted. I'm smoking, and it's morning time. Uh, The husband in such cases frequently terms the wife, mistress, addressing her in language appropriated to ceremony, and cannot marry a second wife or keep a concubine. So in some areas, yeah, a man you couldn't. It telling you can. Some areas you can have as many wives as you support it. Some areas, no, you can't keep no concubine, nigga. It is. That's why I said you can't. It's not a blanketed thing per se, but it's good to see what the practices are of certain Indian tribes. And this is just one section they're talking about because they say Java, um, which I guess they're talking about because this is about the Florida Indians, and I'm trying to think the Java Indians in Florida, in the north, in the southeast. I'm gonna have to look into that. What a Jeremiah? Yeah, man. All right. Sorry about that, y'all. Man, I'm gonna screenshot this mistress shit. I gotta make a video about that and talk about Rashad's breakdown. Uh Something of the same kind is observed of the noble Negroes of the Congos. Noble Negroes of the Congo. Oh, they're talking about what? I don't know. I don't know why they said that in there. Something the same kind is observed of the noble Negroes of the Congo. It makes you wonder where the Congo, where was the Congo? Because in my head now, the Congo's Africa, but where was the Congo at that time? And because noble was a title used here. You got sons, nobles, men of rank, stinkers. Low class. That's the low class. So yeah, I'd have to look more into that, but we're not gonna get into that. Brazil, is that Brazil? Oh, okay, okay, okay. What up, CR the Great? What up, Daddy O? Said the church brought that belief system through monotheism. No, we're gonna see that, and in fact, we're gonna get real deep because this talks of this, and for those, we're gonna start at the top because I'm not that far down. Literally, for those just getting in, this is the newspaper that led us to go look at the ceremonial and marriage practices of the Indians, of our people, because this is when they institute, in a sense, church being established as the main head of, hey, come do your shit here. Come, we got to get these niggas married. Get out of this common law. Get out of this common law wives shit y'all got going on. When I read through this man talking about Mr. Bird going through here talking about, man, all these people are living in these all melancholy lack of, it's a melancholy lack of marriages. I said a melancholy lack of marriages. You talking about a nigga, a white boy going through talking about how niggas ain't married out here. I was like, that's just like today's time. Just like today's time. And now that we know that the church ain't shit all the way, it's one thing to just say it. It's another thing to know it all the way on paper that the church ain't shit. And not only that they ain't shit, but that they were actually used purposely in enslaving not enslaving, yes, but they were really more. I'm gonna take the word slave out of it. I'm gonna try to indenture, no, forced apprenticeships, putting our young folks through forced apprenticeships because they didn't put adults through forced apprenticeships. They're trying to blanket the term slave and say everybody was a slave because they had forced apprenticeships, and some niggas that were slave because they were contract labor from prison prisoners. So when they say we were all slaves, broken down, it was we was free niggas, we was niggas who was in prison from being and sold as slaves, and we was children who were forced into apprenticeships. Now we can have a larger conversation about who are the people those tick marks are next to under slave, and who are those people on the left side that are masters of the household with our names too. Hmm. And I was gonna say, yeah, well, we're fighting against the church and monotheism. So I just remember I have another YT dude in the Library of Congress videos. We're gonna have to go through after we read through this, that talks about the Wale. When I was going into my Wale studies, he talks about how there was this uprising, the Wale uprisings. That's what it's called, the Wale uprisings, and the uprisings was about the church. The church was going through trying to establish a one where you can't get divorced. Actually, it was you get married, and they was trying to make it to where you can't get divorced. Period. And one of the chiefs, I still remember this story. One of the chiefs at the time, I can't remember his name. We'll find it. He went and wanted to get a divorce, and the church pastor wouldn't let him. And that nigga said, I'm done with this church shit. He sliced off the top part of his body and put it on a pike and went through, and his whole team went to murking every pastor in that motherfucking area. Ooh, we gotta wait. We gotta listen to that. Yeah. They said, look, well, hey, y'all about to stop this. We can't do our divorce shit, damn it. I'm trying to follow your little, I got your little baptism and all this other stuff. I'm trying to follow your little practices and all that now, but I can't deal with this woman now. You gonna have to let me out of this woman now. Boy, we gonna have to look at that. Let's read this shit, man. This shit is exciting this morning. Hell yeah, this is exciting, boy. This is coming together nicely. A year of research, a year and a half or 2 years ish of research is really coming together. I'll probably say 3 years worth of research because I think I learned more about my family tree and history about 3 years ago and shit, somewhere around that. But yeah, so crazy. You explaining one world government, one world religion, one world order. Is that what it is? Is that the one world shit? Man, great continuation, Samuel. Appreciate that, Mama Chief Powhatan. Appreciate you. Over there on the YouTube side of the game. Okay, so let me read this for y'all. Let's go through this. So now we have an idea. As I read through this, to preface those who miss, the practice of the Indians was non-ceremonial in some cases ceremonial. You can go back and forth. The women had a lot of power. Sometimes you get married, you could throw a nigga to the side if you want to. Get your nigga at will. Niggas, you just kind of had to deal with it. That was just, you know what, it was just life. Ebb and flows through life. Spirituality happens as it goes, right? So let's keep going. So now we're going to talk about this. It says, in last Sunday's service, I'm making sure trying to switch fingers. In last Sunday's service letter, some very interesting notes were given of the very earliest laws enacted for North Carolina, these being of the by the Palatine, which is the Lords Proprietors and the Grand Assembly, which met anywhere and everywhere, there being no fixed seat of government. Y'all see why I have certain things highlighted. As we broke down earlier, I said, you talking about South, whoops, hopefully they don't get in there. You talking about South Carolina and North Carolina. Um, before there's a government, so there's no Congress, or there's a Congress, they're us. We're the Congress, right? But these, as far as in their colony that they've established, it's the Lords Proprietors and the Grand Assembly who are creating laws in North Carolina and South Carolina. That's what I wanted to get at. I said, oh, so this is something lawful. Now that we know that we're talking about marriages, now we know what lawful they're talking about. And now we know that they're talking about state, right? And now we know about to go down there, and we're probably going to start looking at churches, right? Because we're talking actually this, we know that because this document talks about church wardens and slaves in it. We ain't even got to that yet. We ain't even got to that part yet. And we so deep in it. This shit is so revealing. What the hell is going to come about there? We ain't even got to that. Okay, let's keep going. Much attention was given to the master of marriages. I may have to do this more. Maybe my ancestral energy is being heightened by the attention of y'all or something, man. Like I just jumped on this motherfucking topic, this damn document. I start bringing in the fam on my motherfucking research. All right, appreciate y'all. Love y'all. It says much attention was given to the master of marriages. For a great many thousands of people lived together in wedlock without any ceremony, as there were a scarcity of parsons and justices of the peace were oftentimes hard to find. A scarcity of persons and justices of the peace were oftentimes hard to find. So they say, hey, much attention was given to the fact that there's a lot of niggas out here living together, but they ain't wedded, they ain't together, they ain't married. But we ain't got no judges out there. Okay. Uh, it says if the truth were known, a surprisingly large number of the early settlers thus lived what in New York are now termed common law wives. Oh, basically saying, hey, whoops, let me do this. Basically saying, hey, as uh as the settlers got here, they didn't have judges and magistrates in their colonies. They were living together as well as the Indians. Um, and in common law marriages, what they call common law wives. Says must have been numerous in the notes which I prepared 3 years ago on the delightful old publication, The Running of the Boundary Line Between North and South Carolina. I need to find that. Written by that cynical old Virginia gentleman, Colonel William Byrd. I need to look that up to be honest. Hold on. What is it called? In the notes I prepared 3 years ago on the delightful old publication, The Running of the Boundary Line Between North and South Carolina, William Byrd. The Running of the Boundary Line Between North and South Carolina. The Running of the Boundary Line Between North and South Carolina, William Byrd Archive. I can never change my player way. I found that bitch. I found that hoe. Fuck with me, okay? Motherfucker got writings on it. That's how you know shit real, nigga. They got a pencil writing on that bitch. Yeah. Your boy gonna have to review that. Yeah. 500 pages. Yeah, I'm gonna have to skim. I'm gonna have to skim. Let me just see if there's a table of contents. If you want a quick synopsis, go to a table of contents and see what it all says. This one don't even have a table of contents. Ain't that a hoe? Yeah, some of them don't have a table of contents. When was this book written? 1866? That's wild. It ain't got no table of contents. Um, yeah, no, that's wild. It ain't got no table of contents. So yeah, if I could bring you anything out of this book, you say you cuss good. Oh shit. Um, if I bring you anything out of this book, you gonna know that I would have had to read through this bitch like a motherfucker because there's no table of contents. There's no nothing this that I can do some control F's and whatever, but I don't even know if it's even important. But let's keep going back. I just had to grab it. Okay. Uh, he took occasion to refer to the melancholy lack of marriages. So I'll probably do a control F and look for marriages, or type the word melancholy. It'll probably come up, right? Whoops. It was enacted. So now we're going forward. Now this part we haven't read up until. So we're all caught up. Okay. So we got this man going through out of nowhere to this area saying, man, ain't nobody over here married. We ain't got no justices of the peace out here in the colonies. It says it was enacted in 1705 that whereas a great many people in foreign parts have come and settled themselves here as man and wife, such people shall, if accused by credible, report or fame or common same or fame, because you know this whatever of being not lawfully married, come within 12 months and produce a sufficient certificate of their marriage, or at least that they have been taken and reputed. Hold on, what? Yeah, reputed as man and wife in the government where they last resided. Let me read that again because that was a lot. Let me do this. All right. Um, Whereas a great many people in foreign parts have come and settled themselves here as man and wife. Such people shall, if accused by credible report. Okay, I get what I can't say the word, but I get it. Accused by credible report, or common same of being not lawfully married. Okay, I get what it's saying. Come within 12. Okay, so what it's saying, hey, if you come in this colony and you're settling here and shacking up, and somebody reports to us whoever the fuck that is, somebody reports to us that you ain't married, like your pastor. Oh yeah, they over there shacking up. They done had a child and everything. Okay. Okay. And such shall, because it says credible people. Who would be a credible people person that would be reporting you being shacking up, and who would care? Your deacons, people watching over you. I remember when I was at my church, there was a lady that taught, and before I got married to my girlfriend at a young age, having a child at a young age, she was like, "Oh, so y'all had a child, whatever, whatever." She said, "So y'all had a bastard, ma'am." I didn't know how to react. I was kind of young. Today, I'd have slapped a bitch. Nah, I wouldn't. I'll never put my hands on nobody. I'm just playing. I always got to say words of expression. I'm just playing games. I would never do that. But I'd have went off on her ass. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I definitely want to condone any kind of thing like that, especially on TikTok. Entertainment purposes, TikTok. I had to look over here see if I had any restrictions. After that, plus I don't condone that. Yeah, no, I don't condone that. I just be playing games. I be playing games. I'm like a comedian. Saying trying to bind folks to Christian households. Exactly. That's where we at. That's where we're going. So they're saying, hey, if you come up in there, you live in this man and wife, somebody who's creditable reports that to us, then at that point you have about 12 months to produce a sufficient certificate of a marriage, or at least that. Now I wonder what the common law, what's the common law thing? What is it, if you together for 12 months is common law or something? I don't know, but I bet that has something to do. I bet there's some correlation. But think about that. That's forcing you in a sense, if you come move to an area, to go get you a marriage certificate. Today they don't do that, but back then, let's see what it says. You have 12 months to produce a sufficient certificate of the marriage, or at least that they have been taken and reputed as man and wife. Basically, that you either have to have papers showing you had a marriage or a divorce. Is basically what they're saying. I guess in the government where they last resided, or no. Maybe it's saying that you had a paper from where you last resided, reputed, because you have a reputation. So I'm assuming that means that you had a certificate or something from that government where you resided. Otherwise, to be treated as vagabonds, ain't that a bitch? Who's been saying the word vagabond like crazy today? You're a bunch of vagabonds. You come up in here, and I don't know what to do with you vagabonds. Y'all know who I'm talking about. It's my boy Monty. You know what I'm saying? 7 years. He said the intent to be married, cohabitation, and public representation as spouses. 7 years. He said, what was the penalty if you didn't? Let's see. Let's see if they say. Right now, they say you're going to be treated as vagabonds and expelled from by the government. Now, what is a vagabond? That's funny, man. I was like, man, I ain't heard that word in a long time. I ain't really seen that. I seen that word here and there. Without a fixed abode, vagabond. Oh, when it said expelled from the country, vagabond, expelled, a person who's been expelled. Haitians still use it. Creole word, really? It says from late vagabonders, wandering, strolling about, wander. Uh, Now, even when when Monty uses it, them are some wandering ass niggas over there in Africa. They ain't got nothing going on. They're without a fixed abode in many cases. He's using the word hella right, man. Y'all gotta let him know, man. Y'all tag him. He probably in there cussing a vagabond out right now. You know what I'm saying? Not cussing. He don't cuss. I cuss, but he don't. But he probably in there going off on a vagabond right now. And expelled by the government. That's wild. That's wild. Mine to be cooking too. You know it, man, for real. His mindset on how he goes at things, man. I love to listen to it. And it comes just it's all real time, you know what I'm saying? Not improv. Improv is like real time, but you know what I mean. Almost like freestyling. We got that gift of freestyle. We can freestyle a rap and we can freestyle this motherfucking knowledge. We can freestyle a debate. We can freestyle a lot. Exactly. The story sticks with America's used to be being exiled. Yeah, 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 yeah. You know what? Uh Indian tribes used to do that to would make vagabonds. I'm gonna try to use the. I don't want to try to use the word because he been using. I don't want to use his word like that. But would make. I'll use it in this proper use right here though. We would make vagabonds of the prisoners in our society. So we didn't have prisons, but if you and they said that in many cases, I've read that in many tribes that we were so peaceful we didn't need it. We didn't need it. They said they didn't need laws. You knew what not to do, and they said, but if there did become a case um where some kind of trouble did arise and they had a trouble person, they would make a vagabond of him or they would expel him from the community, basically getting you out of sending you away out of paradise in a sense. Now you got to go wander out there until you can either make it for yourself or pass. And I was like, okay, I like that, but at the same time, now you can see how warring tribes can be created. See, people make you think like it's like a tribal thing. They'll say tribal like it's something negative, and tribes is not nothing negative. No, if a person goes away and starts his own family, if like let's say we send a bunch of women and men away because they done caused too many problems. Well, if they get out there and start having sex and start doing their thing, creating tribes, and then they make themselves the head of their tribe, who do you think they're gonna not like after that? You know what I'm saying? They may have a running beef with each other. You know, not to say that that it makes tribal anything bad. The word is used in its correct form for something good. It's just that families have beefs. People have to be expelled. Things may happen. We got to explain it in a further sense than just a blanket little thing and this and that. But yeah, 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 man. Africa is not in the mix. Peace. What up, crew? Right? The land of Nod. Yep. Incentivize the people to go along with the new plan and become Christians. That's exactly some of what was going on. And I'm glad that I take this time to do this, and then some of y'all coming in can read while I'm reading what y'all saying. Let me look over here. They said they whip in the YouTube world said they weaponize everything. What up, Celie? Um Minecraft mom is laughing. I was just about to say that, and they have the nerve to call us a coddle, right? Talking about the vagabond thing, probably wanderers. You just nailed it. Religion certainly did a number on our people. We banished our prisoners. Yeah, and and that's why I'm so glad I can be able to find proof like this and try to help and assist to put the pieces of the puzzle together to give us the exact way and reason it happened. Because we know we were right, but how can we prove it? And it's hard. And I say that because you got top people at the top. These niggas is mega church mega stars. And you got followers who are tougher than FBAs that will follow their leader to the pits of hell. And so to battle that, you have to you don't have to. You can do your own thing in life. You can just get away from them. I don't want to say that at all. We ain't got to associate with them at all. But in order for us to influence others to tell them and show them the truth, to break the mental change that's going on, we have to break this down to visually show, like, oh, this is what happened. And when you pair this with personal genealogical stories, and people look at their tree and they see the same thing happen to their ancestors. and you tie your let's talk about it. And you tie your ancestors' slavery or term slavery, forced horrible situations of our lowest children and our elders and over policing of our men, but and you tie those baptismal records and these things, especially the baptismal records being tied to back loans from the insurance companies and the government to allow you to allow the person to gain as many apprentices or orphans or kidnapped children as we also have things about, because you would kidnap children if you have a incentive to kidnap them, like getting paid from the government. But you need you a pastor to get that though. You can either kidnap them. I'm sorry, no, you don't need a pastor to kidnap them. You can either kidnap them or you can put a church on every corner. Get it? Like advertisement. And they're watching you. Back then, who's not married around here? We need to get you over there to the church. But they had to ride on another religion to do it. They took your Old Testament that you so wholeheartedly practiced as Indians. I say it like that, but I just say like there's certain practice. I have put the pieces of the puzzle together on that all the way, but apparently we spoke Hebrew, right? We were the JEWs, right? We did a lot of practices. We said words like hallelujah in that book. It'll tell you we said words like hallelujah, or Yah, like Yah, hallelujah. Like we say Yah for Yahweh, Yahuwah, Yah, Yod He Vad He, Jehovah. We said that. That was him. But now it's Jesus in the New Testament. They wrote off the back of your old religion and gave you a whole new religion in your religion. Remember, they took out books of that one too on the old one. You see the sinister, sinister shit. They come here right on the back of your old religion with a new religion, establish a harsh, forced switch of matriarchy to patriarchy via church and state. Mm. It says, they too genius to from the Algonquin Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Sun, Moon, and Star. I didn't know that crew. I didn't know that. You gaming me up on that one right there. Sun, Moon, and Star. And because I do believe the new I can say that I can believe that the New Testament is our story that they've corrupted too. Let me throw that in there because I haven't done all my studies on it. But the reason why let me tell you the reason why I said what I said, because it's not that yeah, you know what? You're right. I need to not say Jesus is the problem, or I need to say Christianity, because when I read the historic books, it didn't say Jesus. It said that we were doing these JEW things and whatever. It said they needed to bring us Christianity. Me and my modern thinking is the Jesus, this, that, New Testament, right? But no, you're right. What is Christianity as far as what they were instilling? So even then, we got to break these things even further down. Nah, yeah, you're right. Because we know we got stories of like Quetzalcoatl and Horus and other things. So the Jesus principle ain't necessarily a bad thing. Now that I repeat that, yeah, yeah, yeah. Appreciate that, crew. You definitely made me think about that. So it's not a bad thing whatsoever. Said look up the etymology of state, ET system. What's up, Tabitha? Grand Rising. Let me hold on. Ooh, I thought I had one open already. Anti my boy, it's wild. It's wild, y'all. I should have a thousand people on this live stream. I should have. Not just playing. We need to get this game out there. Not for real. It's all about getting the truth out for me. This sun and stuff about to come up. What's today? Sunday? Oh yeah, yeah. We good. We having real church. Well, let me not say that. I need to look up the etymological shit of church before I say we about to have real church. State, stat, circumstances, position in society, temporary attributes of a person or thing. Okay, hold on. State, circumstances, position in society, temporary. Somebody said you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Temporary attributes of a person or thing, conditions. Okay. Oh yeah, like the state of being. Okay, because I was thinking in my head like state, like the states. Because this is what they do, play on words, like like the United States. Um, from Old French estate, position, condition, status, stature, station, and directly from Latin status, a station, position, place, way of standing, posture, order, arrangement, condition, figuratively, standing, rank, public order, community organization. This is a noun of action from the past participle stem of stare to stand, from pi, root, stay, to stand, make or be firm. From Middle English, senses are via Old French estate. The Latin word was adopted into other modern Germanic languages, but chiefly in the political senses only. The Latin was adopted into other modern languages, Germanic, but chiefly in the political senses only. It says the meanings, physical condition as regard from form of structure, part or particular condition or phase, a condition which with reference to a norm are attested from century 13th century, my bad. The meaning mental or emotional condition is attested from 1530s. It's given like certain specific, the specific colloquial sense of an agitated or perturbed condition is in from 1837. The meaning splinter. Let's give examples of it. It probably went over my head, but I was also waiting for it to talk more about like the state of like a united type of states, like how does that even connect? And I'm still kind of curious, how the hell does that even connect to what a state is? It's almost like they trying to keep us in a state of being, or as a state. Like what the hell? I'm still trying to figure out like what is the Oklahoma state, or the whatever. I'm on this, what you call it. What I'll probably do, I'm gonna go through this the newspaper article, and if you're still in here, I'm gonna figure out how to let you come up here if you want to come up here and game us up on what I missed. Oh, here it is. Is this how it is? Hold on. Okay, I see how to do it now. I have to look over here in the I don't never have my TikTok live up. I have my other thing up. Can you hear me?
Hey man, you cooking, bro. I wish you were in my live last night. I was like, where the hell is Sam at, man, when I need him? Because I wanted you to join my panel yesterday, man. We were cooking on, and I was talking about like nation building. I'm gonna do it again tonight. So you got to come through.
Oh, I'm
All
down.
right.
I'm down. Yeah, I was shooting some podcasts last night, a couple of podcast clients. But yeah, yeah. But what's happening?
All right. So look, I, you know how they so serpents speak with a double tongue, right? with a
Mm.
forked tongue. So when I was looking at state, because I had talked about the concept of separating church from state, and then I was like, dang, that's interesting how you can build a church and you can pay tithes and offerings and all these things, but the community never gets better. And I was like, separate church from state. Then I looked up state and it kept talking about the condition of people. And I was like, oh shit, when they say separate the church from the state, they're separating the church from the condition of the people.
I'm trying to think. Okay, explain it to me. Explain. I'm trying to think. The.
So so if you go to the hood, right, there's a church on every corner, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the church is beautiful, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the neighborhood is trash.
Always.
But but you put hella money into the church.
Mm.
But the church is separate from the condition of the people.
Oops, my
You know what
bad.
I'm saying?
Yeah. Almost like
So so when you look up state, you feel me? It's like, are they separating themselves from the state, like as in the government, or are they separating themselves from the condition of the people, the state of
mm.
the people?
Yeah. And and it's like they trying to keep us in the same state, that we're in, the same dilapidated condition that we're in. If you now that I see what you're saying, it's like the church is going to do what it is, but it's definitely keeping you in a state of mind, a state of existence, a state of continuing to live in this if you keep going to that church. And when you think about it, once I broke away from the church, a nigga just really just started you started researching other shit. When you start researching other shit, you move away and your life elevates. It's crazy. I get what you're saying.
Exactly. And then when you look up nation building, right? If you look up nationalism and the things that are required for nationalism, you'll see that in a sense, right? It takes people to be in the same state of mind in order to form a state or a nation. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
No, yeah. You keep going. I'm just saying, yeah.
So pretty much, they do have to use the church to keep people in one state of mind because they want to keep you under Christendom, right? Which is pretty much like the Catholic rule that's pretty much conquered the world. Like the Romans.
Mm-hmm. And we know that. I mean, they've obviously been using tons of word tricks. So I never thought about the state because there's some. We just use these words a lot of times with these double meanings and think that there's nothing to it, but there's always something to it. And then it's funny how the double meaning doesn't always have a definition in the etymology for it. So then you got to wonder if it's not defined like it's stated from what we know it as in modern terms, then why is it being used like that? And who changed it?
That's why the other day when we were doing research, I was like, "Yo, look up the concept called defined terms." Remember, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the reason why defined terms is so important, even when it comes to the church, is because when you get baptized, whatever you do, there's a registry. These things become contracts, and
Mm-hmm.
and defined terms is a concept in contract law, right? So that means that you can hear words that don't mean what they mean in your everyday speaking, right?
Mm-hmm.
It means something different. You have to know.
Mm-hmm.
You have to do your due diligence, right? Because ignorance of the law is no excuse, and we know the church has laws.
No, that's real. That's basically like them saying, like, hey, we've put these dictionary books in your face your entire life with the real terms in them. Now we're gonna get out here and personally, they're gonna go out there and propagandistically utilize these terms hella crazily, and that's gonna make you fall prey to certain practices and certain things that you may not know you did because you're utilizing these terms in the wrong way, or you would understand them to mean something different. Sometimes, in your daily life, they don't really affect you as much to a degree, but we talk about spells, we talk about I mean, it does affect us. Technically, our whole lives have switched because we've swim from matriarchy to patriarchy. We went from spirituality to religion. We went from to being independent people with our own Congress chief systems to utilizing they shit up under wards of the state in a sense. Now through being birthed via certificates, they can get a loan out on your ass. But back then it was baptismal records and any other way that a form that a person could somehow get paperwork under you in order to use to get a loan under you and start to educate you. And it makes sense because they were but back then they were doing it to small one or two individuals. A dude would maybe kidnap or get an orphan, and the state they would get you baptized. The state would get them, give them, send that paperwork, give them a loan to train you in order to work the crops, and the government would get a share of the crop. That's crop sharing in their way. And then damn, I lost my train of thought. But yeah, cooking. It's sinister. This shit is sinister.
Facts. And then that's why. So that's people will be like, don't call your children kids because it means a baby goat. But then if you I have a dictionary. It's on my old phone. I wish I had it right now, but I don't really pull up receipts too often sometimes, because it's just a lot of work. But just take my word for it this time. All right. Kid, kid meant kid meant one trapped and sent as an apprentice to a English plantation in America. That's what kid means, right?
Mm.
So when you talk about an apprentice, that's where the real definition of a kid came from, and a kidnapper was the one who transported
Wow.
an apprentice to an American plantation. That's what kid and kidnap initially originally meant.
That's wild because that says a lot. That literally that one word breaks down what happened to the lowest of our children, to some of our ancestors, to our prisoners of wars, to some of those where they unalived our men. I even started um to think about how Haile Kuhio, he was a Chickasaw warrior, and I didn't even record like I ended up tearing up. I was driving, I'm chilling, and I was happy about some shit. And I said something just started to hit me like emotionally. I told myself that I'm Haile Kuhio, like reincarnated, and I told myself that because based upon I'm the seventh generation. I think after seven, I think you might. I think that's what I remember saying. They say that's kind of might be when you might reincarnate. Whole nother thing, but um, and I was just thinking about it. But then I started to think, wait a minute. I know what happened somewhat to French Nancy, but not really because she was at one of those mission school areas. I'm about to go look a little bit more deeper than that, but she was with Halika Hill, that was his wife. I know they had an offspring of Imahota who I come down. I don't know what happened to her. She lived in Mississippi. I don't know what happened to Thomas Love. I don't know what happened to the real Thomas Love. I don't think the real Thomas Love that's listed is him. But then I started to reckon with the idea that I don't know what happened to Halika Huyo Hash. He could have lived to old age and passed, but he was a Chickasaw warrior. He had helped unalive like 380 Frenchmen out of 400 when there was an expedition that happened. That's how he met that little French Nancy. And I just started reckoning with the fact that, man, he could have something horrible could have happened to him. And I feel like something horrible did. You know, go ahead.
I was saying I agree because I have my ancestor last name Brown in North Carolina. I don't really like to get into the whole names, but last name Brown in North Carolina. She paid taxes on 100 acres of land, right? And then after she filed these taxes, she just disappeared for the rest of history. You know.
Mm, mm-hmm. and it's stuff like that. It makes you be like, man, like if an ancestor was like if they're not us, they're talking to us and sitting on the motherfucking shoulder, telling us, guiding us into these stories, into this deep research, into these circles, into this move. It's somewhat a movement, whatever, but it's just a movement of truth, movement of research and figuring this out. Um, no, that's huge. What's up, C3? Mm. What's up, Conis?
Yeah, shout out to everybody in the comments. My fault, my background be loud. My fault. That's why I usually go live at 4:30 when they take a nap.
Oh, you good, man. I ain't never tripping. Yeah, yeah, no, I ain't never tripping. And you more than welcome. I mean, we can keep going back and forth, and you can say something anytime you want, but you more than welcome to stay up while I cook and chime in anytime as well, too.
Yeah, if you keep talking about the church, Slim, I'm a ask you. Man, I swear, I'm trying to tell everybody that it's in the etymology, man. I know it is. I've proven it so many times in so many different ways. And then when you pulled up mistress, I was like, yes, thank you so much, because it seems far fetched sometimes for people that don't, you know what I'm saying? And they think, oh, you're reaching, but I promise, it's not a reach. This shit is really happening, right? So you're talking about the church, Slim. Like, so when you get baptized, you get on a registry, right? These things have to do with commerce and shit. But when you get baptized, it's because they say you have a dirty soul, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're trying to cleanse your soul from demons, right? They're trying to
Mm-hmm.
get demons out of you. You get baptized to cleanse the demons out of you. What is the other thing? Like when you already have the demon in you, when the
Like an
demon in you try to get
exorcism.
an exorcism, right? And this because you've been possessed by a demon, right? But the thing about it is, like, the exorcism is not about being possessed; it's about your possessions.
Like taking your almost like
Taking your
extras taking
possessions,
you all like your real possessions.
your possessions. Now, look up the etymology of the word demon, and you'll see.
Let me see here.
There's three words. When I was looking up the etymology of demon, I seen three words in there, and I was like, what are these words for real? Right? Let me see. I need glasses.
Oh, I can read it for you. Uh Century 1200, an evil spirit, malignant supernatural being, an incubus, a devil, from Latin daemon, spirit, from Greek daemon, deity, divine power, lesser god, guiding spirit, tutelary deity, sometimes including souls of the dead,
Now
one's
watch this. Watch this. What you're about to read is the answer right here. Watch this. All right.
one's genius, lot, or fortune.
You heard me. Hey, look. Genius, lot, and fortune.
Your
What did
mind,
they say?
land, and money.
You hear me? Do you see
Wow.
what's happening right here?
Yeah, yeah. Wow. So now I'm trying to put that into context with the practices of the baptism and the exorcism in my brain. But because it's like you said, because I hadn't even looked into that. Like it's the exorcism is pulling the demons out of you, but it would be pulling your mind, your land, and your money out of you. Wow. As they pull,
Exactly.
we need to get the demons out of you. They're praying the demons away, y'all. They praying the demons away. No way. Diviner provider. From root divine. That's wild. So an evil spirit, malignant, supernatural being, uh, a devil from level. Okay, lesser god power. That's wild. That's wild.
Hey, look. Hold on. My background might be. a little loud because my son wants me to put his shoes on. But I want to read this real quick. I don't know
Okay.
if you could put. You probably can't even put me on that screen.
I'm about to see if I how to do it. I'm on this TikTok studio. Oh wait, here he is.
I be cooking, bro. All right, look. Fortune is one's own wealth. Fortune is also the mind. Fortune is the mind because it is connected to chance or luck. But luck is not real. Luck is your mind's state of manifesting, right? So these are in the etymology of demon, right? What is the lot? Lot is the body, the flesh. Lot is used to determine one's share, right? And then your genius, right, is the moral spirit. Genius is also the spirit that watches over you since the day that you are born. Genius is the soul, mind, body, and soul. You have not been possessed by a demon. Your demon is all about possessions. Your demon is all about earthly possession. The exorcism is where your fortune, lot, and genius are bound by oath. You know this as exorcising your demons. Now look up the etymology of exercise, right? And you'll see what I'm saying. It'll all come full circle.
I got you. Hold on one. Oh, whoops. Hold up. Whoa, what happened to my screen? Hold on.
Dang, my fault. I done messed everything up.
No, you good. I gotta learn how to use this at some point. Hold on, let me exit out of this. I double clicked and it all of a sudden made my screen go away. Oh, I gotta go back to my tools over here. My scenes. I don't know what happened to it. Oh, let me add another one.
I see it up in the corner over there. Something.
Nah, the thing in the corner is they force you to have a window with you actually in the window. So it's using my camera, my webcam. Here we go. I had to just reestablish another what you call it. I don't know why. I just double clicked it. Damn, it had to do all that. um so yeah, like but it makes you have to have a window with you in it. So I just toss my little webcam at me and toss it over in the corner. It won't let me get rid of it. Otherwise, it won't let you hit go live. All right.
You might have to. You either look up exercise or exorcism, right? Isms, like it's important to study suffixes, right? Like isms and ist and all these different things, right? But you might have to look up exorcism. But let's see. Yeah.
Let me see if we can.
To bind by oath. You see that right there on the third line? To bind by oath.
Yeah. And,
Slim, I'm not making this shit up. You feel me?
and so basically,
Like
you mentally give an oath to have your through baptism have your demons prayed away in a sense, or your lot land in mind or mind, body, soul given away. And in a sense, that's the I guess the etymological spiritual of the physical, which is what they're doing, which is the church, using baptismal records to which is the oath of you binding yourself to a contract between you and the state saying, hey, I'm baptized, I'm a Christian, I'm an Englishman, not an Indian. And sometimes they would give you an English name. They would say, or really they were already our names, but y'all know that's what they try to say there. But and then they would take that paper and go to the government or insurance companies, big with stocks, your stock companies. When they now that they say you're the stock, you're the bond, you're the stock company. Now I can understand what they mean. Now they take that money to the stock market and they can play the little stocking games with it or whatever they do, but they got to pay that back. They got to pay it back through shares of the crop. Back then, it's through having you work on their crop, and they pay back through shares. Right now, they take the money, invest it into a company. I get it now. They take the money, invest it into a company. They all get shares of that company, right? And the shares, hold on, let me do this little puzzle. The shares of that company, wow, it's all coming to me like crazy. The shares of that company, all these YT folks or whoever, even you, own these people who work for that company, and you all get shares of the profits extracted from that. But in this particular, back then, it was the labor came from the apprenticeships of your ancestors, forced in a sense into that by law or being kidnapped or different things of that nature. Very sinister. Very
Facts.
sinister.
And when you watch the movies about clergies and all these different people, they'll make it a white child, right? But now just remember all the movies you watch with like these church people. They always have some little child with this like reading a book or some shit, like following this priest wherever he goes. This
Mm,
these are the kids. These are the kids, man. You know what I'm saying? But they wouldn't always be pale skinned. They would be of all different ethnic backgrounds, right? That have been kidnapped in a sense.
mm, mhm. That's wild.
You know what I'm saying? But when you there's Lord Baltimore and the concept of freedom of consciousness, right? But once you sign these registries and baptize and all these things, they take that shit away too. That's why they want people bound by marriage, by Christian marriage in the church, right? Because you have, if you turn your household into a Christian household, but at one point there was freedom of conscience, where only in your mind you're free to believe whatever you want to believe, but you do have to say Jesus is your Lord and Savior. You got to say Jesus is your Lord and Savior. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
Out in public.
mhm. And it's like just because a lot of these things have been transferred, it's almost like just kind of like y'all may think it has no meaning, but like just like the Masons perform ceremonies that happened from long ago for the energy in it and things of that nature. Even though they've switched this over to a more modern form of corporate slavery, now we know exactly how they went from separation church and state. Now that makes more simple. It's more sense. They separated the church from being the people who were the wards over you. Now the state is kind of the ward over you. And they control the schools who train you instead of the church. And now you still perform the same practices in the church, just like a mason will perform the same practices, and that energy plays upon you because that's going to send you thinking that you need to go into the corporate system willingly.
Facts. Now look up. Hey, look. Don't let me. I know I don't want to take you too far off what you're doing, man. But I feel like what we're doing is going into like what you were talking about. You feel me?
Yeah.
Look up despotism. No, look up education. My fault. Damn, I'm jumping the gun. Look up education. Now scroll down. Now right there, you see that? Right there? It's in the not so bold letters at the right there. All education is despotism.
Where is it? Where is it at?
It's,
Where is
it's
it at?
look at the bottom of the paragraph, right? Go
Oh, okay. I see that. Yeah, I see that.
by William Godwin.
Yeah.
Now look up despotism. You know what despotism means? I know we brought it
Tyrannical.
out, but look it up.
Tyrannical. Ain't that what that is? A tyrannical form of government, because I've been reading about despotism, the despotism. No, that's not. Or maybe I'm thinking of depot. Hold on, let me just read it. Absolute power, unrestricted.
Same thing.
Despot. Okay. That's what I thought. Okay, absolute power, unrestricted and unlimited authority, which would be tyrannical. Okay, yeah. A political system based on an arbitrary government. Mm-hmm. And education is, yeah. Wow, man. No, you can definitely stick up here. I just as long as I can get through we'll go through some of this, but chime in so that way we can get through some of this article. But nah, you anytime we veer off 10, 20, 30 minutes, whatever, as long as people's engaged, I don't care, man. That shit was because that everything hit on point. And it really the etymology really helps to connect the even more so sinister shit of it, because you got to know about how the Masons and they do their thing, and how the church were headed by Masons, and how these now we know about how these people were they say they buy and pay foreign born Negroes, you know what I'm saying? Some of these Masons get put in certain positions, they get paid, you know what I mean? Pastors, they getting paid, they getting money, and they have a profit motives. They had it back then. Back then, it was even more so a stronghold. Today is more of a mental stronghold, and that's how they start. They start off with strong chains, and then they release them hoes over time. But you are already hypnotized into the practices. And we're now waking up, as they would say. Now we understand the term of waking up. Now we can really be like, no, this is where the chain fucked us up. And not that you just if you're just a diehard church goer, if you don't want to leave your church, I ain't saying you got to do that, but understand what's going on. You better understand and just because it might be too late for you. You might be like, look, man, I don't have time to go look at another religion right now. I gotta, I understand it. You know what I mean? And I will say that I told my aunt this. I said, hey, a lot of our practices we did do, some of the practices that the church they it's just like anything else. You trick them through combining their own shit with some of your shit, some of the little sinister shit, kind of twisted some. But just know mentally that you're praying and talking to the right person, the right deity, not deity, creator, the right God, if you will, the right whatever. Just know that you want to connect with that, and just try to do right by your folks. Hell, that's all I can say. But us, we're gonna be
You
on the
can't get them
path.
all out of there.
Yeah, yeah, for real. You can't get them all out of it. And us, we gonna be on the continual path until I pass. I'm gonna be on the path to trying to figure it all out. You know what I mean? And will I get there? Hey, I don't know, but I'm gonna try. God damn it. So yeah. All right, so let's kind of ride through a couple more of these paragraphs or lines, because each line ends up on some shit. I ain't even gonna lie to you, because I highlighted that earlier because I just noticed something saying the law as to the observance of Sunday. I was like, oh, okay, we about to get into some. Is this why we do Sunday shit? Because I didn't remember. I heard that we used to do. I don't know what our practice days used to be. I've heard Saturday. I don't know. Let's look. It says the law is the observance of Sunday was also made very strict, and heavy fines were imposed. Damn. Together with forfeitures. You could get forfeitures if you didn't go to church on a Sunday. Whoa. Hold on, let me go over here so I can turn this back
Crazy.
on. Yeah. Let me put my
I
camera
told you
on.
another punishment was called slave in chains.
Slaving chain, man. And so think about that. The church was utilized in this, right? It had to be, because who else is gonna tell that you didn't come to church on a Sunday? Your grandma. But think about how much family bullshit that probably caused. Because even me, damn, I sat there and thought back in the day. I was like, boy, soon as I stopped going to church, man, people started tripping. Oh, would you say?
Subconsciously, they're like, man, they might put you in chains.
Man, and even then, think about that, because they could have been the ones that was telling the pastor on you. He ain't been here in a while. I don't know what he doing. Next thing you know, they at your door. Yeah, we got to forfeit your whole property. Whole property. Think about the land grab. Think about instituting laws forcing you to either go to spirituality, go to religious churches, or forfeit your fucking land.
Hey, you putting it together.
Listen, hold
That's
on. Watch this, boss. Watch this. And the delinquents was to be levied upon by distress. They're not talking. Wait. They're not talking about the children, are they? You know what that means?
not delinquents like delinquency, like absence,
Oh,
like your
okay,
absence from the
okay.
church. Yeah.
The delinquent. Okay, okay. Hold on, let me read that again. Then, like, okay, yeah, you would be delinquent. And then people would call kids delinquents, just making fun, I guess, in a sense. But that's okay. Okay. And the property of the delinquents, people who didn't show up, got you, was to be levied upon by distress. And if the offender could not pay the penalties, he or she was to be set publicly in the stocks for 3 hours. Wow, what is that? Let's keep going. The forfeitures went to the church wardens, went to the pastors or the people over the pastors of the parish, who gave half to the informer and half to the poor. It was allowed to dress meat in families and dress and sell it in the public houses, namely hotels and inns. Now I'm confused on that. I have to read that again. Um, let's read that again. The laws of the observance of Sunday was to be made very strict, and heavy fines were imposed together with forfeitures, and property of the delinquents was to be levied upon by distress. And if the offender could not pay the penalties, he or she was to be I don't know, hell, I don't put so many marks, I can't read that. Set uh he or she to be publicly set publicly in the stocks for 3 hours. I wonder what that means. Like basically, like the stocks and bonds, like basically people could buy your shares of your shit.
Yeah, so they would turn it into shit like you can get a piece of this, right? And the distress, if you look up the etymology of distress, one of the words in there is restraint.
So the offender could be levied upon by
It's pain or suffering of the body.
that's what distress
Restraint.
is. Oh, distress. Well, okay, yeah. When you distress, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because they say like, okay, yeah, I've heard that about your body parts being distressed or so forfeit of the property of the delinquents upon levied upon distress, and if the offender could not pay the penalties, he or she to be set publicly in the works in the stocks for 3 hours. The forfeitures went to the church wardens um, of the parish, who gave half to the informer and half to the poor. What is an informer?
Hey, yo,
Oh, oh!
I'm gonna try to
They
do
gave
this.
half to the person that told on you.
This is a public stock. This is a public stock.
So the offender could not pay the penalty, he would be set publicly in the stocks for 3 hours. Are you serious? Like almost the pen. That's the wow. So baby, that way, all publicly. I get it. People say we need to bring shame back or public shame. They would put you in a place where people walk by, because this is a time where people would walk, not run, drive. They would put you in a public square for 3 hours where people will see you. Wow. Or today's time, they'll put your information out publicly in documents.
Or they'll put your furniture on the curb in front of everybody. All your shit will be on the
Mm,
side of the street. That's public shaming.
wow. 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 Wow, man. Okay. Let's I'm gonna come back up. I see a couple of y'all requested, man. As of right now, I'm gonna let me and Rashad build, and then toward the end, I'll let other folks up. Because I know, like as y'all can see, like y'all see that fire receipt he just had right there with this. I wouldn't have known what placing you on the stocks was. I'd have had to go try to really figure that out. And I'm thinking stocks, bonds, this, that, and the third. And that's funny. Stocks, bonds, that dude was just bonded to that motherfucker in front of people publicly. Well, I mean, that is public stocks, bonds. They put you out. That's crazy. Crazy. They put you on the public market. Wow. So they're going to put you out there. Okay. So now when we read this, y'all, if you don't go to church, your property will be placed up for forfeiture. And if you don't pay the fines, you'll be publicly shamed for 3 hours in a public square where everybody can come laugh at you, point, and be like, that nigga didn't go to church. Ain't that horrible? You see how you said you can't see me, C3? Oh yeah, 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 yeah. I know. I'm I got it purposely like that. Yeah, yeah. I might turn it. It's morning time. I might turn it on. I guess I ain't looking too crazy. I ain't looking too crazy. Hold up. Let y'all see your boy. What's happening, folks? What's happening? Let me turn this other light on. That's not as flattering. That's a little bit better. That's a little bit better. Yeah, I at least threw on a shirt. I almost got on here early with no shirt. I was like, no, I can't do that. You can see my shoulders, even though I was silhouetted. You can still see my shoulders, and that's a little too much. It's just like I don't want niggas looking at my shoulders and shit. um, yeah, so this is wild, y'all. So let me finish reading the other half of this. So you can be placed up there in the stocks and bonds for 3 hours. The forfeitures, and so they publicly shame for not going to church. They would publicly shame you, take all your property and stuff. The person who informed and told on you like a tattletale ass bitch. Now we know why there's no snitching in our motherfucking. You snitching? You can get a niggas whole shit gone and publicly shamed just for church. But on top of that, half of your shit went to them and the other half went to the poor. So that goes to even galvanize the public even more against you because they're getting rewarded for and he's probably doing it in such a sinister way. Let let me know what happened to brother Battle. We haven't seen brother Battle in a couple Sundays. Have you heard from him, Sister Battle? You might know where we can get a hold of him and his things and his belongings. They might have your mama telling on you and coming up. And then when you get out, you get to see your mama with your belongings or your family member with those belongings. I'm gonna let y'all up after the end, y'all. We're gonna build because I got to get through this document, and he's definitely chiming in with these major things. But then we can all build toward after that. But
It makes
yeah,
you wonder what was happening in the confessionals.
no, that's real. That's real. That's real. And it's only because if I get too many of y'all up here, I won't never get through this document. It'll be conversation after conversation. And I love y'all, but toward the end, for sure. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that's wild. That's wild. So let's go to the next paragraph. This shit has been exploded. Look, we've only got that. We ain't even got to the church wardens and slaves yet, and that's in here, dude. We ain't even got there yet. We got to the church wardens, but not the slaves, and they talk about that in here. Okay, let's go. This is wild. A law stood on the books until 1741. Tell me, what did it say? Established the Church of England. Here, this setting, you will become Englishmen. The Church of England. Travis just said when they baptize you, you will first become Englishmen and then you become Americans. Let me highlight that shit. Travis, we got a bill, man. Church of England. Here, this setting forth that North Carolina was a member of the Kingdom of Great Britain and that the Church of England was the only established church to have public encouragement in it, and expressing gratitude to the society for promoting the Christian religion in foreign parts. What are foreign parts? Anything outside of the colonies, which are Indian territory. How can we get the Church of England with the Christian religion propagated to you Indian niggas? The law divided the part of the state, then settled into 9 parishes as follows. The law divided the part of the state, then settled into 9 parishes as follows. Foreign parts. The law divided into the part of the state. The eastern parish of Chowan Precinct, the southwest parish of Chowan Precinct, uh, Perquium. What the fuck? Hold on. Perquimans, whatever. Perquimans Parish, southwest parish of Pasquotank Precinct, northwest parish of Pasquotank, Coratuck Precinct, Thomas Parish, Hyde Parish, and Craven Parish. I'm gonna tell you what I think this is, but let me read before I say it. A vestry of 12 men was named for each parish. Playing, okay, playing on like the whole. Okay, let me keep going. Among the vestry were such noted men as George. But before I keep going there, notice the names of these parishes. They look like Indian names. Chowan, Chowan. I don't know about Perquimans, but then you got the Pasquotank, the Coratuck precinct, and then a St. Thomas parish. Again, they're trying to.
Because it only becomes a parish once they set up the church. So it could be whatever the land is, but the parish means it's a district with its own church. And then in order for it to become the parish, they need the members. That's why it was so important for them to get these people to join the church and create this so-called parish in these areas.
And
You know
how
what I'm saying?
and how many deacons and deaconesses are there typically in the church? Do you know? How many deacons and deaconesses are there in the church? There are no fixed number of deaconesses by variety of sizes. I was about to say, are they the what? Are they the 12? But I guess it could be any number. I was just wondering who those 12. But I get what you're saying. So there, I get. So I was thinking differently. So I see what you're saying. They're going to establish a Christian religion church from England in the Indian territories outside of the colonies by establishing a parish or church in each area that has 12 people to govern or start each church, is what that's reading. And they're doing it, and they're already naming Indian territories. Like, yeah, well, let's go put one in Choctaw there, and I'll put one over there, and one over there, and that's how you starting to get into some erasure. It says Hyde Parish and Craven Parish. A vestry of 12 men named for each parish. Among the vestry were such noted men among as George. And typically, a lot of your church pastors, like, don't get me wrong, the church pastor is going to tell you that he was called by the Lord to preach. But then you'd have to ask the question, does the Lord only call Masons? Hmm. Maybe they got the one phone that nigga got. The one that nigga the one line that nigga can get to. Cause he ain't got to me yet. And I'm pretty intelligent. Nigga ain't hit me up. He ain't hit Rashad up.
Hey, watch this, Slim. I'm gonna tell you right now. Remember, we all have different gods and shit, right?
Mm-mm.
and everything is in context. So when they say I was called by the Lord, look up. They're talking about a feudal lord. They're not talking about like God. They're talking about a feudal lord. Now look up the
Because we know what
etymology of.
Lord
I'm here.
means.
Look up the etymology of feudal, and then you'll be like, oh shit, it all goes together because all this is about land, right? So the lord they were called up by is a feudal lord, and that's why we have family feuds. Not real shit, bro.
They done made a
Like
game show after shit on your ass. Doo, 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 doo. Got Steve Harvey. Yeah.
hey, cooling and chucking and jiving and shit. You know,
They done made it such a motherfucking practice of mentally fucking with you with it that you God. Oh. Oh, and they were starting a lot of these feuds through informing and giving half of the money. Wow, dude.
what were those? The Hatchkis and the McCoys. They tell you about all these different family feuds that happen, and it was always
I
about
see. Hold on.
a certain amount of land.
I see you, CR. I'm gonna let everybody else up toward the end, man. I gotta get through these. I gotta get through the documents, but toward the end we'll build. Just know what you got, and definitely we'll feed back in whatever your point is toward once we get to it. But like I told them earlier, if I let too many people up, I won't get through the. As you can see, this article is explosive, and we got to get through it. But we also need to break it down via the language. And to be honest, the most perfect person to have up here right now to break down language is your boy Shad. I ain't gonna lie to you. So we're gonna let him build in with this, but we're gonna get you up there. So I was gonna where y'all sprinkling right now before you move on. Oh no, just know that we'll come back into it. But yeah. So what? Okay, feuds pertaining to feuds, estates, the land granted by a superior. Okay, but let me read it. 1610s pertaining to feuds, estates of land granted by a superior or on condition of services to be rendered to the grantor from medieval times. Damn. That's kind of what we're talking where estates of land granted by a superior. Okay, I'm putting it together. I'm like as I read this, it's like I got an instant hard drive in my head, which we do, and like these mental pictures of what I've been through is coming up. And I got documents. I just don't want to lose my spot on that one document. And I can show, but like it talks about how these people would get land granted to them, the settlers. This is in my Yamasi research. Land would be granted to them from from the church in a sense, or the people over the government, the people over there at the time. And this is talking about the land granted to them on a superior condition on services to be rendered uh, to the grantor. So when they establish a church, as well as possibly get granted land or grant land to the 12 members of those churches get large swaths of land, and then they kidnap or find orphan people to work on that church, get you baptized within the church of faith, because they won't give you any loans until you Christianize them in order to get them into the religion. So now that they've baptized you, because I was trying to figure out the reasons for the baptisms, why, other than of course that, but now we can kind of see, okay, and as they baptize you to get rid of your original practices, right? Um, they get money up front to train you as apprentices in their fields and land that was just granted to them by the superior. That sound right?
Look now, Slim. Oh my goodness, we on point. We cooking. We cooking. And now let's blow everybody's mind real quick, right? Now within this definition of feudal, you see land granted to be held as a benefice. Now look that Look up benefice. Just highlight that word and look it up. Right, it's on the third line. Land granted to be held
As a
as a
like benefits,
benefice.
like a beneficiary. I don't know why it wouldn't let me highlight it, but let me just do it. Ben,
This gonna tell you everything.
a church. Hold on. A church living church office endowed with a revenue from Old French benefice and directly from Latin beneficum, a favor, service, generosity, kindness, benefit, but mainly generous, kind, benevolent from God, goodwill, whatever, forming or whatever. Okay, but a church living, church office endowed like the church property, the church revenue. So you're what? Hold on, I'm trying to remember what was we just saying? Feudal. So the land, okay, the land granted to the okay, yeah, land granted to this state, given to the people who would be over you, and they would become the beneficiaries. The church, which is the money would go into the church. Your money, your time, your money, all the stuff will go into the church. Which, in a sense, a lot of it is. A lot of it is. You better give 10%. They force you there for Sundays. And back then, Tasha Z is the one that told me, and I remember seeing it in some documents. I might have it somewhere that tithing was taxation before taxation was taxation. Tithes, if you didn't pay your tithes, you would go to jail. That's wild. So yeah, no, yo works. Not only did they if not only did they have you as an apprentice and got money for all your works as your through your whole apprenticeships, and they want to label that slavery. But then when you became an adult, you had to give some of that tithe money to them too, or else you could be jailed or put on the public block or some shit.
And the reason why the church has to have the land is because they have to be the farmer and not the peasant.
Mm.
If you look up farmer and
Tag to
look at
collect
land,
taxes. Mm-hmm.
yeah. Hey, look. Oh, there we. Hey, you know what's up, man. So they have to be the farmer and not the peasant. So they have to get the land, and you have to be the peasant, so that you do the agricultural labor, and they're able to collect the taxes.
Wow. 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 And that's why they would say these landowners was farmers, or these people would have they say land or these people they try to say the YT folks, they own land and y'all was farmers and or they was farmers and y'all was slaves. They was the big people on top. But they was really just, overseers of of the entire land, making you slaves on your own land, slaves of your own land, via Christianizing you, getting rid of your shit, twisting up the words within the Christian faith to turn you from matriarchy to patriarchy, binding you with laws and practices that forced you into mental chains of doing ritualistic spells upon yourself via religion, to where when they took off the laws, you'd still do them over and over and over and over generations. Damn.
And that's how an economy gets decimated.
Mm.
Then when you look up decimation, right? So decimation is this because we're in the fifth. Your studies are what century are we in right now? And your studies like a 15,
I'm right now mostly
1500s.
like seven. Well, in this particular topic, it's probably like mid 1600s to mid late 1700s.
Okay,
But if you're talking about like my
so
personal studies, I've been back. But my bad. Go ahead.
so around that time is punishment by capital execution of every 10th man chosen by lot, right? And we talked about lot and everything. But decimation is the paying of tithes. It's a taxation of 10% on income,
Say that one
right?
more time. What's a paying of tithes?
Decimation.
Decimation is a paying of tithe, or like shit. That's that. Oh yeah, okay. That's decimating an economy. That's decimating the people. Okay, keep going. My bad.
So it's the paying of tithes, a tithing, a tax of 10% on income, right? And this is what
Mm-hmm.
we're talking about, the taking of a tenth. That's what it means. And decimation. This leads into like shit like decimals and all that.
Mm.
the the common math that we're using and shit, but it's really destruction, man. That's what it is.
Mm.
Destruction through income, through taxing incomes of people and decimating them. You
Damn,
know what I'm saying?
and they put it on you twice because after they've gotten you out of the church form of it, they put you into the state form of it, and now you know that they used to say we didn't used to have taxes like that on individuals. We did, now we do. So think about it. Now they're hitting you twice because they hitting you with a law, which they had a law already forcing you to do the tithes. They took that law off. You still do that while you also pay your tax. You getting hit twice by the same people, except the one for the tithes now is really more fattening up the church, but a lot of that is still going toward the same people. You know, these Masons are politics. These Masons are lawyers and high ups. Yeah, that's wild. That's wild. Whole story coming full circle. Man, okay, so let's read a little bit further and see after these 12 parishes have been established, or these 12 churches in Indian territory, which are the churches of England, which would make you from an Indian to an Englishman, then to an American, as Travis would have said. Man, he gonna have to see this. He gonna have to see this. So okay, let's go. A vestry of 12 men was named for each parish. Among the vestry men, and I one of how many House of Representatives? I was gonna look at that too. Were such noted men as John, because I feel like that's gonna play a part. Like there's 12 something still today that goes on, and I just don't. I just can't make the mental connection. But it says among the vestrymen were such noted men as George Calvin, Eden, Governor.
I don't mean to cut you, but you're talking about the 12 congressional districts in the U.S. House of Representatives.
12 US. So okay, yeah, there we go. There we go. Because it had to start as a church thing, right? And then it moved to a government thing. Because at this time, remember, they said there was no government up here at the time. The only laws being passed at the time was by the Grand Assembly and the Lords Proprietors of His Majesty, likely. The Palatine, the Lords Proprietors. So yeah, this is the precursor in a sense to the way that they set it up. Now we already had our setup. We had chiefs, we had nobles, men of rank. We was functioning like a Congress, so to speak. But this is them. This is their setup. Okay, let's see. Go back down here when they're naming names. Okay, some of these surnames might give way, and it could be all melanated folks. But let's see. Governor Edward Mosley. We know some melanated Mosleys. Governor Thomas Pollock. I think I've seen the word Pollock under some melanated. William Maul. Francis Foster. He spelled it with two F's, thus Francis. I don't know why they put that. Why would you spell it with two F's? Maurice Moore. Okay, I don't know, no questions about that, unless people was already assuming identities by this time, and some YTs was coming in, but I don't think so. I don't think they came till later. Richard Sanderson, Nathaniel Chevin, Tobias Knight, Foster Jarvis, Christopher Gale, William Hancock, and Richard Harvey, like Steve Harvey. Apple doesn't fall too far from the ancestral tree. Okay. Literally, that's a top dude in the parish. Harvey. Harvey is a top. You don't think Harvey's a top Mason? You don't think Harvey's a top motherfucker?
And then we just talked about the Family Feud show.
Yes, we damn sure fucking did. Let's go ahead and highlight Mr. Harvey. Because this comes in light of when me and C3 just got through battling Levi Colbert and Moshla Tubby's motherfucking ancestor, descendant, who's a bitch made agent till today. Is it not a coincidence that when we do our genealogy, the people who are us here on the panel and us here in the chat and in our community, we seem to be finding amazing people that did amazing things, great people, and some people who were done wrong. Even my person who was done wrong, who was enslaved by an Indian who said that he was in. Now this that story is being put together now for me. All this stuff when I reread his documents is going to be put together. But like he was enslaved by another half-blood so-called Indian at the time, and but it says that he belonged to him. He took his name on just like a ward would do, and he was of a young age at that time. He was 9 years old. I think we calculated when he went up under his care. We don't know exactly what happened to the father, but that's a whole nother story. But like thing. But his dad was a chief, and his mom said chiefs. So they were greats. You see these greats, the loves, they were greats. Ali Kahil Hash, greats, families, resorted down to not nothing, because we built great towns in Oklahoma and stuff. But they brought the KKK to Oklahoma, following the greats' descendants. I'm putting it together now because look up how prevalent the KKK is in Oklahoma. Mm. So yeah, let's keep going. So we just named the 12 vestrymen, at least in one parish. The vestrymen had immense authority. We just talked about despotism, right? Immense authority. Uh undreamed of in these days, undreamed of in these days. They had the authority undreamed of. They said any vestryman who was a dissenter and did not believe in the Church of England forfeited £3. I guess that's forfeited £3 English money. In 1749, the Assembly passes an act for liberty of conscience for the benefit of the Quakers. This being
You heard me say that shit earlier. Liberty of conscience, right? You remember when I was talking about Lord
mm,
Baltimore, liberty of conscience, like you're free in your mind.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's wild. I'm gonna read that again so that way I can even more so kind of take in that. Let's see. Any vestryman who was a dissenter and did not believe in the Church of England forfeited £3 of the English money. In 1740, whatever, the assembly passes an act for the liberty of consciousness for the benefit of the Quakers. Do you know who the Quakers are?
Damn, I know who the Quakers are. Hold on.
And I've heard them forever. In 1714, the assembly passes the liberty of conscience for the benefit of the Quakers. This being really a reenactment of a law somewhat older. This allowed all Protestant dissenters within this government to meet for the exercise of their religion without molestation and allow solemn affirmation of the Quakers to
The
be accepted.
Quakers, that's English. It's English people.
Mm.
William Penn, but they would be people that were part of like the Reformation of the church. So they believe in the church in a sense, but there's different things that they wanted to add to their belief system. So like um, Carla says, yes, the Protestants. So like there's different. This is where they're breaking off into all these different sects of
Mm.
Christianity,
Which that makes sense.
right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense because if you establish a church that's very tyrannical, but it's built on a spiritual idea, over time, people will be so used to doing that, they'll do what? They'll be like, well, I'm Christian, but I'm not into enslaving niggas and getting baptismal records and and some of this other stuff you got going on.
The Quakers believed in equality for all genders and races. So they would be like, we're Christians, but we don't believe in what the hell y'all got going on.
Mm, Now that makes a lot more sense. Now that makes a lot more sense. Okay, okay. So now let's reread it a third time, and now we're really getting an idea of what's going on. Any vestryman who was a descendant, we'll get past that. You had to pay £3. In 1740 something, the assembly passes an act for the liberty. Now, real quick, this is real important for like what happened after the Yamasis. Yamasi War 1715, they done broken down the Yamasis. They done enslaved some. They got some done took off, right? So that means some of these Yamasis would be some that they're trying to indoctrinate. Some of these Yamasis they're trying to go out and also still indoctrinate. They don't follow them now. They trying to go indoctrinize them. They like, look, man, okay, we got to find these and establish churches. They're still trying to get you. Is what I'm getting to. And 1749. Now you're talking about the real reclassification. We can say it, but where does it start? Now, it could have started before this. Don't get me wrong. Prior to this up north, things could have been different. And I always got to separate things. We're specifically talking about Florida area at this time, which is really a big part of the South. That's what most of Florida was. There was no Carolina, but right here they are kind of hyper focused on Carolinas, North and South, as they just created the line, which I have the map for. And this is the right time in 1749. I got a goddamn map from 1750s or 40s where it shows the dotted line on that bitch. I'm not want to lose my spot. Normally, y'all know me, I go back and forth. I just don't want to keep losing my spot on this document because I'm using it through my photos app. That's why probably next time I need to have. But see, I'm so real time with it. I would have to have all these receipts in another device. Which maybe one day I do. I do have another iPad that I need to get the screen fixed on it.
Man, you're doing a great job, man. You're doing a great job. All right, you're doing great.
Appreciate that, man. But yeah, I love to like pop up these like quick things to show. But like, yeah, no, like, okay. And this, like, this right here, this whole thing, like, I have to relook at this and the last two live streams and like put all my visuals together. And these are documentaries in themselves to because it would cut out a lot of the in between and stuff and give somebody like a full hour and a half to 2 hours of just super game. That's gonna be amazing. And I had to go get have Rashad in it. If he wants to be, you ain't gotta be there. Yeah, I'm just playing with you. But okay. So I'll be putting your ass on the spot.
Man, I fuck with what you're doing, man. So if you ever need me to come through, I'm on it. You got my
Appreciate that, man. Man, that means that's big.
the
That's
map.
huge.
Hell yeah, is this the map you're talking about?
Let me see. Let me throw you up here. I got something like that. Ooh, that's yeah. Mine is a little bit different, but that one's exactly like. I mean, pretty much like it's showing that the line, those lines was just being drawn because that whole area shows Louisiana, Virginia, and Florida, and that was it. Yeah, that's wild. Yep. Yep. It got it, and then that dotted line stops at that part of Florida too, which is exactly where the Yamasi split. We're basically in that. We're talking about that area right there. Literally, this is where we're talking. That area down there, and they're trying to go and propagate the Bible out to Florida, out to the rest of parts. Yeah, appreciate that. That's why, and it's good for people to get that visual. And things up north, that's why I said things up north could have been a little bit different. I don't know what the history is of the Tuscaroras, or not the Algonquins and Iroquois. They're not really mentioned in a lot of this stuff I'm reading in the southeast. So I can't profess to know what happened up there. Yeah, appreciate that, boss. Yeah.
Hell yeah! While you're cooking, I'm gonna find the information about what happened up north because there was a clergyman that was up there, and I got that information. So that's what I'm doing right now.
Okay, bet that. Yeah, no, that'll be dope. Hella dope. Okay, so we're going to continue to read through a little bit more of this here. So now we know the liberty of conscience is for the benefit of the Quakers. So basically, for the freedom to allow them to practice. Appreciate the galaxy, man, and appreciate everybody that sent gifts. I hadn't been looking over this way, man. But everybody that's been sending gifts, appreciate that galaxy, man. Cuprum, uh,
Just call him Supreme. That's Supreme right there.
that's supreme. Oh, he said
Change
when
his name to that Supreme.
yeah, yeah, and he sent one to you too. That's what's up, man. Appreciate that, man, and appreciate y'all sending them gifts to me or and Rashad, whoever you've been sending them to. I can't tell too much. I'm still trying to get used to this whole TikTok, what you call it. But man, yeah, no, y'all are the real VP, what do they call it? MVP. I was about to say VIP. All right. So liberty of conscience. So it says, for the benefit of the Quakers, this being really a reenactment of a law somewhat older. This allowed all Protestant dissenters within government to meet for the exercise of their religion without molestation and allowed the solemn affirmation of the Quakers to be accepted instead of the usual oath. Coroners were appointed for each precinct, the precincts being much larger than what would now be called counties. A law prevented justices of the court of pleas, the commissioners, and other inferior officers of those courts from acting as attorneys. I'm gonna have to read this again. Let me read through this again, and I think I'm
Yeah,
getting,
can you go back?
yeah. Let's just,
Attorney is a powerful word. All right.
man. Okay, we're gonna get
Attorney
into
is
it for
powerful.
real, because Masons are attorneys. A lot of them. A lot of your brother, a lot of y'all that got frat boys and sororities. Y'all know, you already know. They say this allowed Protestant dissenters within the government to meet for the exercise of their religion without molestation and allowed the solemn affirmation of the Quakers to be accepted instead of the usual oath. Okay, allowing people to do freedom of religion. So it says coroners were appointed for each precinct. What's a coroner? Because I'm thinking a coroner is what, well, I don't know what a coroner is actually. Title of a country or municipal officer with certain duties. Mid 14th century coroner from Anglo French coroner from Anglo Latin custos play placticorum, originally the title of the officer with the duty of protecting the private property of the royal family. So some from Latin with a okay. So a coroner, the English royals, when they say when they say the church has a connection with the Vatican. Coroners are appointed. Coroners are appointed in each precinct. These coroners are heads, people appointed from the majesty, and they're appointed in the each precinct, not being much larger than what it each being larger than the counties. So I got to look up later or whatever what the I used to try to wonder what started the counties, and it says and a lot of these counties were in our names. So now you got precincts, precincts, church wardens. Sounds like jail. Starting to sound a lot like we're in jail and wards of the state. Now we've heard these things through the Moors and through other folks. Look, put the pieces together for real is a different story. Coroners appointed in precincts like jails, your wards of the state to the king. The coroner must appoint the it's probably going to be the person that appoints the vestrymen or who they call the okay, let me keep going. This is wow. It's like the ancestry. I mean, the ancestors wrote this goddamn thing in the newspaper and hid this bitch long ago. Slide that in there for them niggas Samuel Haliko Hill later on. Like damn. Yeah, man, we ain't read a since yet that ain't been explosive. This is wild. Okay. So coroners were appointed for each precinct, the precincts being much larger than that what would be called counties. A law prevented the justice of the courts of pleas. I need to figure out what the court of pleas, the commissioners, and other inferior officers, which were probably people our system, courts, prevented them from acting as attorneys. So it's almost like if you get caught up, you couldn't even get no help from your own folks. It said against one another for less than 10. Looks like some got cut off. I feel like there's some got whited out right there or something. Because this is it's just really something going, and it doesn't really continue right. From acting as attorneys against one another for less than 10, a rather old formula. So yeah, it's something cut off. Something cut off there. Let's keep going. Oh, my bad. You got something up. Oh, you on mute if you don't know.
Oh yeah. All right. So look, this is Lord Baltimore, right? Liberty of conscience, right? Liberty of conscience is allowed to all that profess to believe in Jesus Christ, so that no man who is a Christian is in danger of being disturbed for his religion. And we know what disturbed means now, right? We know that this means that they're gonna put you out in the streets. They're gonna imprison you, etc., etc.
Take your
And all
property.
persons being satisfied touching his lordship's right, as granted by his superior sovereign, the great king of Britain, and possessed by the content and agreement of the first Indian owners, every person who repaireth thither intending to become an inhabitant finds himself secure as well as quiet of his property as of his conscience. You know what I'm saying? So free your mind, da 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 da. Right. So you go to conscious, the faculty of knowing what is right. Originally, especially to Christian ethics. Later, awareness that the acts for which one feels responsible do or do not conform to the ideas of right, right? And then liberty is free choice, right? So you have the free choice pretty much to believe what you want within your mind, right? And then
Mm-hmm.
I just have, and that's just to cover like liberty of consciousness, right? Or conscience, right? Because we talked about it a few times. And then the other situation is in 1620, you had Jonas Michaelius, the first minister to arrive in New Amsterdam, right? This is the Algonquins. Wait, hold on, shit, you can't see the book, chapter, and title. Hold on, so the book is Somebody's Been Lying.
No, I knew that was your book. I was about to say, and that's so amazing that this research has basically we're just getting caught up to the research that you're doing. You know what I'm saying? So no, no, no. I'm already knowing.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. All right, so look, this is New Amsterdam, because remember we were talking about the Algonquins, and you were like, I'm not sure what was going on with them, but this is what was going on with the Algonquin speaking people, right? So Jonas Michaelius, he was out there and he was trying to talk to them about their gods and everything. And I don't want to read the whole thing, but they had Dutch traders. This is in 1609, 1620s, right? So the mid to the early mid and late 1600s, right? And what he said. Let me see if I can get to exactly what he said. This is his basically his ending statement after he tried to baptize them and turn them into Christians, but they couldn't. Right? It would be well then to leave the parents as they are, right? And begin with the children who are still young. They ought in youth to be separated from their parents, from their
Mm,
whole nation. For without this, they would forthwith be as much accustomed as their parents to the heathenish tricks and deviltries which are needed naturally into their hearts by themselves
mm,
through a just judgment of God. Right? So basically, the missionaries in the north were already sending letters to the king to tell them, or to the royalty to tell them, the only way to get these people out of here is to separate the children from the parents. So
mm.
the easiest way to separate oh yeah, by the way, this is Somebody's Been Lying, words, spells, and curses. But the easiest way to get them is to get the children, and that goes into the apprenticeship, right? So you take these
Mhm.
children, turn them into apprentices, and take them away from their families forever.
And that's where you baptize them when they're apprentices. They wouldn't know no different. They wouldn't know no different. Take them away from their kids, their parents forever. Make them orphans in some cases. You may unalive the parents while they gone, while they on their apprenticeship. Now that makes sense. Why? Now that kind of makes sense. Why some of my people, if well, he didn't get unalive because I don't know if he got unalive because after 1865, I don't know what happened to him, and that's the problem. But the Chief Watkins, he um he wrote a note, a letter looking for his children along with other folks. It was like a mass letter, and they were looking for their children in Indian territory, talking about they had instituted these harsh laws, talking about they would unalive them if they ran away, this and then the third, but they were apprentices. So it's like they sent their kids to be now. It's like, why would they leave their kids like that? Why did they do that? But their kids were apprentices and under a law that they had to be apprenticed and bound by these people. And they were looking for the Freedmen's Bureau, some government assistance for help to go get their kids out of there because they started pumping up the laws out there, even though the people still my ancestors still lived, but it goes to show why one brother took on the name of of his guardian of state of his guardian, where the other one didn't, not a slave master, his guardian. He took on the name because possibly neither one of them remembered their dad's last name. One of them said his last name was Chief because he must have remembered they both remembered, not must have, they were both remembered their dad's name was a chief. He was a chief. They said, hey, what's your dad's name? Chief. The other one said Chief Watkins. So they knew that much. The other one said, well, hey, call my last name Chief. He must have knew I don't like that fuck nigga Eli Mitchell. And and then the other one just took on Mitchell because he was the younger brother. So he may not have had as much of the experience or whatever, but it's all like, man, it's all really starting to come together. My bad. Let me put
Yeah.
myself. Wow, wow,
Yeah, man,
wow.
breaking it down.
Breaking that down like a motherfucking pound. Damn. Man, appreciate it. Yeah, and I couldn't break it down as thoroughly without your help. I really couldn't.
And that's what's
Um,
good, man. It takes it's all to come together.
no, yeah, that's real. That's real. That's real. And with y'all in the chat. And I will let y'all up, I promise, toward the end if you're not mad at me and still want to come up. All right, so let's keep going a little bit further. So we just placed some people who are uh coroners, which your coroner today is like the coroner's office. That's where dead people go. And that probably has something to do with it. Well, in something else, some other kind of meaning, right? But this coroner was appointed as the person to be over people like dead souls, like dead bodies, like how they have to extract your spiritual essence from your dead, from your live bodies. But it's that's wild. That's wild. The coroner. Okay, let's keep going. A rather old law forbade the inhabitants of the country of Bath Bath from bringing suits. Country of Oh, there must be a country called Bath or something. Bath. It looks like Bath. So a rather old law forbade the inhabitants of the county. I said country, so that's why it messed me up. But a county could be called something like that. So the county of Bath from bringing suits in the general court pounds. It being said that the small suits had impoverished the people. Let me read it again. A rather old law forbade the inhabitants of the county of Bath from bringing suits in the general court pounds, in it being said that small suits had impoverished the people. Basically, just saying it just talked about how that you couldn't bring suits because they basically were getting rid of the inferior courts. So it looks like they were giving an example of a situation where that had happened. Like, hey, in this county in Bath, in the general court, person tried to bring a suit, and they said, hey, they said that small suits impoverished the people, basically trying to demonize The courts. I get it. I get it. Took me a moment. Bling. Okay. Basically, they're trying to the way that they demonize the other courts to where we don't want to use them, like common law courts, other little courts or whatever. And I don't know the whole things on those, but it is several different ones. And the way that they got you to want to use the highest one that they want you to use is by propagandizing the people, saying that man, them little small suits, it ain't doing nothing but making you, that'll take your own money. You gonna waste your own money going up in there, basically. Okay, I got you, universe. All right, so let's go down. Let me make sure this is big enough so y'all can see it. It says oh, I can't, it keeps doing that. It says provision was made for what was called the trial of small and mean causes. So provisions was made for what was called the trial of small and mean causes by a couple of justices, these being under the value of 40 shillings. An act regulating the militia of the province provided that it should consist of free men between the age of 16 years of age years and 60, and captains were commissioned. It looks like we're talking about the establishment of the police department. And we just got through talking about precincts, church wardens, 12 people being commissioned over certain place, vestrymen. Okay, let me reread this top part again. Provision was made for what was termed trial of small and mean causes by a couple of justices, these being under the value of 40 shillings. An act regulating the militia of the province provided that it should not consist of oh no, so provided that it should consist of free men between the ages of 16 years and 60, and captains were commissioned. The militia were required to appear to be trained and exercised in arms. This is wild. This is wild. Who knew I was gonna find all this shit in one document? Wow. Okay.
Yeah, when you start breaking that shit down real slow, it gets crazy.
Yeah.
You really start to look at the words the way you're supposed to. You know.
100% real. Because man, you get the meaning on so many different levels, and it definitely tells the story. So it says the militia were required to appear, meaning you had to go to work, I'm assuming. He be trained and exercised in arms. We know what that means, and should be provided with a good gun, well fixed sword, and at least 6 charges of powder and ball. And if they failed to appear, should be fined 5 shillings and a half, as much as the failure to have proper equipment. Think about this, y'all. And that's no different from the army, but think about it in a older time. This is how you forcefully Christianize a nation of people who were doing a country or a continent. They put laws on you that are so dumb and trivial that you have to go to church, pay these tithes, go through these practices. And then they put laws, not on requirements and laws and penalties on the enforcers of that. Meaning, I gotta get up and get your ass. Ain't that like police quotas? Yeah, you ain't been pulling nobody over. You're gonna have to answer for that. Now they may not fine you. I don't know. They might have some internal fines, but if you get fired, that's a heavy fine. Right? All they gotta do is they ain't gotta fine you. They just gotta put you on a personal impact plan. a corporate personal impact plan, right? We're gonna write you up. Yeah, too many more of these. You know where you headed. You better get out there and hit that quota. Oh man. Say what?
No, I was just saying for real, and another reason why they wanted these marriages to happen so much, right? Because
Mm,
they needed these households to bring in certain kind of things. And one of the things would
mm,
be you get this household, you get this marriage, you get this household, you get this land, and you have to work this land. And if you don't work this land, you'll be in the same position as a slave for not working the land. If you refuse to do the work, you slaves in chains was a punishment for not only not for it was a punishment for neglecting your duties, right?
mm,
And also
mm,
not attending church.
mm, mm. Miss Shine got me over here blushing. Thank you, Sunshine.
Damn.
The beautiful Sunshine. And to all the beautiful ladies out there.
I might
Uh
have to start turning my camera on. Goddamn. Open the collar of my shirt.
he said, open the collar of my shirt. Oh man. But yeah, no, that's real. And this is some sinister ass shit, dude. Everybody laughing. This is some sinister ass shit, dude. Like probably laughing at you. I'm gonna have to start opening my shirt. But yeah, like this is wild, and this is all in one document. Like who the hell? And this was wrote in 1907. Who the hell studied this? Somebody studied. Think about this. Somebody studied this shit like a motherfucker and put this out. I'm just not thinking about this because this was wrote in 1907, and they laying the pieces out on a platter. Like wow, wow, wow. I love these lives for real. Appreciate that crew, right?
Man, there was a time where people were trying to tell the truth, man, because on any side of whatever you're on, you still want to know what the truth is.
Yeah,
It
no, that's
just it's
real.
just in us, man, to kind of want to know the truth.
Yeah, yeah, that's
And
real.
the way that they have it set up, they got us fighting down here as the average everyday people. But there has to be a multitude of nations at the top, or
Mm,
representatives of these nations at the top, because they wouldn't be able to put Big Brother into your neighborhood if it didn't look like you. So every community has to have a Big Brother that's up there policing them in a sense, right? So that would mean in turn there's people that exist in every nation that's trying to figure out what the hell is going on.
yeah, no, that's real. That's real. These like informants and these, and I've seen that in many different old documentaries about wars going on in other countries and stuff. Man, a lot of that persists. A lot of secret, like people that's in your community that will tell secrets on you and your family members. Literally, yeah, I've definitely seen this in this same primitive fashion. In more primitive areas where they can still do that type of shit, because you need that before you establish like all of these major technological advances and things to where now they're like, okay, you can just kind of set these people out there, set us and forget us, and we're gonna kind of be out there going back and forth doing the same thing, and just kind of oversee the minors that here or there that are gonna be the outliers that are trying to get outside of it. Um, but in a society where you don't have all those advances, like let's say like in Afghanistan where you don't have streets paved like that, you got all these burrowed areas. You need a lot of people to be part of these little groups to go through and telling on people and all that other stuff. And that's a lot of what was going on. I wish I had some damn lip gloss, but not lip gloss. My bad. Lip balm or whatever. It's in my damn car.
Chapstick?
Chapstick. Yeah, I still said the wrong thing, didn't I? Y'all know what I meant. The little whatever shit for my lips. Um. So yeah, I'm hella dry right now. But okay. I was watching one of my playbacks the other day, and my shit was hella dry. I was like, damn, but whatever, man. Fuck it. You got to get out of. You got to sometimes just get to the goddamn knowledge and stop worrying about all the bullshit. Like somebody from FBA.
Nah, that shit matters. I call it live. I call it live lip. Your live lip.
Your live lip. That does happen. Yeah, 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 yeah. You'll see me over here. I'm just like, damn. I guess just you're continuously talking over and over for this long. Typically, you don't talk this long. Like typically, when you're talking in conversation with people, and it's back and forth, and But I've been talking with for 3.5 hours. Damn, damn. We've been in game. Y'all been getting gamed up.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Damn. Okay.
I ain't seen you drink no water since you've been up here, nigga. Bring some water next
I
time.
know, right? I done brung Hello Green, but I ain't bring no water. None at all, man. Okay. All right. Well, let's keep going on this. This is why, and we ain't even got to the slaves yet. Like this is crazy because at some point this is gonna reference slaves, so we know we getting hot. We getting hot, hot, hot. Okay. So we've now trained a militia of people and place laws behind them, forcing them to get your ass if you don't go to church. Think about that and pay these tithes and stuff. Soldiers who resisted, they even say called them soldiers, who resisted the lawful officers or failed to obey commands. Yeah, I'm gonna give me um I'm gonna damn sure give me some see, I'm gonna say this wrong thing again. Some chapstick. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why I don't want to say chapstick, because that's a certain brand. And like mentally, I don't want to say it because that particular brand, for whatever reason, whatever's in there, it breaks my lips out every time instantly. If a girl wears it and I kiss her, the next day I'm starting to feel slight little bumps on my lips. Don't I know that sounds weird, right? But I have to use Manuka honey or honey based uh lip stuff. Not chapstick, but I guess chapstick. Mine's is like some kind of honey based Burt's Bees. That's what I use, the Burt's Bees. Yeah.
Chapstick probably has late colorants in it. Late colorants, they fuck with you. They cause oxidative stress, so
Mm,
it's probably fucking up the DNA makeup of your lips.
mm.
All jokes aside.
No, no, that's real. That's real. No, that's real. And old boy said the petroleum too, and I thought about it having that petroleum in there too. He said chapsticks dries it. Yeah, it dries you out. They're a good brand. Yeah, Burst Bees, they're good. Yeah, I've been using them, and I ain't never had a problem ever. And now when I say, I used to work in the cold as a as a as a the hell was I? Oh, a cable guy. He worked for AT&T as a premise tech and a construction tech over time, and being out in the cold weather, it makes it even worse. And so I was really struggling putting on chapstick or whatever else, and it was fucking me up, man. And that's when I knew I had to find something different, and that's what I found. So yeah,
No,
yeah.
no disrespect to your lives, but if you have a girlfriend, the best thing to use is like her juices. Real talk. Hey, your lips
That
ain't
ain't no
never felt
disrespect at all.
your lips ain't
That-
never felt smoother. Think
you
about
know
it.
what I'm saying? And I like to apply it personally. You know what I'm saying? Up close. You know what I'm saying? I like to, yeah, yeah. You don't need to put it in nothing, baby. Let me just get that next to you. Let me get that off.
Yeah, yeah. Just adapt will do you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. See, we love it over here in America. Now, Africans, I thought, they don't want to do that with an African. I heard, I don't. I can only imagine what comes off of those. It probably will break you out.
Don't want to say that. I'll definitely give you some bone.
Africans watching, mad in the bitch. Y'all had to say something better. Y'all was building and cooking, and he didn't say, didn't shit on not one
What did we
African.
do? What did we do?
You existed, motherfucker. That's what you did.
We came with the colonists, man. Son of a bitch.
Oh god. All right, man. Let's get to this, man. Let's get together. We got to get through this, man. It's 10 o'clock my time. What I got? 11, okay, I got a little bit of time. Okay. Soldiers who resisted the lawful officers or failed to obey commands should be punished at the discretion of the captain by trying tying necks and heels, running the gauntlet, riding the wooden horse, or in such like manners. And if the person during the time of alarm or expedition against the enemy Indians should desert his flag or be disobedient, he could be, I gotta highlight that right there. He and we're gonna reread it again. He could be court-martialed. Never heard that term used like that back then. I mean, I did, but like we know people could be court-martialed and punished, but not to the extent. Like I didn't know they used it back then like this of taking his life. There was thus early trouble about land titles. There was thus early trouble about land titles, and so there was very strong law to prevent disputes about land already surveyed. Read it again real quick. Soldiers who resisted lawful officers or failed to obey the commands should be punished at the discretion of the captain by tying the neck and heels, running the gauntlet, riding the wooden horse, or in such like manner. And if the person during the time of alarm or during an expedition. Okay. And when I say that, what the Lewis and Clark expedition into Indian Territory, when other voyage people would make expeditions, okay, they would have these people with them apparently who charge it is to do these things. It says against the enemy Indians should desert his flag or be disobedient, he should be court-martialed and punished, but not to the extent of taking his life. There was thus early trouble about the title, and so there was about the land titles, and so there were very strong laws to prevent disputes about lands already surveyed. Mm. Let's go to this next one. That was pretty cool. A lengthy law was designed to bring about the more actual observance of what was called the Queen Queen's Peace. A lengthy law was designed to bring about the more actual observance of what was called the Queen's Peace and establish a good and lasting foundation of government in North Carolina. Uh, it being set up, it being set out that several revolutions had already happened in the colony, which had been fermented or fermented, fermented
Fermented.
and carried on by the factious and seditious persons. It was enacted then that any person who should speak seditious words, spread false news, write or send out screwulous. Some of these it's kind of hard to see, and then it's a different kind of word. Screwulous, whatever libels against the government, or like talking bad against the love of government, or should cabal and meet together to plan conspiracies. Funny that word was used like that, cabal. So I didn't know cabal is almost like to gang together. I didn't know the way that they kind of use it to come together and meet to plan conspiracies, riots, etc., were enemies to the Queen's peace and should be punished by fines, imprisonment, or otherwise to prevent such traitorous conspiracies and rebellions against her sacred majesty of Great Britain. I know you want to get something in. What you got?
Now I was gonna say that it's just interesting, like in certain places, even to the day, they have laws against like us gathering. Like in California,
Mm,
they call it gang injunctions.
mm-hmm,
But
mm-hmm,
when a few of them gather together, the police show up
mm,
immediately to break that shit up, right? And then that during like there was specific times where we weren't allowed to gather and meet together, right? Unless it was like to go to church, or there would be
mm,
specific things that happen. And cabal is like an intriguing might be a small group meeting privately, right? So they had to stop these cabals, and they're still trying to do that shit today.
That's real. That's
And
real.
I just think these things are kind of crazy that all these things
Mm.
are happening as we speak.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, and because that literally lets us know that are we on the cusp of being those ones that's the generation of those that's waking us up out of the real change? Yeah, yes. Like some people will woke. Whoever wrote this was woke, but it takes time for a whole shift to happen of a generation of people. It takes a lot of time from the first people that's people who have kept this because I'd say that I wouldn't say this information has never been lost. Like this stuff has been passed down and it's just kind of cycled its way through the generation and it's made its way to a time where their propaganda has had the strongest hold over the bulk of our people, but uh those breakthrough people who've written stuff like this, who've researched things in books that we've read since, people who've been trying to say this and that. That's the only reason why we're not sitting here just kind of conjuring this shit up and like, nigga, this is what happened. We stand on the backs of whoever these folks are. A lot of these folks. That's an amazing thing to think about.
That's what makes it so powerful because all we're doing is we're adding to the works of people who had our similar minds. But it takes time for this information to all unfold correctly,
Hmm.
right? That's why earlier you were like, man, I'm gonna do this until I pass away. And by the time you pass away, somebody younger than you is gonna have to pick up the ball where you left off, and then hopefully, we've had nation build to the point where we're teaching this shit in school, in our own schools, and our children don't have to start from square one like we did, like in the sense of like attaining this information. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean?
Mm-hmm. And yeah, that is the ultimate goal. For us to get it fast, get it faster within the lifetime, disseminate it to as many people as we can within our lifetime, and put it into practice as much as possible, um, in order to impact the changes we want to see happen on a tangible level with our people from here on out into the future until the universe ebbs and flows us down to another goddamn de-evolutionary cycle. Okay, I think we're on the evolutionary path. We're trying to go up, not trying to go down. So yeah, okay. No, yeah, and this is wild. Yeah, so this whole paragraph basically then you know that it's the Queen's Majesty, which we already know. We saw that's who is making the laws at this time in that area, and they're establishing these governments and churches. The Church of England, which is the Church of England, who's under Her Majesty, and whatever. And here, right here, it talks about how basically anybody meeting together talking bad on the Majesty, anybody talking that shit, anybody trying to say they're gonna do something on us or whatever. Yeah, you can, we're gonna deal with you. Okay, let's go down. In those old days, very great care was taken to protect stock, not only horses, but cattle and hogs. And an act of 1741 sets out that many wicked men in the province, too lazy to get their living by honest labor, make it their business to ride in the woods, to steal cattle and hogs, and alter and deface marks and brands. So basically, they're talking about wild niggas. Them niggas out there that ain't working. Oh yeah, they go out there and stealing and taking stuff and marking up buildings with graffiti and shit. Literally, kind of what they're saying right here. Okay, let's keep going. It says, too late to get the business around the woods. Okay, and put fresh ones on. And it was provided that such offenders, and we just talked about the police officers, so we kind of think we know where we're going. Uh, Let me see. It was decided such offenders should receive 40 lashes on their bare back. Yeah, they was doing lashes back then on your ass. Now this is the correlation to where they're trying to make it seem like they was whipping you as slaves. It just hit me. but it was really you offending against some harsh laws. And if you didn't go to church or you didn't do these things, or if you know this one in particular, if you were still the church thing was going to set your ass up in the public square for not going to church. If you go around stealing hogs, defacing property, stuff like that, they would beat you with a whip, 40 lashes. But they would you wasn't the only ones they would do that to. White tea folks had that too. Um Harrison's Law. I ain't got I don't want to lose my spot, so I don't pull it up. But Harrison's Law is will tell you that YT people could be bought and sold, whipped, and all that. And they could be you could be bought by a Negro. Now it's starting to make a lot more sense when you read Harrison's Law. What kind of Negroes could buy you? Well, there was free Negroes out there. If a Negro wasn't an apprentice, or if he wasn't breaking the law, uh, and he wasn't some elderly person they was trying to get into an asylum, he could buy him a motherfucking YT person. Now we know.
And a lot and the crazy part about it is a lot of the stuff was happening to children, not grown adults. Right? I don't have the dictionary because it's in my other phone, but this is what I do have. Right? So this is a kid, right? This is the dictionary, but my old phone is messed up. So formerly one trapping by kidnappers, now one who is bound apprentice here in order to be transported to English plantations in America.
That's in a dictionary. What's it called?
I'm gonna have to open. I'm gonna send it to
Oh, to
you
see the
so
word.
I'm
Wow.
gonna have to charge my phone up, right? But then,
Mm.
just to like add to it. Sorry. Hold on, buddy. Look. Hold on. The term kidnap originated in the 17th century, circa 1680, as thieves can't specifically be defined as the act of stealing or snatching children to be sold as servants or laborers in American plantations. So that's what a kidnap was, right? Because the kid was the slave or the laborer in an American plantation. So that's why you don't want to call your children kids, right?
Yeah. Wow.
Right?
Wow.
Trapping children or sometimes young adults by trickery or force to send them to colonies. This practice was notorious for targeting innocent, often poor or orphan children in places like London and Ireland, promising them work and instead enslaving them.
Wow. 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 Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Let me pull this up.
I'm
That's.
gonna send you that dictionary when I get a chance.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, that's huge. That'd be because this is one of them things I would try to make a little 10-minute video about this, but that shit is hard. There's so much shit in this to encompass this. I'm gonna need several of those because so many people watch my live streams, and I love that. But my 10-minute videos would be what get me really going and give me a lot of followers. My live streams do me pretty decent, but like I can make one video, and sometimes you might get over a few months, you might get 100 followers off of that one video. On them 10 minutes, and it makes sense. It's 10 minutes. You can get it in real quick and keep their attention for 10 minutes, and so I'm trying to formulate some of this stuff into that. But this right here, woo, this is super game.
I guess I can give you look up vulgar dictionaries. All right, they have these things that exist that are called vulgar dictionaries, and
Vulgar
you can get a
dictionaries.
lot of answers by just finding the different vulgar dictionaries throughout history. And they call them vulgar because they talk about slang use and secondary uses of words. You know what I'm saying? So it's sort of like
Mm,
a form of
mm,
etymology, but into slang and terms that represent certain situations. It's
mm.
so deep and it's crazy.
Vulgar
Vulgar and slang
dictionary.
dictionaries of
Okay.
like whatever century.
Got you, got you. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that definitely. Well, appreciate that, Copper Chip. Well, what's up, Dominique? Thank you. What's up, Meta? Tell the people to check their notifications. Many not getting all. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure they might have a little something on your boy. Plus, I be cussing all the time, so I'll probably be getting restricted. I ain't even surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Say, you most people ain't got the attention span for the lives. No, that's real. That's real. Plus, TikTok and Instagram and them, they don't share it out to as many people as you would think. Like so far, it's been 885 impressions on my live. In a sense, people have been in and out. Um, Whereas a video, shit, that bitch, some of them don't go around a lot. Some may go around thousands of times. So it's just a different kind of algorithmic kind of thing. But once I get my own popularity up, that's up for me. If I can build myself up, then I can have live streams with a lot more people, a lot more notifications will be going out.
You don't even want like you might maybe you do, but in reality, the 50 genuine people don't like it's sometimes it's cool to have a bunch of people, but sometimes you want the 50 genuine people to be able to listen undistracted by fools, right? Because the
Mm-hmm.
more people
Oh, maybe his phone died or something. It just disconnected. I didn't get nothing to say you needed to be disconnected. So come back on up if you his phone might have died or something. Oh, here he goes.
yeah, I don't know what that was.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. But you said that oh yeah, yeah, 50 good people, 50. Yeah, yeah. No, that's real. That's real. The only reason why I started changing my excuse me, changing my mindset on wanting more people is because I do see the value to affect more people with the truth in having large followings. Like to hate as much as I don't want to talk about him, Tariq. Um, he only has him having a large people only follow him because he goes online every day. He's built this following up, and so now he has this massive amount of people following something that ain't truthful. And I'm like, well, shit, we got the truth. The only the way, not the only way, but the one of the best ways to affect as many people as possible is to get a little bit of um cloud and fame, if you will, or whatever you want to call it. Not really fame, because that's the bad word to use, but well, I say that, but I should probably look up the etymology of it. But just to be known by a lot more people, because that just means you're affecting more people. And as long as your heart is pure and you're giving truth and you're being unbiased, then it's not a bad thing to want, to look for. But there's very much so a lot of value in having a smaller crowd. Those like toward the end when I can actually start bringing people in. Once I get through this document, people who want to come up, I'm gonna let you up. We'll be able to be a lot more closer in bond. But no matter what, I do plan on, through documentaries and other things, hopefully and affect the numbers and it gets larger and we're telling more people the truth. But I will never forget those folks who are here right now. You all will always have a place to come up. You will always have you all will be burned into my heart and into my psyche more so than anything else. And I don't want to say this because I don't want to put the wrong energy out. I don't want to be like, I'm not doing this for fame or for that, but I don't want to put that energy out. I'm doing this to get the information to as many people as possible and for whatever platform or thing that's needed for that. That's what I want, and I'm gonna keep my heart as pure as possible throughout the process, man. So nah, but I understand that. And that's the only reason why I've been changing it up just for the energy difference. Plus, I can't stand them bitch ass. It's I can't stand a lot of them niggas like these Pan Africans, bitch ass Pan Africans, and like I'd go to these pages and these niggas got hundreds of thousands of followers, ain't saying shit, talking about the dumbest ass shit. They personalities whack. They ain't got no info, ain't researched a dime. And I just be like, what the fuck, dude? Like, but in a world that's built off of this type of shit, which they've constructed, those niggas do get ahead first. That's what they want.
Yeah, like we know who controls this stuff. So if you're telling the truth, You think they're gonna send people to you? Because they
Hell
gotta. It
no.
tells you in the beginning we're sending people to the live, so you know that they're not gonna send people over here to hear this shit. Hell no. But if you push in the agenda, you're gonna have thousands of people. Plus, also, anybody that's in here that's done their genealogy and you really do the research and you start to study your people and you see the atrocities and all the stuff that's taking place with your people, it's an uncomfortable situation at times to go through these things. And a lot of people stay in a position of servitude because it's more comfortable. It is what it is, man. People are comfortable, and this is outside of the norm. So you got to expect it to start kind of slow. It is what it is, man. But for the 50, I like to look at it, man. Like, how often is it that you go outside and 50 people are just listening to you?
That's real. That's real. Real talk. Real talk, and I love it, man. The energy is crazy, and and really, it's like, especially for the build up of figuring it all out. Having the energy of the folks of the family in here in the chat, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok. Um, Y'all know I always shit on Facebook. Facebook niggas, it be one nigga in there. Yeah, rooting for a nigga.
That's because Facebook is full of your family, and they don't. Family don't support.
I
That's
know,
what it is.
right? It's an interesting thing, but we see why they've kind of gotten us flipped. It's a spell, I believe. I think I can actually many of our families are in the church spell. We're within the spell, and I got grace for some of my folks. Some of them, they can still kick rocks. Some of my folks I still love.
It is what it is.
Yeah, yeah.
But hey, look, man, it is what it is, man. People, it's like people are gonna tell the information when you give it to it like this. People don't have no choice but to go tell. So for every one person, that's probably like 20 people you've reached through one person. So the numbers are really doubled in the sense of like everything I've heard today. When I go
Mhm.
live later, I'm gonna mention this stuff and I'm gonna kind of talk about the things. I'm gonna be like, "Yo, where's Sam at?" Then people gonna be like, "Who's Sam?" You know what I'm saying? Then you're gonna pop up hopefully, and then I'm like, "This is Sam." You know what I'm saying? And it keeps on going and going and going and going. It is what it is.
Hell yeah, man. And I love it, man. I love it. And I've always felt like my energy within electronics. Like I almost felt like I used to say, I think I felt like the ancestors speak to me through electronics. Now, ancestors speak to people differently, in different ways. But like me, I've always been around electronics. Even as a kid, I used to mess around with it, try to rebuild things, do all kind of shit. Hella game nerd back in the day. Got away from gaming in my mid early 20s. I'm nothing wrong with gaming. Y'all do your gaming thing, but um I just got away from it. But I was into technical support, all that shit, IT, all that shit. Then I got into all this wiring engineering, all this other shit. But on top of that, I was always learning everything about computers, build computers, of all this stuff. But then when I started researching and going on the internet back in the day, even on other things well before this, I was like, man, I feel like I can, like, every time any answer or question I had was kind of put in front of me, or I could find it easily somehow, on the internet. And I was finding everything. And still today. It's still today. And I feel like I'm being led by the ancestors. Thing like this one newspaper article is a talk about a needle in a goddamn haystack. And then that just be the first one that I pull up. Somebody gave that to me. I didn't get that wasn't me doing that, man. I didn't pull this shit up. I just was led to it. And I receive that energy, and I feel like having you all's energy and also having crowds of energy heightens yours in a metaphysical sense. You know what I'm saying? That's what churches, they feed off of your energy. They have you out there praising and singing in these vocals and these frequencies and stuff, and it's the similar thing as you all are over here tapping screens, typing in the chat, gifting, saying what's up, all that stuff, enjoying it, laughing, and having a range of emotions. It's all helping to feed into the ancestral energy and guiding us toward these topics, through these topics. So, I believe all that shit deeply. You know what I'm saying? Really making some good of a fucking Sunday that they Used to force us to be at church, nigga, we be on our way to the gallios, or what they call it, to the stockyards, nigga, right now.
Hey, look, that's funny because you mentioned Sunday, right? Sunday was mentioned in these documents, right? You know that Saturn used to be the sun, right?
Mm-mm-mm.
But they changed it to Sunday. But this shit is esoteric in a sense too, because like the real what is it? The Sabbath is like Friday to Saturday, right? Like
Mm-mm.
Friday night to Saturday night. Saturday used to be the Sunday. It used to be you feel me? This shit is all
Mm-mm.
it's all deeper than but now we have a new sun, Sunday. And people do a lot of sun worshiping and shit. You feel me? Which
Mm-mm.
they need to stop doing, but whatever, to each his own.
Yeah, yeah, and they make Saturn. Some people try to equate Saturn with Satan and try to make that the negative principle, which we know Saturn is Satan, but Satan is not. But they think is as bad, right? Because you know what I'm saying. They say he's the light of the whatever. Saturn is known for the heat, the planet of heat out of the four elements. Uh, I don't know what the element is for green, but not just playing. Uh but
Okay,
Saturn.
so Saturn's color is black, right? So Saturn would be like the black sun, and it's
Mm.
lead, right? That's his element is lead, right? So that's why you write with these lead pencils, and you start to get some different kind of shit going. You feel me? But whatever. This is on another level. But
Mm-hmm.
Saturn represents Satan, but in the sense that the energy that Saturn holds is like a gatekeeper to like this firmament that we're under, right? And the Bible says we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but principalities, which is Satan, because Satan is a prince of darkness. Darkness is the chaos, right? That formed into, which is the different elements that formed into prima natura or fiat natura, which is let there be nature, and created this situation we're in right now. You know what I'm saying? But it's all about
Mm.
like debt and getting out of debt, et cetera, et cetera. It's a long thing. I don't want to get into that because you're reading the document, but whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Oh
That's the
yeah.
principality.
Now we gotta have a metaphysical like build on that um for real. Because I definitely want to go in even deeper on that on so many levels with what I've learned through some of the stuff through Rudolph Steiner and them. And hold on, let me go to this. I gotta do this real quick because your boy
It's
about
all
to
connected, man.
roll it. But yeah, no, that's real. And notice onto the right side of here, I while we were talking, I just so happened to look to my right and I noticed the word Negroes a couple times in that section to the right, and I highlighted in red. So we haven't even got that far. We've talked about church being established. We've talked about precincts or count, being set over counties, which are getting rid of the courts. We talked about laws being established that could get you fucked up and all this. And now we talked about the police established and the laws against them. And now we're talking about people like we just said, niggas getting together, being what they would term like a delinquent or person absent from work or absent from the church, but this time absent from work, and and what is going to happen to them, and then eventually we're going to get to some Negroes and church wardens and slaves. I got to keep going. I ain't even gonna lie. I ain't got nothing to do until about 1 o'clock. So if y'all up, I'm up, nigga. I'm shit. I gotta read through this and I want to get this. Uh,
Yeah, that the warden, church wardens, and wards and wardship, man. All these things are really interesting.
It goes into a lot of the things a lot of y'all been saying. Oh, if you call yourself black, you term yourself being a ward of the state. We're gonna get into all that. You pretty much all these things, man. Or being under they things, you're being wards. So okay, yeah, let's continue. But I saw that Negroes over there, so we definitely got to keep going, man. This is wild. Okay. Um, it says in those old days, very great care was taken to protect stock. Oh, wait a minute, we did that. Hold on. That was the part about the people get too lazy, cattle marks, 40 lashes. You receive 40 lashes on your bare back, well laid on the first offense. And these are kids. So now it makes sense. Now it makes sense why it was lashes. Because I was thinking too, like lashes. But they out here beating adults. They want you to think they was beating adults. An adult will beat your ass. You gotta imprison an adult, nigga. Yeah. Yeah, he said, "Does Samuel have a YouTube channel?" Yeah, it's in my same name, Samuel Ali Kahio. Um, mm.
Facts, man. They were whooping on kids.
Indian stuff said, "Let me real quick." I'm not in. For those who don't know, I'm only letting some people up on the end when we get done, so that way we can get through this document, which is just too explosive, not to deter from. I get too many people up here. Uh, I would. And Indian style, man, you didn't agree. I mean, I know you and Shy kind of cool, but I didn't agree with you on a couple of things. And you was kind of acting the kind of way. I dare sure ain't letting you up right away. I'm just messing with you. I'm messing. I'm messing with you. I'm gonna let you up later. You said, "Fam, I'm under attack." What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I'm under attack. You know what your boy talking about? I'm gonna give you 2 seconds, Indian style. I don't know what you're talking about. Literally like a minute.
Hold on, bro. I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna just see if I verify. Do you got a YouTube little channel? It's doing it. Because if
You going in and out.
do my due diligence. This is what I just came across. So, because he's promoting like a name, a lobby about to do. I think it's like 11 o'clock. But you are in the, you know what I'm saying? They calling you you're a plebiscite pretendian.
Hey, I love that.
Okay, well, I just wanted, my only point was just to confirm that that's you.
No, no, let me see. If you got some, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it, but if they doing it, let me see it. That means my name getting around. That's FBA in they motherfucking feelings. That's it. That's right, Dominique. All press is good press. They gonna come over here and be like, "Let me go see who this bitch ass nigga is." They gonna see one 10-minute video. Damn, got your ass. Wow. Wow. Who's putting it up? Who's doing it? Do you have the name? Is that Tariq did it? Because I was waiting for him to put that up. That's Tariq's page. I was waiting for him to put okay. Ooh, oh, I see it. I see it. I see it. Hold up. I was waiting. I said he probably not gonna put that out. I said he probably not gonna put it out. Then he finally put it out. He had to make a special. Let me do this. He had to make a special thing for me. Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, hey. This is a good time for me to let y'all know. All Access Viral Media from YouTube asked me to do an interview yesterday. So I'm gonna take this wherever it's gonna take it. And I'm gonna shit on this nigga everywhere I go until this nigga get his shit right. I like that. Let me screenshot that. Okay, I'm sorry I said that shit about your Indian style. I'm sorry I said that shit about you, man. I'm messing with you. Mm. And see, my thing, my thing with him is that talking points uh create erasure, right? And he doesn't want to stand on there when I bring that up. That's going to be the main thing I bring up because what did he do during his hip hop documentary? Joe's out here saying stuff, y'all. Joe's out here, Fat Joe, y'all. Talking points lead to erasure, y'all. If they keep talking about it, they created it, y'all. We gotta do something. I'm doing something too, bitch, nigga. Any talking point you got that's erasing us, I'm on your ass. Just like you was on Fat Joe's ass and everybody's ass doing live streams all the time about them niggas, which I agreed with. Yeah, them niggas shouldn't have did that. But that's exactly the boat he's in today. So yeah, no, I appreciate that.
No, I'm saying it's gonna lead to exactly. So we're gonna get on your head, nigga, and then we gonna get to the people that was bringing up you in some of the interviews, Tucker Carlson. So we about to crack both of your heads. Since you just like those guys, we about to see you about to do it on a whole nother level and call up on the little, you know what I'm saying, want to be glazing these folks for that. So this is gonna lead to some. It's the situation is about to reach critical mass.
Yeah,
It's gonna blow up
man.
the little platform like a balloon.
Yeah, well, it may be a little bit. I know I'm gonna catch a lot of hate from the FBA side, and I actually seen some people drop out as followers, and I'm glad, bitch, nigga, get your ass home. Eventually, once they do their motherfucking genealogy, watch them slowly be like, where that Samuel Kahilo at? Where that Rashad at? These niggas keep popping up in the algorithm now that I'm looking up Indian shit. Yeah, bitch. Yeah. Y'all not gonna be, but that's fine because none of them niggas need to be subject matter experts on this shit. Because if FBA was to all of a sudden switch their tune and start becoming an indigenous talking point, major talking point, and switch their tune, them niggas would be at the top, and none of them niggas need to be commanding any of this subject matter, nigga. It should be all the people who was here prior to me doing this and all the people who are here today and those who come after that stay on this for the good reasons. You know what I'm saying? Not just me, obviously, but all kind of folks. So yeah, man. Well, I'm gonna drop you down there, and then we're gonna get back to the. Appreciate you coming
Right,
up.
right. I just wanted to establish that for the record, but yeah, I was on it, so my motherfucking detective and sagacity came through. Good word just comes through again. So yeah, I'll drop that.
That's wild. Appreciate that, boss. This nigga done made a whole me pointing at corn. I ain't even say anything about corn. That's the funny thing. I said shit about indigo. You said what?
I'm just saying that's crazy, man. I don't see how people don't recognize what's going on. Like that shit's wild. If all you doing is talking about the truth, like anybody that's attacking you should that should spark like a red flag in everybody's mind. Like out of all
Mm-hmm.
the shit that's going on in the world, you want to attack a nigga that's telling the truth. It doesn't make no sense to me.
Because he could have done some due diligence. Like I understand we had a disagreement. Appreciate you. What up? Oh, you already know. Got to give props. And you always wanted about standing on business, standing on props of those from before and those going forward. People may look at it a certain way, but that's no difference than honoring your ancestors. You honoring your current day ancestors who did this shit before you got into it and figured out who you are. They're still alive. They're in us. We're honoring opium as we come up into this space. We are honoring Rashad and C3 and Copper Empress, highly advanced. Um, Lowe's, you know what I'm saying? David, you know what I'm saying? I'll throw Dallas out there. I done seen you sneak in some lives. You know what I'm saying? You the only one from that camp I'd even fuck with after all that. I done seen you sneak in on some lives and get a couple games. I ain't mad at it, and a lot of the folks who I know that was really doing hella research, who I may not have mentioned their names, man, that put, and even the people who that ain't on the research side, that's on the I'm gonna stand on business and I ain't gonna let these people keep making live streams about us and we not have live streams to battle at, like Wani, like Monty. You know what I'm saying? Like Royal Kenya out there, she be battling motherfuckers, Venus. Um, we can name so many people. Over on the FBA side, you can name Tariq and Afro Elite and Tariq. So yeah, you know what I'm saying?
That shit is crazy to me. Like the government is out here doing all kind of shit, and you want to make a live about Sam? That's wild. Like there's a lot of shit to be talking about, man.
Yeah, and to be like I said, we could have had we had our disagreement, but he could have easily been like, you know what, like I would do. I'd be like, let me look and see what this nigga be even talking about, that old bitch ass nigga. And then I'll get over there, look at your page and be like, and if I was a true and fair person, I'd be like, well, you know what? I really can't be too mad. Nigga did bring some truth. If I can't debunk it, but nigga did piss me off. You could have came at it a different way. Then you come on my page. Then you could have came at it a different way. Be like, oh, bitch ass nigga came on my page and just kind of went, and you just mad at the way I came at you. Okay, whatever. I confronted you with the information a certain way, but this is how you could tell he doesn't stand on any kind of information or anything but ego. He was like, no, I'm about to sit here and Photoshop. Let me go find a picture. I don't even know where the hell you found my face looking like that, or maybe somehow you got a way to make AI make it look like that, and you like you took time for that. I took time to do more studying. This nigga took time to make bullshit ass thumbnails. I got him. Yeah, this gonna really hit them niggas. Nah, when I drop this in the corn with the feather ass niggas. I clown this nigga so something fierce. This nigga don't want to fuck with me.
That's crazy. And then you got the word pretending up there. That's dangerous. Like, why would you? Why are you doing that? Like now
Mm-hmm.
you. Every time you do that to a nigga telling the truth, you're pretty much trying to take away from the actual truth that's being told. Like it's
Mm-hmm.
gonna make people that don't know the information look at anybody that's sharing information, and in the sense that of how we share it, it's gonna make people automatically look at it like it's foolishness.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And was excuse me. Oh, never mind. Yeah, February. That's tomorrow. It's coming out at tomorrow, 11 a.m. Excuse me. Um, no, that's why. And you know what else is funny? Because I was waiting for him to come out with it. I ain't surprised really. I'm surprised. I ain't surprised with the thumbnail. I knew it was gonna be some crazy thumbnail. It wouldn't be him if it wouldn't. But I've been waiting. I thought he might not come out with it because I'm gonna tear his ass apart when I replay that bitch back because I know how the energy was. I know how things happen. And hold on, let me let a couple people. I know with this, I'm gonna let some folks up here for a few minutes, man, and because I know this is a different time right now. We talking about this FBA thing. I got to get back to the document. That thing is too explosive. But opium, I gotta let him get a word in. What up, O?
What up? Oh, real quick, cause I wait. Did Tyreek posted you?
Yeah, he said that this video gonna be released tomorrow at 11 a.m.
See, yeah, he picking and choosing, bro. Because that man, I want that nigga because he out here in L.A. and I know where your museum is out and everything, nigga. So I, bro,
Mhm.
you don't want to take it there, bro. So that's all we gonna say. We don't. I'm gonna
Please don't get in trouble, bro.
Ah, no, you know,
because
oh,
it's gonna get. I don't want to say it like that, but I'm saying he pushing, he touching stuff where he shouldn't really be touching. Like when he going to this extent, he putting pretending. Like I said, don't be surprised, my nigga, if they get too far, and I hope he listening on the background, nigga. I'll go to your museum and call me a pretending in my face, bitch ass nigga. How about
Okay,
that?
please don't get in trouble, bro.
No, it ain't even about that. Man, we from California. Tyreek know what it
it's
is.
about to get
And then, like I
crazy.
said,
Opian, you're saying
my
too
sister
much
start
on this
telling everybody
internet,
that he
bro.
here telling people that.
I know you fucking lying. This man made an AI picture of you. Hey,
Playing with fire,
can I talk?
playing with fire.
Oh my god, that's
Hey,
funny
Samuel.
as hell.
Okay, y'all let what's up, Lena?
Hey, Samuel, what's up? So, I have FBA in my thing because even though I showed you, right? We had this part. You taught me a lot, and that's what I came up here to tell you. You taught me a lot, and even though I still have family out there in North Carolina. I showed you probably some things I didn't show anybody, right?
Mm-hmm,
So you know
mm-hmm.
that there's documents that I showed you and everything like that of my native family. But even with us growing up with our native family, we still was raised to say that we were Black Americans. And you're like, listen, you got these documents, why? And so you taught me a lot. I'm not gonna lie about that. So please don't judge everybody that has that thing, because I'm always here supporting you, always on your live, and I'm glad to see that you're on the camera more. But I got you. You know,
I,
you're all
I
right with me.
I appreciate that. Much love. I do always see the support, and hope you continue as FBA is gonna start to really hate me for a bit. But some would. Don't get me wrong. Many will come over because once they start looking, they'll find. But some are gonna be completely turned out. They're gonna like, oh, I'm not even gonna watch a video period from this
Yeah,
nigga
I
just
mean,
because
you
Tariq
can't
said
fight
so.
somebody over their
But
you can't fight somebody over their lineage. Like, that's the stupidest thing. We all know that we probably have indigenous, like I told you. I didn't know that I had lineage at the original royal family of Hawaii. I had no idea. I knew the ones from the East Coast, but in Oklahoma, but I didn't know that I had it that deep. You know what I
like
mean?
King Kamehameha.
In the Miwok, I'll send it to you. I could inbox it to you. And the Miwok, from the native from California, and they were dark, dark.
If you
So
if you are a part of the Miwoks and you haven't seen all of my Miwok videos, you should be. It should
yeah,
be your name should be on here, Lena Miwok, right now.
okay. All right, so I'm telling you, that's what I came on your page, and it was late, and I learned so much. I was like, "Dang, he's teaching PhD level." I always tease you about that. So, some of us were some of us, it's just the way that we were taught, and I'm never going to fight any or argue with anybody about their lineage, because we don't all have the same lineage. And definitely, I know I'm down there with my Lumbee cousins, I'm down there with them a lot. I'm down there with you know I'm down there with my Choctaw family, and you know and I learned a
Mm,
lot from you about that. And this is my lineage. Don't you remember I sent you those information? And you're like, whoa, you know what I mean? Don't you remember?
yeah,
I know you talk to a lot of people, but you taught me
but
so much more than what my family was teaching me.
yeah, and I
So man,
appreciate
I'm all
that.
right.
I appreciate that.
I'm gonna stick here, come in, learn, and I'm not getting in no beef about nobody's lineage, but we're not no pretendians for sure.
I
But that's
appreciate
one
you
thing
saying
with
that.
the
Go ahead, O.
FBA, that it's supposed to keep them in a monolith. Like, you know what I noticed about the FBA? It's to keep us in a monolith. Like, whatever it does. Yeah, we're not in a monolith. I mean, I'm an admixture, right? I'm an admixture, but I'm not gonna be up there bashing anybody. I don't bash people. I know people come and speak
I
to
will
me.
say this.
I'm gonna answer them.
I will say this, Lena. We over here though, and for anybody, we're taking a quick. I'm gonna use this as like a quick break that letting people talk is allowing me to get a little quick wind in before we get. But we're gonna get back into the lesson for sure, for sure. But we're gonna get a quick break in, talk about this because this is a pretty little topic. But I will say the bulk of us over here on this side don't consider to be admixed. We consider to be the bulk of what our tree is, and the bulk of our tree is typically full of people that look like us, which are Indians who were put through this horrible system
No, no,
that we're
no, no.
deciphering.
No. Forgive me, because I'm not talking about, like I said, everybody has their own lineage. So if I have some friends, Louisiana. Okay, so when I said admixture, that's what I'm
Oh,
talking
like some friend.
about.
Oh yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not talking.
yeah.
I'm not talking about the native indigenous. Like I said,
Oh,
I
okay.
can send it to you. What my like some of the records, but I've already showed you some of the records anyway. So, and you're
Nah, you
like,
good.
oh
You good.
shoot,
You can.
listen,
Nah, you good. Like, you can see the
yeah,
people in the chat. They like they sell because they knew if they like. I know they over there itching to get their fingers to say something when you said they're admix. So,
yeah, no, no,
nah,
no,
you
not
good.
the indigenous at all. Especially when I already got maybe a long time ago, I didn't know like they had so many copper color indigenous like that. But now, I'm on that. I'm
Yeah.
on that. So again, I'm here. I'm a supporter of you. I've learned a lot from you. I'm not going to take that away from you ever.
Okay,
And I'm
pretty
not going to
yeah.
be arguing with people either. So thank you.
No, no, I
I
appreciate
just
that.
wanted to come and say thank you.
Okay, appreciate you. Appreciate you. Like always. Much love to you,
But
Lena. Oh, go ahead,
like
Oh.
I was saying, the whole yeah, like I was saying, the FBA thing to me is a big old. It's actually a distraction for people who are either coming into this knowledge and trying to find like their place or trying to find a direction or a space that they can actually fit in. And to me, it's a distraction or to help actually put a person back into a monolith because when you want to claim an acronym before the history of your folks before you want to claim, an atrocity or something your folks accomplished, like as in an accomplishment, and rather just be like, oh, I'm FBA instead of being like, I'm Johnson or I'm fucking Daniel from the family from what you call it area that went through this atrocity that or contributed to this war. That's a way more bigger impact, and you can build having a conversation with an individual more than just saying, "Oh, you FBA, my nigga. Oh, yeah, I'm FBA too. Fuck the government." Like, nigga, what? Like
Mm-hmm.
that's you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. And people just tag along to the same and when you put it with these political issues and these hot button topics, that's how it makes easy. It's an easier thing for people to tag along to. What you don't like, you ain't into what is it, abortion or whatever. What I don't like it either. Yeah, neither. Well, I mean, they ain't got nothing to do with ABA, but you know what I'm saying. And then it's like you'll join this for that. You know what I'm saying? God, I understand that. What's up, C3? My bad. Make sure C3 get her words in. She might be on the call.
I'm gonna drop and I'm gonna post some of my native stuff. So I'm gonna drop because I can't post and be in here. But thank you guys and
Thank you,
much
Lois.
love and keep spreading the information. But I'm gonna post some of
Be
my
careful posting that because these Native Americans going around taking people family records and trees and posting it as their own. So be careful posting that. That's a message for all of our people.
Yeah.
Alrighty, thanks so much. Okay, thanks. I'll drop. Okay.
All right.
Have a
Thank
good
you.
day, y'all.
You too.
Okay.
What's up,
I
C3?
can't believe this man made an AI picture of you. He went to your page.
I had to come up. I was like, this nigga actually made a fucking AI and a homie. I said, wow.
Not realizing that you look just like an Indian.
I didn't think about that, but and people have said that nigga do look like an Indian. That is wild. I didn't think about that. You do put this whole pretending on the face of a person that looks very much so like what people would see as an Indian, and people have told me that a lot.
But they'll put those pale skinned people up and be like, this a real Indian. What? You're not real. Oh my god. I saw this at the come up. I said, no. And this happened what, like 2 days ago? You just now trying to post it? He don't
Yeah.
know what he about to do to himself now. Let us all go get a clip of this video and start cooking.
Man was fired. He itching more and more over to like I said, I don't mind him messing with like a few other people that he was kind of messing with, but when he started coming over this direction or fucking with people that I now personally like really fuck with now, it's like, bruh, if you really want to have a conversation, call me or pretending in real life. Let's go live, nigga, in your museum, both of us. I'll pull up on your shit, and you call me that in my face, and let's see what happens. Or let's have a conversation in real life. Let's have a real conversation in real life about our lineage in your museum. Don't play with me.
Oh, I gotta, yeah, and I gotta let Chief EJ
That
smoke
shit
him.
funny as fuck. Got you in the regalia and everything. Now I realize they look natural as shit. These motherfuckers need to stop playing. They need to stop playing. The truth is coming out. This is why ICE is doing what they doing and whatnot. Not just to all these illegals. They need to send their ass with them too, because they the first illegals. You're the descendants of the first illegals. The fuck? Send your ass on too. That's just how I feel about it. But yeah, because they know the truth coming out.
Hell
All these
yeah.
cool ass motherfuckers on this app.
Yeah,
They can
and
send their ass to Africa too, since they want to be there. And then this nigga had the nerves to come on this app, and this is part of the.
oh, she might have got a call.
Oh, I was like, Damn, my phone is fucking up again.
Yeah, I thought it was mine. I wasn't even out. I thought
Chief EJ Smoke 'em. What's happening?
So this what it is? This how motherfuckers want it? So we was really over here trying to just be peaceful, you know, and mind our own Indian business. Now we gotta take it there.
that's what I was saying. He gets over too much to the fire, bro. He gets too close to the fire.
He just put his feet right in the fire. Now his shots fired. We on his ass.
I did.
Drag his genealogy, finna drag his tether wife, all that goddamn.
I did roll up in his territory.
On tether shit, nigga, but you laying up in the bed with a tether with your bitch ass.
That's real. That's real. As much as he tries to not be honest about it.
In the bedroom.
Yeah. As much as he try not to be honest with you, like even I told my honesty. I'm like, yeah, I used to be with a girl that was she wasn't my wife. My wife was actually I didn't realize my wife was Jamaican. Her granddad is Jamaican. I did know that. Her mom, I think, is from here, or her dad, whatever, one of the two. I don't know. They both could have been whatever, to be honest. But you know, but then even a girl that I dated was South African, and her mom was from Bermuda. So I mean, she looked like a tall, thick Tila, you know. And that was, you know, I'll tell my little story. Like, why wouldn't you tell people that? Like, if I was to marry that girl, and like, is that does that take away from me telling the truth? You know, but there has to be some reason why he's holding back that information. Like, he don't want to talk about his, you know, small little minor things, especially since he's so onto everybody about who you are, where you from, where your folks from. You know, nobody can find out where your folks from. Okay, my bad. Go ahead, Chief.
Oh man, I did a drag on him on one of my lives and kind of left him alone, but now I see his back smoky. I'm gonna get back smoky on his ass. I just was dragging him about how his wife got tether ancestry and how he ain't trying to claim it. They even hide this girl records that when you Google her and try to see where she's from, she don't have no birth certificates here. There's no records of nothing from her here. But it says she's born in America.
Wow, that's aging shit like a motherfucker.
He is nobody for them to be hiding her information. Like he ain't no top level CIA opper. This is a regular filmmaker. Why is they hiding his wife identity where we can't see where she was born, her family? Like what the fuck is this shit?
That's wild. That's wild. Yeah, and we know, and I know that they do that because they've done that with Kamala Harris's families. They know that with other folks' families tried to scrub and put they yeah, actually put fake photo, you know, Photoshop her with folks and shit. You know that Candace Owens had did the little expose now. Whether that was debunked or not since then or not, I don't know. But you know, no, that's wild. So that shit goes on. What's up, Copper Chippewa?
What up, Copper?
Peace, fam. I actually came up to say what Chief BJ said too. I actually tried to do her genealogy. He's correct. They have her records hidden like when I tell you she's like a ghost. Like so, I is American. Her shit is hidden. So like as far as Kamala, I got Kamala's real birth certificate. So no, Kamala, I got her. And for the record, Candace Owens only did her genealogy because of me. Because I told that bitch I was going to do Kamala's genealogy in her comments, and then she started the next day or a couple days later.
Damn.
So Candace, she always got that shit from me. However, I do have Kamala's real genealogy. I have her real birth certificate, and I have Barack Obama's real birth certificate. I still say them mother suckers is brother and sister because they actually both are born in Indonesia. That's where Barack and Candace both was born. And they got the same mother, so like they brother and sister. But that girl, his wife, there is nothing on record for her. Like I literally couldn't find nothing for her. So I'm not even sure if that Haitian man is her father because there's literally no documentation to find her. You can't find her birth certificate. You can't find no baptism records, no church records. Like when I tell you nothing exists Chief EJ's correct. Nothing exists with that girl.
That's wild.
They're hiding her. So who is she? Who's she related to? She's probably
Mm.
related to somebody of nobility.
Oh, but get this. They're claiming her, he's claiming her as a black American woman. He is propagating her as an all black American woman that has no. I'm telling y'all what it is. If you look up her information and you read her depiction, it says on there that he depicts his wife as an African American, black American woman and FBA. He's saying she's an FBA.
Mm-hmm. He's self-identifying her. You're correct. But I couldn't find nothing either, and I'm damn good at genealogy. Like I'm damn good.
And I guess
I can't find her. Like I said, I got Kamala's birth certificate and Barack's birth certificate.
I get
They
hold
can't
on, hold
find
on,
hers.
hold on one second. And I'm a and I understand, but I'm gonna probably have Chief EJ take the fam down just for now. Since I'm simulcasting on 4 platforms, I don't know if it would be considered doxing. I don't know how to hold it. On TikTok only, on TikTok only, we can blast this nigga. But since I'm on YouTube, I don't know the whole thing on that. But but I get it. Cause at this point you already know he gonna be looking at this shit, so he gonna be in his feelings. But go ahead, my bad. Who was saying what?
No, I was just gonna chime in because you had said earlier when you was talking about, because myself, I've dated other people too, and I don't, and this is my issue, and I just want to clarify this for a lot of people that probably don't get like our stance or our perspective on that. Well, I'm gonna speak for myself too, right? Is that like I'm not really tripping. If you've already then had a child before you came into this information, or you already kind of got a relationship with people of other cultures or races or whatever it is before you really start coming in, that's not the issue. My issue is now that you receive this information, or now that you see what's going on, or now that you've seen some of the documentation, or you're speaking about it, is it with a bias?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the only thing. If you have a fucking bias, that's the problem. Is that you can't now have these relationships with these people, or even even if you had a child with this person, right? I don't care. Are you when we're conversating right now in real time, or when you study in history, does it come with a fucking bias?
Yeah. And what's wild is, and I've told my journey about being FBA. I've supported Tariq. I used to pay. I subscribed to that bullshit ass FBA stream, which he never put nothing but his own content up there. I thought he was gonna put other people. I bought FBA shirts. I was a vendor at the FBA Expo. Overpaid the price of almost like $800 or something wild for a vendorship spot that really didn't make no money at all because some people showed up. Most people were downstairs versus the upstairs for the way whatever way they built had the whole situation, and he made it seem like a bunch of people made money. He gonna overshadow, but niggas didn't make bread like that. But I tell you, you take it to the chin. You know what I'm saying? It's like okay, whatever. But I mean, not take it to the chin. To be honest, it's just an experience. You do anytime you're a vendor of anything, you cool with taking a loss. But you look at it as I'm putting money into the cause. The cause of fighting for my people and reparations and all this other shit and stream some of them, what I'm saying, documentaries and stuff like that. And in fact, he had blocked me at one point because back in the day, I used to be called Chef Bay, Bey. I used to go by Bay. Again, I was like in that Moorish phase, but I was never a Moor. But I did get to a point to where I didn't like my last name because I thought it was, the whole indoctrination bullshit. So I dropped it and I went with Bay because it was the coolest sounding Moorish name. I thought, I was like Samuel Bay. That sounds kind of cool. And also, I used to listen to Alim Bay and sister a couple of other Bays, whatever. Without getting to it. And that nigga got super game. I ain't gonna lie. Island Bay still got super game. Even that nigga's kind of switched up his idea of and talk about America being blah blah blah. So like I went to the Bay and at the time he was going back and forth with Taharka Bay. And I guess I don't know. I guess maybe he got mad at all Moors or something. He just blocked me out of nowhere because I didn't do nothing to him. But I was like, well, the nigga was going back and forth with that nigga Taharka Bay. So maybe the nigga blocked me because I wasn't even doing much on Twitter at the time. I was more of a watcher than I was a poster. And I think I had tagged him in a post trying to reference something that was something good about something he did. Actually, I think that's when he blocked me. So that was just like, okay, I've been blocked with him on Twitter. But all I'm saying is I've really tried to actually play a part in that community to a degree. I put a lot of money, time, effort listening to shit and support. And the only recognition I get is today as a plebiscite pretender. After I've made my name in a whole nother community full of people who really love me.
Full circle.
Mm.
Full circle. Ain't that crazy?
Mm-hmm. 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 And the main thing I can think of, I mean, not think of, my bad. Let me turn my camera on. I was smoking. Uh, the main thing I can say is, uh, I stand on truth, and it feels good. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't mad at this shit, nigga. Are you serious, nigga? What the fuck I'm gonna be mad for, nigga? I'm a plebiscite pretender. Let them watch. Let them see my sources and see how much of a plebiscite pretender I am. The only reason why they ain't gonna follow me is because they too much of a Tariq, a Tariq Dick, whatever. You know what? I'm on TikTok. You know what I'm saying? They on your shit. They on your balls. Okay. That's the only reason why they ain't gonna if they watch one or two videos, nigga, they gonna be hooked. I thought you was gonna lead this off. I thought you was gonna be like, nigga, I ain't trying to get this nigga no clout. You may have unleashed them, nigga. You may have unleashed the ones that's really looking for the truth. May have. We'll see. I may lose some followers. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what
But you
happens.
know what, Sam? This makes sense to us now. This is personal. So it
Mm.
makes sense. It's personal. Mr. Sassy probably mad that he lost one. Mr. Sassy said, damn, I lost one.
Playing too much. That's what I'm saying. He playing too much.
Yeah. So now it makes sense. It's personal.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
What's up,
That's all
Gerbil?
right. We got you. Because now it's time. It's now time to turn up on Mr. Sassy now.
That's all the fuck we gonna do. He finna look up and find himself getting slammed post after post after post after post after post after post.
Because while it is, we love to turn up.
Like I said, you got one out here. You got one out here in Los Angeles, my G. So he better not take it too. You know what I'm saying? He better not go too far, bro.
What's up, Gerbil?
In my opinion, he does himself the greatest disservice because he already, on one hand, teeter-totters with us having an identity here and being indigenous. I've heard him use it in arguments against people. It's been on YouTube. He is very much in the footing of knowing that we were here, but when it comes to those of us who, have that aspect of honoring our ancestors, he'll come in and call us pretendians. So he's playing with a double-edged sword and really, really setting himself up to look silly here coming up real soon.
Cause that's like saying our grandmas is like. I'm gonna give you the short version and the simple version of what he's doing. Because when it comes to LA politics, when you calling a person pretendian, basically how you doing Samuel, Mr. fucking Tyreek, nigga, that's basically like saying niggas grandma been lying. You basically saying niggas in California grandmas lied, bro. So like I said, keep playing with fire, homie.
And that's wild because Lena and we're gonna let Gerbil talk next, but Lena that just left, she's probably still in here. Her family is tied to California Miwoks, and that Miwok tribe it's like one of them not needle in the haystack tribes, but just like one of them things you just don't. They're not known like a Chickasaw, Choctaw, or whatever, right? So like for me to have done like extensive research about some Miwoks, and then I get some people from the FBA clan, not clan, but the FBA side that come this way talking about, man, I got connections to Miwok. And it just even further lets you know, man, look, Tariq wasn't gonna never give you no information on the connection of your Miwok. What's up, Gerbil?
Sure, how y'all doing?
Good.
Peace.
Yeah, I just want peace, EJ. How you doing?
Hey, it's another day up at that.
I find it funny that she doesn't. You said she doesn't have no one can find her identity. The daughter. I mean, the wife.
The wife, yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy to me. But they hooked her to her mother. They just can't hook her to her father.
Are you talking about Tariq?
No, the wife.
Tariq's folks? Or who you talking about? Whose wife?
The wife, his wife.
His wife?
His wife. His wife.
Oh yeah, I'm not really. He's gonna be already up his ass about and in his feelings. So I don't even really need to. I don't want to dox too much about who he is or whatever because I'm simulcasting on YouTube also, um, and Twitter and
Okay.
TikTok, all the other stuff. So, I know, but I do know. I know all this other. I've watched for a while. I've seen these photos. I know his folks is not he. Well, I just say it like this: he won't say what they are, and for him to go around asking everybody and to create a culture of everybody asking who your folks is and getting all deep. But what about this? What about that? I think I find it funny that he won't just always lay out who his are because I got mine out. My whole shit's been out on my it's pinned to the top of my motherfucking pages, full ancestry. So not to say that everybody should do that. I just didn't mind doing that myself. But go ahead, Joker. I'm sorry.
No, you good. I think that's really crazy that all that's coming out about him. But yeah, that's crazy. Um, I knew all this was gonna come out anyway. It's just this it's something really weird about him. How he came over, like for instance, the first time he came over here, he had said something like he had Twitter not locked down, so he was gonna come and get TikTok locked down. And then he never like talks about history for real. It's always, recycling the same jokes and stuff like that. And the same jokes he hear us say when he fall into our lives. So I just knew it was gonna come, some weird stuff was gonna come out about him.
Oh well, yeah, that's real. That's real, man. And this is where we stand at, man. It was supposed to happen this way for me. I look at everything as supposed to happen the way it's supposed to happen, and to get to this point to where it is today is just like okay, now I get to take my documentary. I haven't done a documentary yet. I've done short story film, so I know how to film. Now, can I tell great documentaries? How many stories do I have to tell? We have a lot that's happened to our people. I have a whole lot of stories to tell. Can I become a bigger documentarian than he? I will. Watch. But
You
anyway,
will because you teach history.
teach the truth. We're not just gonna placate the folks. We're gonna show them everything they need to see in every document. We're gonna document as many elders, uh, oral history as possible. As through a whole nother thing I want to do, which is basically go around getting like interviews of elderly folks and starting with people who know that they're Indians. If you don't know if your elderly folks ain't talking about them being Indians and they don't forgot, not just playing. I don't know any of them that really have forgot like that. My granny, she may not have remembered too much, but her sister did, and her other sister did. So and she was a little slower in her older age, you know what I'm saying? But she still remembered a lot. And she remembered her grandmother Minnie, which was on the Dogs Rose, and that's all she really needed to remember. I just needed to get the clues myself. So sometimes we got to do a little bit more looking for them if they're ever older age, because they may have got forgotten a little bit. But for the most part, somebody remembers. And if we can get as many of those people's oral history on video, we'd have an oral history archive backed up along with our genealogical records that will solidify us going into the future that you can't lose who the hell we are. We're gonna have to back these up on hella hard copies too, because I don't want no EMF to be sent off in this bitch and y'all just erase all the magnetic, you know what I'm saying? Shit too, bitches. I ain't stupid.
But Sam, guess what, Sam? You also got people like me out here. See, I'm not the one that grew up not thinking I was African or FBA or anything. I'm one that grew up in my tribe, grew up in my culture. Some of us elders too got the
mm,
same stories. Like not all of us grew up, the same way. I grew up knowing I was a Chippewa. I practice the culture, so I know the culture. So you got some of us too. That's 50 and above, and that's what makes me upset with him because he's in that 50 club too. And for you to be out here doing this bullshit when you know you grew up knowing who you are, whether you're American Indian or whether you're African, you grew up knowing. As a 50 plus year old a person, you know exactly who you are because you heard grandmama say it. So, you have us as well who have these same stories. And that's what I don't like about him is that you're out here as supposedly an elder out here manipulating people with this BS, with this plebiscite bull crap. Like, I don't like that. And it makes the rest of us 50 plus year olds look bad. And that's why a lot of people, a lot of the 40 and the 30 year olds think that we don't know who we are because you got people like him who's pushing this bull crap.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, we are
Mm-hmm.
considered elders. 50 and above is considered elders. And we're elders. I'm actually about to be 56, so I'm definitely an elder. I don't like it, but it is what it is.
Where do
Um,
you? Well, I don't want you to tell me where
but
you live,
yeah,
but I was about to say where you stay. But we could talk about that later. Because I would definitely be starting with the elders in the community that's in TikTok first, because y'all obviously know who y'all are, right? Before I start going to I say that, and I might find some around here locally because I do have a lot more people around me locally that I won't have to make travels to, so I can keep it going. But I will be wanting to make travels to y'all in these certain areas. And I may figure out a remote way to do it, but I want to be able to capture it in, well, those I don't need to capture in such a high demand quality of format. So I might be able to do it more remote for that one because like the documentaries that's going on certain whatever major platforms, yeah, I'm gonna have to do that. But this one can be an archive that we have saved on the website, as well as it could be on YouTube and stuff too. But it could but it I may not have to shoot it in a major format where I have to travel everywhere to everybody. So yeah, yeah, we'll figure that out. Yeah, yeah. But at the same time, I would like to use some of y'all's interviews that I do get in certain documentaries to back up certain things that I might show. But also, I don't know yet. I got so many receipts. I know some of these documentaries are going to be heavy, receipt heavy, but at the same time, I got to keep it interesting. I got to do it in a different style, add the music, score, music, I mean, film score, and me talking over it in a different way versus, I don't know how I'm going to talk, but how they do. And me doing it. So, it's going to be a completely different game, but I can't wait. It's going to be fun. It's gonna be real fun. So that way we can tell our stories on all different ends. Uh, yeah, yeah. Up, I gotta let Jackson say something up in here before we get back to them lessons. What's up, Jackson?
Grand Rising to you.
Grand
I've
Rising.
been watching I've been watching on YouTube, and I just put it on the TV,
Oh,
and
that's
I
what's
decided
up.
to pop that in over here. It's kind of cool because the video was really good. It
Nice.
can stream in different places. I getting back on here. I see that there's this artwork. Did you make this?
No, Tariq, Tariq Radio, is gonna be finally releasing our back and forth from then, and this is what he chose for his how he made the thumbnail and what he chose the wording for.
Wow, wow. This is that's interesting. Really interesting. Wow. I'm really shocked at that. I know you were talking about that yesterday, and you said you
Mm,
would put it up. I wasn't sure that he would. I wanted to say to everyone, blissful snow moon. I know some of us call it the bear moon. Now, there's a lot of people listening on all of these platforms. Brother Samuel, this has happened right on our snow moon. Four
mm,
black journalists just went to prison or just went to jail. Not just on before black journalists just went to jail. These Epstein files just dropped. You know, whether we care or not, a lot of things are, and then you all have this exchange, and it started to blow up yesterday. Um,
but a lot of cycles are ending, and I'm just wild. Brother Rashad was cooking hardcore last night. I don't know if y'all had time to see that. It's a really interesting time now. So to do things, and we know that when we do things in alignment with what's going on in the heavens down here on earth, it's magnified. So everybody will expect to see this magnified. I see some people who would have been more reserved speaking out now. That's in divine alignment. So to everybody who will, this is Venus isn't really active in the astrology, so it's not time for war. But because this full moon is in in Leo, and then the sun opposing the sun in Aquarius, it's a really powerful time to talk your stuff. A lot of people have changed. We were talking yesterday, Samuel, and I'll land here. We were speaking yesterday about how not necessarily people's status or identity changes when they do their genealogy, but it can really change your like the trajectory of your journey. And so I appreciate your transparency and the family's transparency about speaking about how they used to identify as this and that. I see that sometimes used to like weaponized against us, but we're all really allowed that grace because we haven't fled our country and we're at war. Like war is being waged against us to confuse us, and we don't deserve that. So we're allowed to identify as that, and I used to be a this and that. We're allowed that grace. I love y'all. Peace. Hey, much love, man. I appreciate it, Jackson. Much respect.
All right, how we? Yeah, much love, much love.
Yeah, that was real strong words, Jackson. Much love to you and all. Like you're right. Like people have been saying that. People have been coming out and saying, talking about our past journeys and what those past journeys have meant and how they've led us all to certain points. And it's an explosive energy. Like you gotta, yeah, you're right. Like that document, this newspaper article I found this morning, it's just like the first thing I click on and decide to finally, I was like, let me get my lazy ass on here and silhouette myself so I can chill and do this. And it has turned into uh, one of the most uplifting, most energetic, most mind blowing and data filled, information filled live stream so far. And it's like somebody placed this right here on purpose. They're like, but he gonna come out with this on this day, and we're gonna place this document in front of you on this day, and it's gonna dispel all the not dispel, it's gonna show all the research you've been doing over these time is gonna culminate and come together in this one document and make you see the light with the help of those people who we have put in front of you, who you have touched and they have touched you. And I couldn't have asked for anything better, man. This is I feel a lot, I feel it in my heart, for all of y'all, and for this moment right now. Like it definitely warms my heart right now to a high degree. What's up, Cash? Go ahead, Gerbil.
Say one thing real quick. So this right here, what Tariq Nashida, Tariq Nasheed saying about you, this proves right here what I've been trying to say about the FBA is that they are bullies and that they are a cult because they harass and stuff like that. But people don't want to hear it. People don't want to accept it. But this right here shows proof to what I've been trying to say that this is what they do. It's a cult. It's not any type of um um. It's not any type of. They like to say it's blood. It's no type of blood. It's not none of that. Y'all are a cult.
And it don't help, right? Like what adds to the cult thing, and it doesn't help that if you were to go through his history, and he could, hopefully he's listening. He might be able to save his integrity or what kind of whatever he got left, right? Because when you go put up a Native American like this, because all you got is niggas. So when is it gonna be their turn? AI picture of this of a Mexican or maybe a native? Can we get an AI of somebody else than a nigga?
That's real. What's up, Cash?
Hey, what's going on, y'all? I've been getting phone calls and stuff about this live all day. Finally coming to the live. Yo, it's crazy, man. Damn, I'm saddened. I'm honestly saddened because I support our lineage, and I consider myself FBA. I consider myself Solon, Niji, American Indian. You know what I'm saying? Indigenous, all of that. I'm just speaking for myself. Like I feel that I am all of that at the same time, and I think each of those terms can be used interchangeably depending on the type of conversation we're having. I've always claimed to be all of that from day one, and man, can I ask a question? Like, okay, I got two questions, right? The first question is, what triggered this back and forth between yourself and Tariq Nasheed? Like what did he disagree about to trigger that? And the second question is, like, I'm just judging by the energy in the room, right? Like, are you guys feeling like you don't want to refer to yourself as FBA anymore, or never did, or
So hold on, y'all. Um, I'm gonna answer and I'm gonna let them answer because I know they want to get a piece of this. So first I gotta address that claiming of different titles because my people here, they in the chat, they know I gotta say something. Once you've done enough historic research within all the papers, you will not want to tie yourself back to anything slavery because that typically is going to put you in the mindset of admitting that you have some type of African ancestry, which technically puts you into the mindset of admitting it in according to the slave codes of 1860, which have not been overturned, and neither has the Dred Scott case. Those people are not those people are not. I don't want to lose my spot in my pictures, otherwise I show it. But those people are not considered citizens of the United States, and the reason why is because you cannot. Typically, you never been naturalized. Your ancestors, an African ancestor coming off a boat, was never naturalized, meaning he never denounced his citizenship from his other country and and accepted allegiance to the foreign nation or the new nation in which he's residing in now, because according to the story, they took you from your place, they never made you sign no papers, and then when you got put on the field, you never expressed to be part of a government. Now you may think that just because you live here under their jurisdiction that it automatically made you that, and people are starting to say that about the 14th Amendment, that it amends that. But unfortunately, when we look at the video about the 14th Amendment, which I have a clip of, they're talking about Indians, poor and rich Indians, and about making Indians of poor people citizenship. Now, when you listen to typical talk about the whole citizenship and 14th Amendment through FBA channels and through most black channels, it's always about slavery. How come they always trying to hone in on that instead of honing in on these poor Indians, which the white T folks are talking about on C-SPAN and on the actual case? Thank you, TB, for pointing that out. I always got to point out credit to where it comes from. TB, I'd have never seen that if TB never would have got on my live stream and put that up there. So you never really have that. And putting you in the mind frame of any of those titles that includes slavery, when we're now finding out what slavery really meant, which was slavery in the own terms of slavery who wasn't, like, if you were an adult and you were enslaved, you were a criminal who were just punished, just like the white folks, they were slaves too. Harrison's law. Okay, all my research coming together for this answer right now. But Harrison's law, anybody made, that's why the 13th Amendment still is you, or 14, whichever, you slavery is abolished except for criminals, which will go work for somebody for free, like Victoria's Secret. once they get caught in punishment. So when you go through that, when you know that, and you know that our people wasn't slaves other than those criminals, you know that that's still going. Then you find out the people who they try to say were slaves were minors who they either kidnapped or were orphans of people who were Indian slaves or Indian warriors who they off their parents, and they took the kids and indoctrinated them into schools, forced them into English based churches in order to Christianize and remove their history and their spirituality. And then you turn around and continue that process through schooling and everything else without getting too deep, because that's what we're into the deep knowledge at. That's for today. So if I was to claim freedman, that means I was a slave of other people, meaning I was an African, or unless you go in there and actually plead your case and say it correctly, if you was to go in there and say I was a freedman because I was an Indian slave of another Indian, you're still correct. You are a citizen of the United States. You are one of those Indians who the amendment actually applied to. But if you go in there and say, I am a freedman because my people came here, in some of my people in my ancestry came here and changed, you have now put yourself into the personhood, if that's a word. I mean, as a person from that. You say, no, it is a word. Okay, appreciate that, Rashad. That's my word genius. That's our word genius. I'm sorry, my bad. But you have now put yourself into that persona according to the 1860, which doesn't make you now you might say also doesn't matter about citizenship. I don't care about citizenship. I care about the history being erased. That's just another step to be able to prove in between other things, the malice and the formations and the processes in which they did it. But the whole erasure of my people as Indians is what I'm gonna stand on wholeheartedly against any person, no matter how big or small they are. And I'm gonna let anybody else go ahead and get some of that.
So let me jump in really quickly. So for me, it is an absolute disrespect for me to identify as something that is not my grandparents. Why would I want to identify as something that set me up? Something that a lowly man that no one knows about created. Why would I want to follow such BS? My grandparents were Indians in this country, and they're labeled in government document as Indians in the country. So why would I want to identify as anything other than that? Because when you do that, you are disrespecting your ancestors. Why would I want to identify something that I'm older than? I'm older than the term FBA. I'm older than the term African American. So why would I want to identify with something that I'm older than? That this is the craziest thing ever. So for me, I don't disrespect my ancestors. I respect them by following in the lineage in which I was raised in. And although I wasn't raised as a Shada, I still know that's my heritage. Although I wasn't raised as a Cato that I just found out last year that I am, it's still my heritage. It's still my lineage. FBA is a BS term that Tyreek Nashia, I'm sorry, Tyreek Nasheed, sorry, because he is filming. Tyreek Nasheed create a trademark, and in that, if you do your research, he states alone himself that you are descendants from Africa that came here as slaves, which means you're not indigenous to America. And he also then tells y'all that y'all built up America. No, y'all built up United States, helped build up United States, but you didn't build up America because America was already established long before that. Even in him saying this, he can't even keep the date straight. He's constantly changing the date on which he believes these people came here into this country. So I just, for me, I just want our younger folks to do some research and just stop following what tickles our fancy. Let's stop following what sounds good to our ears. Let's stop following people that you think have clout and do our research and do our genealogy and follow who your grandmother and your grandfather say that they are. That's what I teach people. Because as long as we keep following people like Tyreek, you're going to continue to be lost. We're going to continue to be at the bottom of the totem pole, and we're not going to be able to rise. We have to start doing genealogy and finding out who we are and go within yourself.
Y'all start going within yourself because we're the God and goddesses of this land. We're the true God and goddesses, not up in the sky. Start going within yourself, doing some self reflection, doing some self work, and finding out who you are and follow that. Because guess what? That intuition, that God gene, it will never lead you astray. Ever lead you astray. And it's also going to connect you to those ancestors that you may not know, and ancestors going to lead you where you need to go and who you need to identify as.
Yeah,
If that makes sense.
and on that, before the next person goes, following truth. And I know some of the FBA will try to take her words and say, if you have an African, we may have that in us. Well, that would be your admix. You would be, I say you follow what is the preponderance of your tree. The preponderance of your tree, I guarantee you, is Indian, unless you got here within the last 100 years or so. But the preponderance was going to be on your tree is going to be reclassified Indians. And you should really know, just saying reclassified Indians, that's why we're gonna break this whole thing down. We're gonna tell you all step by step, not just tell, we're gonna show you all. And that's the difference between me. I'm not the one that's done this research. I'm reading research everybody else has done, and I've compiled it all up. And I'm the type of nigga that can show everything I can say. Every single phrase I talk about, nigga, I got a document for it, and it's an official document, nigga. It's either some old newspaper, some government source, some kind of something official, some old ass primary source book from the 1500s to 1600s. If you want to debunk what the hell our folks have been finding, you gonna have to come with a lot of you better be searching, you better be needle in the haystack searching like a motherfucker to find something that's gonna debunk us. And we're gonna stand on the truth because we have to. This is how hard we have to go just to prove who the fuck we are. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm gonna make it quick. But the reason why I don't say the FBA are the same is because, for one, they're not a lineage, and they basically throw the Caribbeans under the bus, the indigenous Caribbeans under the bus, and those are our people. And they know the indigenous Caribbeans, because I went to that side of TikTok. They know who they are. The ones that identify, they know who they are. And FBA will make it seem as if these people are dumb and they don't know who they are. These people actually understand who they are, and they identify and know that they come from the mainlands, and they're not interested. And so for FBA, they think um, that the Caribbeans want their reparations, and the Caribbeans have whatever's going on in their land. They got reparations for their land. They got whatever's going on in their country to worry about. They're not worried about that. And there are immigrants in our foreign government now, the Somalians or whatever, and the Haitians or whatever. They're in the and our politics are Afro Caribbeans, African Caribbeans. So that's why I don't deal with the FBA, because they have our Caribbean brothers and sisters thinking that we hate them. Like, they actually thought that we were the same as them. They see the hate that the FBA spread, and they thought that we hate them and that we were one and the same as them. So that's in a nutshell.
And then to add the cherry on top, right? Because I'm not sure if anybody else want to go, but just to give a real whole gist of why I don't like respect or really mess with them at all, because half of the people support or even have included themselves to support FBA, y'all don't even care to even know the origins of where it came from. Like, how do y'all want to? But then if I ask any of y'all, hey, where did the concept of lineage come from? None of y'all would know. So for y'all not to know, I'm here to tell y'all it came from the American Indians and the stuff that me and before they even came up with the word, because an American Indian was the one and that taught them lineage. But that's the thing that's so crazy. They learned that whole doing your family tree and all of that type of stuff from an American Indian. So my thing is for y'all to TikTok, specifically people like Simon and others, and people who support Simon and all that, him and others, right? They are some of the people that give y'all some of the worst looks, right? Because they'll come into American Indians' favor, take information from me, Samuel, Rashad, Kate, talking points from all kind of type of real American Indians that do them. Go to another platform or go to another box and take research from people who's actually reading that have found out what they are, which is not an acronym. You get what I'm saying? And taking information from others who aren't claiming an acronym and then using their family history, taking history that applies to certain names and putting FBA on it. That's not cool because FBA is just another acronym that if we've all done enough history, the main way how they've been able to infiltrate anything that us melanated people get going is an acronym. You know how harder it is to sabotage a family line, a family bloodline, a tribe. You gotta when you claim an acronym, I can say you know how easy it is to sabotage an acronym. But I just wanted to say that about them is that they don't even know their own origin and that the concept of their whole came from an American Indian and they be disrespecting American Indians. Wild work.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest with you. I appreciate the FBA, man. I got a whole different outlook, man. I appreciate them niggas so much. You know what I'm saying? Because like there was a time where we were just trying to figure out who's who.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The FBA allows you to recognize another version of who is who, right? And then Samuel was talking about personhood, which is a real word. It's a beautiful word, and it's one of the steps in nationalism, right? Personhood, statehood, nationalism, right? So the personhood is us figuring out exactly who we are. The statehood, the state of mind. The nationalism is where you draw clear lines between us and them, and you set clear boundaries, borders, and create an actual state/nation. You know what I'm saying? All these things go hand in hand. So if a person wants to be FBA and they want to claim that they arrived here at whatever times they arrived, it just separates them from the original people and makes it easier for you to clarify who is who. It's not even a bad thing. The only bad thing is their approach towards us. But whatever they're doing, I'll just say let them do their thing. And we just keep on doing our thing. Then we get back to nation building. No, now, in the sense of agent behavior, the only agent behavior I see is like black. The word black. You know what I'm saying? That nigga still claiming to be black and reclassifying themselves on the census. You know what I'm saying? That's an issue. And but that's up to them. But we just got to get back to that original shit, and we're good. We're good. No, and as long as you stick with your bloodline and everything, these are things that people cannot infiltrate. We figure that shit out, right? So we just got to stand on our square with this with our bloodlines and nation built based on that, and it's something.
C3's in the box.
Ladies first.
Okay, give me a moment.
C3 was in the box.
Give me a moment. I done got too much stuff going. I tried to add in this other display and it's trying to.
Hey Sam, they saying wait, hold on, Cash. They saying they're having a hard time in the comments. They're saying it's kind of breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm trying to stop what I added. I added another screen, and all of a sudden,
I think he's frozen and you're frozen, Sam.
yeah.
To come up, like I think I did start seeing. I'm saying it's glitching, and I think he's frozen.
No, I mean, can y'all hear me? Okay, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Terry trying to come up.
Okay.
Yes. It's in the
Yeah,
box.
your audio back good. I think
Uh,
you shorted out for a second.
okay. Yeah. Now my yeah my I got a lot going on. I got two programs going. I got live studio going. I got restream going and streaming me different three different places. I got my camera hood, all that. And then I try to add in. Yeah, so I was trying to put this in there so that way people on YouTube can see y'all in the box over on their world. Then I tried to share my iPad over that so that way over here, and that it was like too many shares. My computer started, fans started kicking on, all this other stuff. So now it's slowing down. So it's not. I ain't gonna blame it on them today that they trying to take a nigga down, but it was me trying to do a lot. Me trying to do a lot. So I'm gonna start letting folks up. But I heard what y'all was saying though, and Cash, it's not that you gotta necessarily choose a side. This thing keeps saying trying to connect, but it's connected. But it's not that you necessarily gotta try to choose a side. Um, like understand that the leader is just not that great. Like if once a leader has built up a movement, it's somewhat okay to try, depending on the essence of that move. But you got to move with truth. So it's like I would like. It's almost like what we were talking about earlier, where the English church was established. What we were talking about earlier, y'all, and they had harsh laws where they could do crazy stuff, and then people started making different denominations and branches from there because they're like, you know what, I love Jesus, but I may not want to be that, so I'm gonna do this, and you break off. But you may use the term FBA, just kind of like we use term black, as a way to galvanize people still for political issues. That's a big thing because the biggest thing on it, and that's what I used to. I'd be like, well, the niggas talk about reparations, niggas is always on the news, so talk about new shit. So fuck it, I'm gonna listen to them for that. But when you want to talk about who we are as a person, who you are as a people, who are my family members, what's the truth about that, because that political shit and even the hearts and the redresses that the government owes us, yes, uh it doesn't I don't want to it does I don't want to say it doesn't have anything to do with your identity. In essence it does, but just not to the extent that he's trying to tie it. But you can still use the movement for that political shit, and you say, hey, I'm gonna learn my genealogical game from those people who got the real truth on that, my history from these folks. And you can and then you can listen to both and then compare. Me, I've listened to everybody. Jason Black, Black, Professor Black, all the, I didn't listen to Umar like that. I used to listen to all kind of people. Though. I mean, whoever it was, right? All the names in the Moors and all these other names, right? And so we've all came here from certain, and that's what we're getting to. We do have a feeling almost like we had to start admitting it ourselves. Like, you know what? Can I tell y'all? I used to be a Israelite Hebrew, guys. I'm sorry. I've been wanting to tell people that for a while. It feels good to get it out. You know what I'm saying? Now your boys are Indian and y'all niggas is cool because I know y'all was shitting on them. I came in here as an Indian and I heard y'all shitting on Hebrew Israelites, and I dig. I wasn't gonna tell you. You think I was gonna tell you that? No, no, no. So we've kind of eased it back down to where it's like, okay, look, we all got here somehow. That was the design of this system, to first get it, the whole, try to erase it from everybody, which they couldn't. And then as we grow to try to figure out who we are, put a lot of fucking steps in the way to fuck with you, like a Tariq. But go ahead. Let me let some of these folks up. Um, and this thing keep telling me I need to
So can
connect.
I? Do you mind if I say one more thing and then I'm gonna step down because I got to get back to work.
Yeah, yeah, go
Um,
ahead.
when it comes to like Tyreek Nasheed, me personally, I ain't got no problem with him. I thought he was cool. You know what I'm saying? I know everybody's experience is different with each and every different person. You know what I'm saying? But maybe there's a crisis of consciousness going on because like for example, I used to be Pan African, and you couldn't tell me nothing. Like I was Africa this, Africa that. Now I sound totally opposite, where I'm so far removed from anything with Africa that you know what I'm saying. Like it could be a crisis of consciousness situation. Like maybe we could give some of our people grace with that, and I don't know how y'all feel about it because, like I said, your experience is different with the brother than mine's is. But I think, because sometimes he says stuff that, he's giving American Indians credit, and he's talking about that side of our history, the more older side of it. But then he might say stuff like, "I don't agree with every single little thing Tariq Nasheed says." Same thing. I don't agree with every single little thing that Jason Black says. But like you said, I listen to everybody, and I'm totally against out of Africa theory right now. And I think if we take the time to study human migration patterns and the out of Africa theory and the other, like the what's it called, the multi generational uh, theory. I'm
Multi-regional.
probably saying it wrong. Multi regional.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that right there. That, like, I'm done with the out of Africa theory, man. I'm done with Pan Africanism, and I think some people are still holding on to ideas from Pan Africanism and out of Africa theory, and that's why they might say things that some of us disagree with. But I love all my people, man. I love FBA so long, Nietzsche, American Indian. Best wishes to us, our lineage. We could agree to disagree on certain things, but I love y'all, man. You know, Peace, love, and reparations, and land patents, and all that good stuff, and let us defeat this white tea supremacy, man.
We get it, man. We get it. Love everybody. Hey, now just playing, but hey, the grace he was talking about goes into the actual study points that you mentioned before. When we talked about it for a good 15 minutes, freedom of conscience. That's what that's the grace that he's talking about. But the difference between us is we'll go to war with each other about it, but they knew the power in numbers. So they said, okay, we see that you have a different train of thought, but there's power in these numbers. So you have the freedom of conscience to, you believe whatever you want to believe, but we're still under this bigger thing with the intentions of conquering this land. Just as long as you know that that's what's happening here, then you good.
Yeah, no, that's real. That's real. And he said something about what else? C3. Hold on, one sec. He said something about he also said there was something he said about family or something. But no, I feel you, man. First I was gonna make jokes. I was gonna say one of our FBA brothers has came to the light. We just got a testimonial. He has crossed the Indian threshold to a degree. You know what I'm saying? So we'll give props. Yeah, we give props. God damn it.
I was gonna ask him before you left, right? I was gonna say, hey, bro, how come you were comfortable saying that you want to identify with all these acronyms instead of what you found out in your family? The whole time he never he never said what his surname was or what his family is. That's my problem. He was more comfortable with acronyms than a fucking tribe. But anyway.
Yeah, but we'll give him his little grace. Like,
I said about doing your genealogy.
yeah, but we'll give him his little grace. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, C3.
I have public service announcements for the community while we got 110 people up here. Y'all tap the screen, share the live, repost the live, and y'all make sure y'all support everybody up here that have a book out. Support Rashad's book, Words Someone is Lying, Someone's Been Lying, Words Instills Are Curses. Make sure you support Los book, Eyes Are for the Conscious Mind. Support Jim's book. This is a great American Switch. I have a children's coloring book coming out. It should be out in the next 2 weeks for everybody to get a copy of. And I'm gonna be doing the children's a book as well. So y'all make sure y'all support. Make sure y'all support Samuel's documentary when it gets out, because that's the only way we're gonna get this information out. And we gotta remember we're doing this for the children. Keep the children in mind when we do this, because who's gonna teach them? Us. Who's gonna have them in our minds? Us. Right? It's great that we're waking up our people that's in our generation, but this information gotta get passed down on to the children. So I will be working on children books. So y'all support the community. Go ahead, Beau.
So
You can follow everybody's YouTube pages too. Sorry, babe.
it's okay. I just wanted to say I didn't learn about FBA through anybody named Tariq. I learned about it, and it was more of a political thing. And I think you did mention that, like, one time, that it's a political thing.
more than it is a genealogy thing. And that's why I don't understand why it needs to be a divisive thing, because you can still find out your roots in your tribe and still understand the importance of knowing what FBA is about. Because FBA being a political thing, that helps us as a united group of different tribes, different lineages, and it brings us together because we are still in the United States of America today, and these states are named after tribes. Like, so this is why it would be moving backwards trying to attack FBA. Like, maybe there are people who claim to be leaders, but I don't even think it's an organization. There is no leaders. I've never even heard of Tariq Nasheed, and I heard of the term foundational Black American, and I understood that there were people who understand that they're not out of Africa. They are not. They have their own culture. They have their own roots here in America. And that's why they started understanding what foundational Black American is. And their culture, their roots has contributed to the
I'm a hold on, O. Hold on, O. Yeah, I got you, but hold on. I'm gonna give her a moment. I'm gonna give her a moment. Let her get her a moment in, and I'm gonna give her. I'm gonna answer, then I'm gonna let y'all
I
get it.
didn't hear what he said. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Go ahead. I'm gonna answer you, then I'm gonna let them talk as well. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you get it out though.
So yeah, I just don't think it's this is a this is a necessary like divide. Like, I think you can be both, understanding you're an American Indian and you can claim FBA. You know,
Okay.
maybe if you're an American Indian who was in the Central America, the Caribbeans, and the South America, because those exist as well. Like, everybody's not out of Africa. We understand that. There are plenty of us who understand that. So there are plenty of us who know, okay, maybe you are Haitian, maybe you are Jamaican, and you are from American Indian lineage. But what we are talking about when it comes to FBA is because of the fact that there are people who come here, they do not understand the history of people who have built the political culture of America, and they come here and work against the political culture. We're not really talking about the bloodline and the lineage when we're talking about the importance of FBAs sticking to the political agenda.
Okay. So I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna answer it, and I'm gonna let these people kind of answer because I know they itching. Fingers on the mute button. Um, So, first off, that's somewhat our issue. FBA has gotten bigger than what it really is, meaning it can suck you in. Nobody knew who Jesse, not that many people knew who Jesse Jackson was before they was starting to really accept this African American thing. Kids all around were accepting African. I'm African American. By the time you grow up, you're accepting African American ideology without knowing who placed it out there or even knowing any of the history back in it. And now we start looking for another label, and another label gets put out there. You don't know where it came from either. And next thing you know, you like, I'm going with it. It sounds good. It's a lineage. It's a line. They didn't say that necessarily, but those lines, those specific lines, came from Tariq. Ethnogenesis, that came from Tariq, but technically that came from books from white folks who had written about it. The first time you ever actually see the word ethnogenesis used, and I can actually show it, is is within white books long ago, and they were from people who were in the eugenesis movement. Then you start asking, where did he even what book did Tariq read to even find this book, this word ethnogenesis? He didn't just create it off the term of his head. So then you start asking even other questions, especially when we had to do the reading to find these books that even and find these shit. I'll find it and show you real quick. But to even find these, I don't want to lose that spot. That's an amazing. Well, I know where I'm at. Let me do this real quick. Especially when we have to take the time to find these things in order to prove to these people. So what I'm getting to is you got people who create movements who will actually suck you into them without you knowing who they are or what the movement is about, and it will be
a brand name has the branding of it, and the major part of it is not is only political because Tariq gets on every day watching the news and talking shit. That's the only reason why it's political. It's not political because they have political movements out there actually creating certain packs or whatever in certain areas. They have over time talked about it. I've been following the movement from its inception. So they've been over time talking about it, but never had they got to it. And when ADOS tried to do it, they clowned him for it. And I didn't really like ADOS either, but at least it seemed like they was trying to create chapters in order to try to make some actual boots on the ground instead of Tariq going up to the California Congress saying, look, I actually go out there for the people and I'm the boots on the ground. I'm the leader, but I'm not the leader. But I'm going to tell y'all everything you need to do. And now all the things that I said that you need to do, all of a sudden everybody's coming in here saying those same words to us as Indians. But where did they get the talking point? From the man that they never watched. And this is not me yelling at you. This is not me yelling at you. This is just me going off about the subject. I have no exactly, and that's the way it works. That's the way it works. We haven't heard. We haven't heard.
Whatever he's teaching isn't law. Whatever he's teaching to his people and followers isn't law.
It's erasure. It's erasure. It's erasure. Hold on. It's erasure. Let me prove to you. Let me prove it to you why it's erasure. You remember when he did the hip hop documentary? Well, you don't know Tariq like that. He did the hip hop documentary because he said that Fat Joe. Right. Okay, so and that's a problem. So you. It's not. You're you're fighting a cause that you don't know about, and that's the problem. Without you're putting your energy, and you got to think about that. You're putting a good amount of your energy toward a cause to fight for it that you don't even really have the full information about, and that's been a problem with us with a lot of our people throughout time. That's why we do have to give grace, like old boy was saying. But that's why we're letting you know that it's so strong of a movement that it does take you back to it's you think it's political, but when they get to talking about reparations, when they get to labeling us FBA, when they get to it's gonna further erase his talking points, because the whole reason why this came about was because of his talking points, taking Indian talking points, contributing them to slavery times, and permanently giving it a separate stamp of 1860 instead of 6,000 years ago of Peru of indigo being used, or Negro cloth coming from France, because Negro cloth it would say that Negroes was in France. Then you have to ask a question about those Negroes in France and what were they doing here in America, and also the mixtures and what happened.
So you're saying that FBA has a leader. It's someone named Tariq. It's an organization or something.
You wouldn't even know the acronym if it wasn't for him. You wouldn't know the acronym. You wouldn't know the acronym if it wasn't for Tariq. He created the acronym. He started the movement. I was there on the live stream when he did it. You know, he first started going against Yvette Carnell and Tone. They was going back and forth about the ADOS. He first started saying ADOS. All he is a documentarian, and I put him in that category. He's just a documentarian. I'm not gonna follow him. He's just a documentarian. I'm not going to listen to everything he has to say, but most people will listen because he's entertaining. He seems like he has history, because there's one thing, he has heavy double speed. Don't follow me as a leader, but then he'll be on the live stream all day. Y'all need to be out there and doing this, and y'all need to do this. And if y'all, but I'll guarantee you, all the history I've preached on this for this while, you'll never get anybody in here say Sam's a leader or Sam seems like some kind of headstrong person. It's about the double speak. It's about all the way he puts it out. It's the same thing like saying I'm not African. I'm African descent, but I'm not African. But it's just like y'all go ahead.
That is affecting Black Americans. There is no politics.
There's no politics.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. The state of well-being of Black Americans in America. Ask you a question, because I think this is where y'all. We can't act like America.
She's trying to ask you a question, young lady. She's trying to ask you a question.
Okay, wait. Let me finish my statement, then I'll be ready for a question. You can't act like we're trying to get you to understand. Okay. What's your question? We're trying to get you to understand. So let me ask you this really quick question. So let me ask you a question. You start a business right now, right? and let's say you name your business Apple 123, and then you go trademark that business Apple 123. Are you not the owner of that business? Wouldn't that make you the leader of that business?
That doesn't mean nobody else use the term Apple 123 because
No,
you
I
went
didn't
and
say
trademarked it.
no. That's not what I asked. You got to hear what I asked you. I
The
said,
white
does
man
it not
trademarked
make...
tendernism, but it was the old guy who said the
Okay,
word.
you're not
The
gonna answer my
white
question.
man
I'm trying
didn't
to ask you a
trademark
question.
that, by the way. It was another
Exactly.
black man who was a lawyer who trademarked it so he can give it to the man who was saying it because he didn't want the white man to get to it.
Well, whoever
So,
trademarked it isn't the one who's
But
started.
wait, you're going somewhere else though. But you're going somewhere else, and I don't want you going somewhere else. So my point is, since you don't want to answer that,
Someone can trademark it. That doesn't mean they're the one who started it.
Can you please be quiet for a second?
I just answered your response.
No, you didn't. And so
You asked me a question. I just answered.
Can you please be quiet for a second? Because I want everybody else in the comments to also understand. If you go and you trademark a name, that belongs to you and nobody else. That does not mean that people can't use the name, but it means you own it. That means you are the head of it. You are the leader of it. You are the head macho in charge. Tariq is the one that trademarked it. Not only did he trademark it, he coined the term. Not only did he coin it, he puts it out there every day. He is their leader. He is the leader of this because he owns it.
Like it'd be different if
So
it'd be different. And real quick,
anything that anybody does FBA belongs to Tyree.
And real quick, so hold on, real quick. Hold on. Appreciate that, Chief EJ Schmoker. That's my nigga. So when all your talking points, it would be different if FBA was coming to us with research that you all did independently and you're like, hey, look, this is my lineage based upon such and such research. Or if you showed us research that he did, like I can pull up some Rashad research or some Chief EJ research or some C3 Mommy research, some opium research. He just sent me something yesterday, some Jackson research, some Jim Dropper research. I could pull up research that all these guys did and they're going to be official sources. So when you look at our movement, it's not going to be talking points of us saying ethnogenesis, as you see here by our Russian translation series from somebody from back in the early 1900s, before Tariq was ever thought of utilizing that phrase. I wonder if you read this, and they're talking about the ethnogenesis of the people of Central Asia. But when y'all come out here and start talking about you got an ethnogenesis, I have to ask you, where have you looked into what ethnogenesis was? And is the lineage really an ethnogenesis? Ethnogenesis is almost like the erasing of a people, because you have, who said that, was it Los or somebody? Y'all let me know. They say you have to have an ethnogenocide before you have the ethnogenesis. You have to kill off. That was Los, right? You have to kill off somebody's old, who they were, being Indians, and start something new. And that's exactly what Tariq says all the time. We became something new. We became something like these Russians were doing something new. See, because when we was Indians, there was some black Indians, tag along to your shit, was some black Indians, tag along, but also there was some Africans too, and some red natives too, and some Europeans too. YT talking point from the NIH. I can just pull it up right now. The NIH study that had 5,000 people that said 20% African Americans have 20% European and all this other bullshit ass ancestry. But when we do our genealogy, none of that actually pops up. So where did he get this stuff? Then you have to really start questioning who the hell this person comes from. You can sit here and start saying, "Oh yeah, it's a political thing." So was African American. But go ahead.
Okay, so you said how
jump on you either.
Go let her go ahead, Chopper. Let her go ahead, Copper. Let her go ahead, Copper.
Statement that everybody in here seems to be agreed upon one thing, so I'm bringing up a statement that is another view. So I understand. But to continue what you said, just like Black Lives Matter, some people were saying that before somebody went and trademarked it. Okay, so it's not the thing that I don't know who Tariq is. That's why you guys are making it about one man who does not know history, and you're saying he's the reason for all of this, and it's not. And what I do also want to say, can I finish one? Let me finish really quick.
Yeah, you'll go next. Oh, you'll go next. Oh.
The
bloodline. Okay, that's why the word foundational is a part of the name.
Let Opium go after her.
Let Oya go, y'all. He been trying to speak. Let O go. He been trying to speak.
Foundation has to do with government.
No, it doesn't. Go ahead, O.
The word foundation has to do with government. Let's just use logic and think. What does the word foundation mean?
Hold on to you, because obviously you're a gamer, right? So I'm pretty sure you'll understand if I give you more of a gamer perspective, right? Because I can tell you play the game, right? So you know how I'm gonna tell you. Let me give you the basis of what you're involved yourself in that you don't realize what you involved yourself in. You know the new game High Guard that just came out, right? You know about High Guard, the game that just flopped, right? The whole corporate industry game that they put out.
No, I don't know that game.
Well, that game flopped because it's a bunch of corporate greed. You know how when corporations try to come out with their video games, and we know that them other studios that have regular people that make video games like me and you always are better than the AAA corporation games most of the time. You're pretty much promoting a AAA corporation game company, bro, that everybody knows trash, and you don't even realize what you're caught up in.
And real quick.
Analogy, I think the game that you're talking about is Tyreek.
No, real quick. Real quick. I'm gonna go. You go ahead. You go ahead.
You can't take away the creator. He created it, bro. You can't say that that's not his game.
So, like I just used as an example, Black Lives Matter has a trademarked. Someone trademarked it. They did not create the term. People were
Okay.
claiming that as a term. It was not an organization.
Let's look it up.
People were claiming history to the foundation of what America.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, hold on. Stop. Let's bring the fact, yeah, and he knew what I was getting to because that's our word genius. Foundation, ma'am, means the act of founding. Okay. Do you know what they say when they come to a culture and find something that you already built? They say they what? Founded it. Foundational Black Americans. Now it should have a whole harder ring to you, ma'am. Now they are founding your lineage. They founded. He created a term, and I'm just realizing I'm yelling like, yeah, you found it. You took over my lineage and you're changing it. You took over. No, stop it. You took over my lineage and you founded it, and you're usurping it, and you're fighting too hard to try to keep it going. I don't do that, and I don't do the. I appreciate that. I don't do the mind thing. I don't do the mute thing. But you're just gonna have to.
Yeah, Sam doesn't have it where his mods can mute. He plays conversation a little bit different, so let's just try to
have to do that because that's
good thing, y'all.
But look, that's why. Hey, look, Sam. But that's why I tried to give her like that's why I'm kind of cool talking to her because she understood my points because she, you know, what I mean, that's why I referenced the gaming thing. She doesn't want to acknowledge that the game is trash, bro. And that's what the situation. If anybody knows what's going on with High Guard right now, if you're a gamer, it's this. This is the situation. She doesn't want to acknowledge that the game comes from people who don't really care about gaming, and it comes from a corporation, right? But she's gonna be invested in it because she's a streamer. So that's what I'm trying to have her understand. But she's not gonna. Yeah, it's not no point because they're gonna get. She's getting paid for it. And I'm not saying she is, but it's pretty much the same concept, y'all. She doesn't want to understand that the game that comes from this AAA company that's trash is bad.
And I'm not yelling at you, ma'am. Ma'am, I'm not yelling at you. I'm definitely yelling at Tyreek. No, ma'am. Look at this.
Hold on, TD. I'm not done yet because let me add this last little part, right? Because that game took from 4 other games, right? Literally, and it says themselves that it took from other great games, right? So the fact that I was trying to have you understand that the FBA even comes from taking talking points, taking ideas, taking research from the real American Indians that were doing the whole family tree and promoting people to do their family tree before y'all even came up with the word lineage. right? Because y'all couldn't come out the gate saying family tree because obviously you would have been from the American Indian. So the fact that y'all use lineage, which is basically due to your family tree, but just a creative word to get around what we've already been doing, is what I'm trying to tell you. You're attached to and supporting. You're supporting something that took from other great shit and now wants to be the fucking front runner of fucking gaming, but you don't care about gaming like that. You just want to make a bag.
Okay, okay, hold on, 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 hold on. Okay, 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 below, 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 below. Okay, below. Listen, listen, below, below. Listen, 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 listen. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. And y'all can see my face too. Come on now, y'all. Y'all can see my face too. So now let's get back to this foundation. So let's, instead of trying to break her down with what she's saying by what we say, you said foundation meant the base, the building, right? That's what he tells us. And that's what I used to listen to too. I was with you. Okay. Now I'm looking at this the first time, and I know the knowledge that we've been going over here recently. Now we just seen that it's the act of founding, but it's also the specializing sense of establishing of an institution with the endowment to pay for it. The which is fund founded. It says the meaning of funds endowed for benevolent or charitable purposes. Now, when we go back to this document that we was just reading about how pastors are employed, where they said they're gonna what they're gonna do, what they're gonna have some Negroes. Where is my document? See, I didn't want to lose my damn spot. Here it is. Where these people are paying pastors to come in to establish the Church of England. This paper's from 1907. Don't know how long you've been here. And we're talking about the establishment of churches. We're talking about prior to the establishment of an actual government, which it actually says there was no fixed seat of government. We're talking about at an early time where these people are going out establishing institutions in order to enslave your people through pastors, through getting you baptized. Actually, not everybody, just the young ones, not everybody. That's a whole nother story. But when you go through, and these pastors was used to indoctrinate our youth, not only to change your Indian practices and to erase who you were as an Indian, but on top of that, to make you pay it back through your free labor, through as an apprenticeship, which was a ruse of them getting back loans from insurance companies in order to train you in their actual school. And they would have multiple people. They would kidnap. Let's pull that up. They would kidnap not just so-called Africans. We got stuff here where people are talking about kidnapping our adorable, amazing, beautiful Indian children and women and putting them into slavery, ma'am. We're talking about our history. When we're talking about lineage and history, we're not talking about founding some shit. We want to find the truth. We want to know what happened. We don't want to found it and start it at a certain point and ignore it. We want to know the grimy motherfucking facts. Go ahead.
That's why I think you can do both. I think you can know your lineage, look for your lineage, dig for the history, and it has nothing.
Bye, ma'am. Bye,
I
ma'am.
don't think she know what lineage or delineation or any of those.
Can I say something real quick? I'm gonna say something real quick and then I'm gonna drop. That's the problem with the FBAs, right? Y'all hear people talk about it and you're attaching it to it, and then when people is telling you where it comes from, you still just you want to fight it. I never heard a lot, just like Sammy said earlier. A lot of people never heard of Jesse Jackson, but they call themselves African American. A lot of people haven't heard of FBA, but they're using the term FBA and try to connect it to politics. There's no law right now, no documentation right now in politics that have FBA on it. It's not connected to politics at all. Y'all are literally, Tariq is y'all leader. He's playing on y'all emotions and y'all don't even see it. Actions speak louder than words. Yes, he's saying something, but his movements is saying the complete opposite. But on that note, y'all make sure y'all support the coloring book when it comes out. Support Thoth book, The Great American Switch. Support Rashad's book. Someone Been Lying. Words and spells are curses. Support Los book. Science for the Conscious Mind. Support Felonious cookbooks. He got like 2 or 3 of them out, I believe. Rashad actually got 2 books out, so make sure you support all of his books that he got out.
3.
That they were lows. Rashad have 3. My bad, Rashad. He got 3 books. Support his books that he got out. Make sure you support Child of the Soul books. There were some people I forgot to shout out earlier, y'all. So y'all support the community. You know, and if y'all have any books in the comments, y'all reach out to one of us so we can shout y'all out too. Support Samuel's documentary when it comes out. And you know, we're gonna keep pushing it.
Let me say this.
For the youth and the next generation.
Let me say this before y'all go. Okay, appreciate you, C3. Let me say this.
On TikTok, and YouTube. Don't forget to go to his YouTube.
Let me say this. Let me say this, Copper.
And his TikTok.
Let me say this before I lose my my whatever. I cried on live stream days ago looking at this. Ma'am. I cried because I now know what happened to these kids to a degree. And you want me to found that? You want me to found that and mix these niggas in with other niggas in a story and ignore what the fuck they want you to know?
You know what's so crazy about that found shit? The orphan trained children were called foundlings. These orphan trained, so these are the people that founded these cities. These are the people that's claiming they built the foundation of America.
Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
That's white supremacist talking points. Nah, so yeah, so like foundlings and then found and then the kids, it just goes into what was really taking place, right? Kid is one trapping and sent apprentice to work in a plantation. A kidnapper is one that takes these kids into plantations. And that's what a lot of this history is about. So majority of the history that we're reading, we've been under the guise that it was a bunch of adults getting whooped and beaten, taking places, and it was really a bunch of children. Just like Sam has up on that picture right there. You know what I'm saying?
So I say, where do people think child labor law? Like, where do y'all think child labor laws come from? I'm gonna be honest with y'all, it come from during a period of time. What y'all talking about?
And then when you really get into found, you get into fund, right? Then you get into a merchant's basic stock or capital, and then you get into the fact that a lot of this shit that was taking place when things were getting quote unquote founded or funded, you know what I'm saying? These were companies, right? We all know about the companies, right? The Dutch East Indian Company, the all these different companies that were happening. It's a lot of business that was actually taking place, and you had investors and different things, which goes into why these people were so willing to punish people, because they had investors and there was things that they had to make happen in these plantations in order for their the Virginia company. Exactly, that's one. You feel me? That's one of the main ones. You know what I'm saying? But that's why a lot of these punishments were taking place, because you had investors that stayed back, you had adventurers that came to the colonies, and a lot of money was being spent, so people were getting their asses beat, because we're not fucking around,
Yeah, you know what? You know what? This, goddamn it, fuck out of here with that bullshit, nigga. Are you serious, nigga? I didn't even never looked up the definition of this shit. You got me fucked up. You got me fucked up. Foundation don't mean the foundation of this country. I'm gonna stop before I burn down my goddamn crib. God damn it. I know, right?
Emotions that was still in Sam's face. Like I said, while y'all were talking, I watched his face the whole time. And now I'm starting to get a little emotional. I actually watched him the whole time. I literally seen his brain going 100 miles an hour. I seen every emotion in his face, his eyebrows, his eyes. I can see that it affected him really bad. And I just sat here literally watching him while y'all was talking. So I mean, yeah, I can see this did something. Like you can see the emotion that put in him. And when he got up, I was like, oh my God, what is he about to do? Like I'm looking like I didn't think he's gonna come back and do that. But I was like,
you know what got my emotions sparked up? Is there something weird as shit going on? Because earlier when you were actually cooking for real with the information, nothing but the information, there was 50 motherfuckers in here. But as soon as it got to some bullshit, now it's 150 people. Everybody's in the comments going crazy. Oh my God.
He was over
like,
at 170.
I love being here. I've been here all since the beginning. You know, I'm always here for you, Sam. You know what I'm saying? It's like, God dang, if y'all would have been here from the jump with the information, this foundational Black American shit wouldn't even be something we have to question. You know what I'm saying? Let them niggas do them. But let's get on this real information.
Hey, I will say this real quick. But this is simulcasted on 4 platforms and recorded. So hey, anybody can go back and rewatch. But keep going.
No, it's just I feel it's like I said, if we had as much support and people not wanting to play too much gray area and picking sides, like I said, like how Sam's saying right now, and how y'all, a lot of y'all, what I was saying, ain't mad enough about some of the shit. That's how I know a lot of y'all ain't really read in depth about some of the tied to a fuck thing, because you have triggers. And I know that's why I fuck with certain people now, because my nigga has developed triggers. Once you develop them triggers, I know how deep you done been. I know how far you done read, bro.
and I seen that. That's why I said I really did sit here and watch Sam's face the whole time. I seen all those triggers coming forward during that conversation, because I was watching them even when the young lady was up here. I was even watching his emotions then, and I'm like, damn, yeah.
Hey, I like how you pulled up I like how you pulled up the etymology, though. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, that's that real shit. You know
the etymology guy, Rashad.
Because you've been there.
Remember Rashad, we used to have etymology nights we used to just look up words. Like I remember my favorite shit that me and Rashad used to look up back in the day was what was that shit? Luxury. Oh boy, I had a ball with that shit, but
Hell yeah, you know what I'm saying? You get into this word.
Remember white, WIGHT? That ain't Sam, that's a boy. Who does that apply to? Who does that apply to? Y'all remember them days, boy?
Yeah, this shit is deep, man.
What you want to say this time, Below?
And I didn't want her to think that we were trying to beat up on her. We was just trying to get her to and I know some people don't like the word understanding, and I said it a couple times. I don't know if y'all heard me. I didn't want her to think she was being beat up on. It's sometimes it gets frustrating when we know the BS behind this movement, because that's what it is. It's a movement. When we know the BS behind the movement, we can be very passionate about the information that we know, and where somebody else may not know, have that same knowledge, you know. And I kept saying it because I did not want her to feel beat up on.
That passionate shit is a dangerous thing.
It can be dangerous. It definitely can be dangerous, and that's why
look into that shit. Look into that word. If you, niggas, come on.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? If you get passionate, stay away from me. You know, I don't want nothing to do with you passionate folks.
I hear some other. Go ahead.
But that's why I tried to use the corporate gaming company as an example for her, because it just took from other great things. I'm not like how, and that's why I said I agree with Rashad what he said earlier, because I don't mind them being what they are and them coming into some things, but when you start taking from other great entities or other great games just so you can try to be the great best game or try to take over the gaming industry and all this craziness, that's not cool. That's what you're a part of. You're a part of something, an entity that's trying to take other great things from other shit and make it its own thing. That's why that's not cool.
Rashad said, "Bring it up." They said, "Bring it up."
Hold on. Let her go ahead. Let her say what she's trying to say.
I just wanted to say that I didn't mean to offend anybody and think that I was disrespecting their lineage by referring to the foundation of the United States of America. You know, today we are still living in the United States of America. So what I'm talking about when it's political, I'm not talking about all the people who suffered in the beginning. I'm talking about today, what America is today. And that's where I was introduced
the term FBA because there were people saying, oh, why aren't Black people part of these protests, this and that? And then there's people saying Black people need to stay home and stay out of trouble, stay out of the way, stay safe, because this is not our fight. This is not about us. And that's how it was introduced to me, not introduced by somebody who claims to be a leader of the group. It was introduced to me by somebody who said Black Americans, and I understand some of you guys don't even like the term Black, which like we can talk about that another time, but I understand Black Americans, I don't believe they should be protesting. I don't believe they should be involved in these protests right now.
Talking about Black another time actually takes away from your talking point, because Black is a political thing too.
Well, Black is political just as white is. Black is the opposite of white. As long as white exists, Black exists.
We don't have to talk about white. Now that's something that could be for another time because we're talking about our people. But
yeah, and I'm saying Black is just the opposite of white.
No.
So that's where it comes from.
No. Do you know what Black means politically today?
I know in Hebrew it means blessed.
No. Listen.
This is where individuals need to do their own due diligence, and that's part of the collective problem.
I'm asking.
I know.
Wait, hold on. No. Let me ask you a direct question that just requires a direct answer. All right. It's not about what it Hebrew and all this other shit. What does Black mean politically today?
It's a classified social structure of what a race is.
Nope. Due diligence. You haven't been done due diligence.
Okay, well, what's your definition of Black?
And
how about you look it up in real time for us? How about you on your own right now? Look it up in real time.
And hold on. Go ahead, Rashad, and I'm gonna say something. Go ahead, Shad. I'm gonna say after you.
You can go to the censusbureau.gov topics about race, and then look up what Black means. You know, because if you're trying to delineate from Africans, but Black means African, how are you going to do the two at the same exact time?
Yeah, and you know, I want to
understand that there were Black people in Europe who originated the culture in Europe. We understand that. I hope you do.
No, are you listening to me?
But white is considered European.
Why do you keep talking about white people?
Because it's the modern terms today.
White?
No, I'm not. I'm not white. But I'm telling you,
are you biracial?
If there's a up, there's a down. If there's a left, there's a right. If there's a Black, there's a white. That's how they came up with these. No, I'm not. I already said no, I'm not. Listen to my logic. If there's a up, there's a down. If there's a left, there's a right. If there's a Black, there's a white.
Okay, so
that's the only reason why they're using these terms.
Okay, so if there's a up and a down,
because it's a modern classification.
Hold on, I got a question for you. I don't like to argue, so I will respect you speaking. Just let's go. Let's talk.
Is that crack
let's talk normally. So if there's an up and a down, a left and a right, a Black and a white, you know what I'm saying? What is white? Is white up and Black down?
No.
Yes, it is, because it's a caste system.
Mm.
This is a caste system.
Yeah.
Do you get it? And then whatever you said about Black and Hebrew, do you know what? Do you know how to say Black in Hebrew?
Do I know how to say it?
You said Black meant something in Hebrew. How do you say Black in Hebrew?
I don't know how to say it. No.
Of course she doesn't know. Of course she doesn't know.
So Black
you don't have to talk to her.
Black in Hebrew is shakor, which means scourge, mourning, affliction, or judgment. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know where you're getting these things from that you're talking about.
Okay, well, do we understand the state Illinois is a Creole name that means Black Island? Do we understand that it was indigenous Indians who named that island after themselves? Do we understand that? Illinois,
the gold folks.
Black Island, Black land.
So
is Black land. Illinois.
I thought that you might have kind of gotten some kind of ma'am, give me a moment.
Last name
What are we doing? There's too much intellect on the panel for us to be chitting and chatting with Betty Boop.
No, no, I'm already I'm with you because that's what I was about to get to. I was about to say, ma'am, I thought you was gonna come back up and maybe address the basis of the foundation, the word foundational, the revelation that founding
That's what I was
something.
getting to.
Hold
That's
on,
what I was
hold
getting to.
on.
And then he wanted to
The revelation.
divert the conversation about the word black.
That's not a diversion. And I thought Illinois came from Elenowek, which meant the people. But I don't know. That's how God
Because
went.
and hold on, hold on, hold on, hold
because
on, hold
Gene
on, hold
Paul,
on, hold
Gene
on,
Paul, the
hold on,
founder of Chicago,
hold on, hold
Creole man.
on, hold on, hold on.
Illinois is a Creole French
Hold
word.
on, Below. Hold
The
on.
host is saying, hold on.
Hold on. Because I want to keep it on this topic because I want you to understand, Below, that those people in Florida who named those places that you told me about that was amazingly named, that's after our ancestors, something happened to those kids' parents. And would you want the story to be forgotten of what would be told over time? Everybody else's stories have been told over time. Everybody's Holocaust, blah, 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 blah. But you know whose story has not really been told? The people who they started to found, the people who they said and blanketed a slavery story and an African story, and now an ethnogenesis story, and in the FBA and an African American and everything else and the such. And these people's history are not being told. The Oak Hill Academy, the Tallahassee Manual Labor School, the things of these nations, my ancestors who I have people who were looking for their folks, and I don't know what happened to them afterwards, but I have their handwriting. That you want to know why I cry when I see this? When I have handwriting from my ancestors somewhere on this bitch, because I was just talking about it, but going through looking for their kids in such an oppressive state, in such a situation, and I'm supposed to just think it was just something to not even look into, just put it on slavery and talk about a lineage and let's get onto this political shit. And then on top of that, not knowing that there's other things that's hidden deep within the reasons why they did this, and such as land patterns and everything else that could lead towards political things of that nature that could get us toward that kind of shit. But as far as I don't know why I can't find these damn letters, but oh, here he goes. Letters like Mr. Andrew Chief Watkins, who was a chief who was looking for his children, three sons. Okay, and then I have their papers, which I don't see them getting back to him, or I don't even know if they ever reunited with their father. They don't have any paperwork until the Dawes rose. Oklahoma goes completely black in between that time. I'm trying to figure out, and we're trying to figure out all the intricacies of what really happened to our people, because that's where the indoctrination lies. And you want to come up here and talk about some other shit and some other shit and what black means white up and down and how, who created what or the hell, and that's just not what I'm up here to talk about. It's these kids that I cry for. It's these people that I care about. It's the corruption that of people trying to force books like ethnogenesis books all over the place. Did he not read? Now it's not even that many books. It's only 135 books on ethnogenesis. So which one of these did he read before he got that information? I've looked through them and they're all pretty sinister. So I don't want to ethnogenesis of my people through a label, through policies, through politics, through terminology, through anything. I want the truth to be found, to be told and remembered through time. Go ahead, whoever next.
I think TV is trying to come up and C3.
Go ahead. I'll drop for TB and C3.
So want to be tied to an acronym or a surname or a tribe that you find in your family tree doesn't make no sense.
Yes, I just want to correct something real quick. Illinois is not a Creole word. It comes from the Illinois people that was already there. That's how the state got its name, and it means regular people. I just want to let you know that it's not Creole.
So Jean Paul, the man who has a statue in Chicago, he's not a Creole man.
That's how you found something. That's how you found something.
Creole. He is Haitian. He was a fur trader.
Creole.
And he's not. He is Haitian. Hold on.
Haiti existed before.
Before Haiti
who had went over there.
Haiti existed before everywhere.
Haiti have always existed.
It was
Haiti. No, it wasn't. Haiti, that's the real name of it. Anyway, like I was saying, he was a fur trader who came and established a permanent settlement over on the Chicago routes. Their name was already Chicago before he came over there. He just founded the city because other people came around him and started settling there because they saw that he was making money, and that's how the city of Chicago came to be about. I would know this because that's my city and this is my state.
And when Peter Martyr is described as being cultivated in, hold on, let me read this real quick. Nothing but the great intention could have been to refer into the induction of the cassava to the importation of Negroes from Africa. Peter Martyr describes it as being cultivated in Haiti, with Columbus first discovering that island. Columbus discovered that island. And yeah, they did say something about an importation of the Negroes, right? That's a whole nother thing. But cultivated that island, Columbus, right? Columbus discovered the island of Haiti, and that's really what I'm looking for. Columbus's actual thing in Haiti. Now, you can sit here and say that Haiti wasn't there all you want to, but Haiti's been there since Columbus time, since Columbus's books, and then Peter Martyr talked about something with it. We can go into that, but we can't sit here and say that Haiti didn't exist. Go ahead, Mystery O Gang. The Mystery O Gang says it's quiet. TB.
That's TB.
Oh, he's trying to show something. Hold up. I see. My bad. Hold up.
TB Adams in the house. You almost made me feel some type of way saying my last name like that. What's up, my boy? But listen, see, that's the thing about when people get to put names on places in the Americas and they use linguistics to do it. You have to know that there were already people there and people that used to move around and trade. So we having an in and out conversation right now, right? But I want to explain something to Mama real quick about this. These Haitians. A lot of these Haitians come from the Chol people, and I don't know if you know who the Chol people were, but the Chol people were living amongst the Uchis and the Ricohonkins Indians between Tennessee, Savannah, and Illinois. So that empire, I don't know, that people have been trying to talk about, it was a bunch of traders who had gained settlements, right? You know the history of the Spanish, don't you, Mama? Because I thought I just heard you up here speaking a little Spanish. I might have been tripping. But if you know the history of the Spanish, you would know that most of the words that they call Spaniard come from indigenous people.
Mm-hmm.
You would know that, right? Like the word
I agree entirely. That's why I understand Creole.
You know how the word Kakakui, like how the word Kakakui created white folks, right? But there were no white folks before the word Kakakui or principle. Principle used to be the word for white folks. Am I lying or not? You from the islands, it sounds like, so you should know this.
Are you asking me?
Principle the word for white folks? Yes or no?
You said what's the word for white folks?
Yeah, when it came to the indigenous people and the white folks, then you had the Cacaquis who were the indigenous people, and you had the principles who were the Spanish. What they're Spanish, the principles, and principle equals white, just like Cacaqui equals black.
Okay.
Right? But at the same time, both of these people own land. And this is the crazy thing about it, right? When I started looking at English, I noticed that the English copied everything that was Spanish. Not one thing, but everything. Not one thing, but everything. And the French were the people who actually built the United States. Why? Because the French were the people that tricked everybody.
So you're agreeing with me. Illinois is a French Creole name. And it means black land.
No, it is not.
Okay.
Can you finish listening? So the French tricked everybody to believing that Louisiana was purchased, but the French never left the New Orleans quarter.
Nope.
The French quarters in New Orleans, that's all they ever had. Because everything else was supposed to belong to the Spanish, right? So when I get to thinking about it, I'm like, damn, 8 states got created out of Florida, which was Spanish territory. Illinois is one of them, isn't it?
Yep.
Excuse me? Is Illinois one of the states that was created out of Florida? Because Florida was a big old place that I noticed that the Haitians don't bring up. They don't ever talk about the big country called Florida, or the half continent called Florida. What happened to the many borders of Florida? You see, Florida ended up with a whole bunch of borders. Where did all those people come from that came to Florida? Because I know all the slaves that were escaping slavery ran to Florida.
Yep.
Excuse me?
The South.
All the slaves that were escaping slavery ran to Florida. That's 1492 Iberia. That's that motherfucker. That's every motherfucking century since then. Motherfuckers been running to Florida. Fuck that. So somebody got to explain to me when these states got created. Who created them out of Florida? Because Florida been the land of flowers for so long. Virginia been the head of Florida. This is the land of the bison. I don't want to hear nothing about no Illinois unless somebody gonna explain to me who these fuckers who left their lands and came here and started making names for other
There
lands.
was no Illinois. And we had that name, and there was no landmass carved out of Florida and Louisiana called Illinois until somebody wanted to take an indigenous tribe's name, found some area, make borders, and call it that and confuse you.
Now, this is where the shit gets deep. Did the Arawaks help the Spanish, the English, and everybody else rename America, North America, or Florida itself? Because the Arawaks seem to have a thing, right? These Haitians have a thing with letting people know that they were here. They let people know they were here, and they keep talking about what they created and what they named. And I noticed
you saying the Haitians weren't here, or they were?
Wait a minute, because I don't got nothing against the Haitians, but I've been listening to them.
People are saying two different things. I've been listening. Mama, someone had just finished saying Haiti. All right.
Listen. If you listen to me, you will understand. The Haitians say that Cherokee is a bad cognitive word. Creek is a bad cognitive word. When you say our tribal names or whatever they were in the Creole Haitian language, guess what? All those words are negative as fuck. But to us, they were something positive. So I'm starting to realize that it's something going on with the islands in the mainland to where my ancestors who are from Aiken County, Edgefield, South Carolina, they built Aiken and helped build a cotton gin, right? My uncle was one of the people who taught John Deere them how to fix the cotton gin motor. I noticed that all of my family went to the islands to fight the wars from inland. I noticed that all my family, from every war, they went from inland to the islands fighting.
Some of the Yamasis.
Sam just saying about
the islanders do with the Spanish that gave the English the right to feel like they can do what they did because they renamed everything after this fucking Spanish. They never really changed the names. They just flipped Spanish words to angelic English words, and the Spanish got their words from the indigenous, which was mainly Arawak and Florida people.
Yeah, he's basically proving to you that the terminology of Illinois did not come from a French person. He had to break it down to you to let you know how it was colonized and founded, just like Tariq is trying to found.
I didn't say it came from French. I said it came
from Haitians, and then you started, and then when people say Haiti, you started to say French Haiti, and then they had to go to let you know Haiti was already here before a French person got over here. They didn't come over here and name it that.
Came and verified that.
I didn't say that Haiti was in America. I said Haiti. Haiti was Haiti. Haiti was Haiti.
Mm-hmm. People who were putting on to have power in the land,
and they
were also putting on to have power. People that were putting on to have power in the islands were also putting on to have power in the land, and they did not.
The man known for Chicago is a Haitian.
Is a fur trader, a settler.
A Haitian man.
He was born.
Chicago.
The term settler or immigration.
I could show you a map of Chicago on there from the 1500s.
Yeah, the Chalagi or Chicago been on the map for a long time.
That shit existed before that dude was born.
And I'm trying to find a document.
You know about the Illinois Indians having Yamasee Indians as slaves? You know about that? Well, do you know about the Cherokees and the Iroquois coming down south with Westo Indians to enslave people from off the Savannah River and take them back up there to cultivate corn and all that other stuff? Do you know about it? Illinois has been in existence, baby. We've been warring with them folks for forever. How you think the King Von and the Quando Rondo thing was just able to happen the way it was, baby? That's ancient history. It's been going down like that. for a long time. People don't really want to talk about the linguistics, but I'm here to talk about them, and I'm telling you that the English stole all their ways from the Spanish, and the Spanish got their ways from the Awawaks.
Basically, he's giving you the breakdown of how step by step from the erasure. Who's first started acting like the niggas, the first niggas, and then when they started acting like the niggas, then it transferred to some niggas started act that basically transferred from the Spanish to the French, and it goes on until the erasure. Y'all done forgot that there was some Indians that done created this long ago. Same thing with the music genres. Y'all done forgot that niggas created them music genres long ago. It just take a few other people to put steps in between. Mm-hmm. And they put steps in between.
And pop are predominantly known to be white music. But who created them? Niggas.
And why did it get erased? Colonization, founding, people getting the same thing. They'll found your culture. They'll be like, oh, that's pretty cool over there. Well, we're gonna found or fund some of these white folks to do it. And now they're the hip hop greats. We gonna put them on the major platforms, nigga. We founded hip hop in the future. Nah, they founded hip hop. Nigga, what you mean? Go ahead, y'all.
So when we start giving names and credit to people based on founding, you know, the word founding means that he discovers a place that he can do commerce and trade, basically, or settle. As in, you travel from somewhere else, you were not originally there. So, you know, that would mean he would have had to patent the land, create the corporation, and then less than 100 years later, incorporate it into the county.
But before you do that, you got to do something with them people that's there too. What you gonna do with them kids and them folks? You gonna war with they folks? And what if you do war with they folks? You gonna enslave, but you might off their parents, but you want to keep them kids. You gonna do what with those kids? Go ahead, TV.
They put a lot of the people that went against the grain in insane asylums. They deemed you clinically insane.
Yep.
Then you're gonna turn their children into quote unquote apprentices.
Yep.
Yeah, he married an Indian woman for sure, but he came by the way of the French, trading fur for them. There's no way around that.
Mm.
And we can't forget. We can't forget that
he wasn't a
Hold
Frenchman.
on. No. We can't forget that we spent about 94 years for it to be illegal to even identify as one of us. When we deal with criticism modern day, we may just kind of brush it off, but it has been illegal. There's been a whole campaign, a whole government-sponsored campaign for us not to ever speak our language, not to ever identify, and definitely not to ever pull up any of these family records that we pull up and celebrate and discuss openly. It's important that you know who you come from because if when we start pulling out records beyond 1865, who are you and where were you before that territory became a state? One or more is over here. One or more is over here in 1716 in Oklahoma. That's where I'm from. On the map that our brother has up here, you go from in Florida, you go from Tocobaba. You go up a little further. I'm from Kusapona-Kisha. I'm from West Kusapona-Kisha. That's Oklahoma. Across the river, that's Atchafalaya. They call that New Orleans today.
I didn't know they had a Jackson. I didn't know they had a place called Kunapona-Kesha. I didn't know they had a place called Kunapona-Kesha. That's crazy. Go ahead, my bad, Jackson.
Yes, I got folks from out of Gaddison, Opelika, what else out there? Besides Gaddison, Tallahassee, other little areas. They go down into the Tequila zone. Yeah, the Hines family, the Williams, the Lashley, all them folks that's in that area. Get like that, I think they last name Jones too. Yes. Yeah, those my people. They still down there heavy too. The Kellys, the Carters, the Browns, they down there too. Yeah, all them folks are down there for sure. I want to say, I think the Williams last name is one of the biggest in that zone. But when we just be trying to break it down to people, like when y'all use words like founded,
I mean, motherfucker came and found something that was already going on and popular, and they got involved. That's what that means.
Hey, did you say found it and then you connected it with discovery or discover?
Basically.
What does discover mean? Discover means to lay open to you. You know what I'm saying? To betray something.
It is exposing the unexposed. So
it's a very commercial. It's a betrayal.
And I used to have a map with Chicago on it. I've been so studying so much of the Southeast. A lot of mine is heavy, heavy, heavy Southeast. But I was going to find it to have, and it's kind of spelled a little bit, but it's pretty much like but it's Chicago toward the Chicago Indians. I also got a passage somewhere where the Potawatomis has sold Chicago to, and it was in a newspaper. It said the Potawatomis sold Chicago to whatever, 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 whatever. So that already got me thinking Chicago already existed if it was being sold to somebody who's saying that they founded it. But go ahead. All right, if nobody, I'm gonna go ahead and shit. I cook. We're gonna get back to these topics. To be honest with you, if anybody else ain't got nothing else, we got somebody coming up.
What's the topic on?
Oh man, TB, you ain't seen the. Oh man. When I say finding the newspaper, the article, the century in this bitch, man, that's breaking down the establishment of, let's see if it's so much involved. Church, it's just like the church, the establishment of the pastors who and how they got established through Tomochichi, starting through Tomochichi's nephew from the Yamakra Indians through Oglethorpe, and Oglethorpe, who is now over Oglethorpe College, the one they call Yamakra College, is all still there. These niggas put it all there, and actually, I think Tomochichi is buried out there, but it's the same area where they're establishing these churches. Now they're going around in this particular time. They're like, hey, these people aren't getting married, and we need to. This you got one dude named Colonel Bird here. You got I'm
My bad. I didn't know I was on the mic, but they unfollowed your fucking channel just now. That was crazy.
Who unfollowed it?
I don't know. Like I came in here, your shit was followed, and then I look up right now, it was unfollowed. Like if I would have left or something, right, then I would have knew your shit was unfollowed. I wouldn't have been able to come back to your live or something.
Oh,
I
okay.
followed again, but that's weird.
You never know, man. Sometimes buttons get pressed in the phone, but okay. But so on the topic, and so and this is a continuation from another article from yesterday, two articles also, but about this topic that led to this, because we found an article that says something about church wardens, how country born man. You know what? I'm gonna just read that quick. I mean, we got to get back to the motherfucking facts.
Say that again. Did you say the word warden?
Yeah, church wardens. Yes, church wardens. You ain't did I just say something new to TB? No, man. No.
I get to talk about all the white girls who had mulatto and little Negro babies who got. I want to go to that. Go to boy, take you back to the 1700s quick.
And this is so he said the right time frame. This is paper 1700s. So
yeah, I remember that song, White Girls. That was a real song.
So we gonna do this.
Memphis, Tennessee, and why they had to create the man.
Yeah. See, we're gonna do this while we got 150 people in here. Earlier, like you said, Rashad, wasn't that many people here. Y'all might as well get this quick game. We're gonna go through it fast and make it interesting. Okay. So let's read this document that kind of led us. Now, this document I had saved from damn near a year and a half ago. It took up to this time to me looking at Travis on American Ancestry Decoded or American History Decoded, or whatever it is now. Y'all know Handsome History or Handsome History. Before I can finally put together a lot of these pieces, plus all of my own pieces, plus my own family members' documents who went through the shit. Now that I can make light of all this shit, so now let me just kind of go through it. So it says the Society for Propagating the Bible the gospel in foreign parts. What are foreign parts? We're in South Carolina. Foreign parts in 1743 would be anything outside of South Carolina, which would be Indian territory. They're trying to propagate the Bible through Indian territory. How are they going to do that? Let's see. They say, having long at much at heart the propagation of the same among the Negroes and Indian slave, meaning they've been doing somewhat the same of the Negroes and Indian slave amongst them at the time in the colonies. Who are the Negroes? You all may say that they're all just some Africans. They must be the Africans, and the Indians are Siberian. No. Okay, well, you'll say, well, are the Indians you? Yes. And then the Africans are some Africans? No. Or the Negroes are some Africans? No. We went through, we looked at, like I showed, the Book of Negroes right here. You have the Book of Negroes. That shows that these people were here. You had at least 3,000 Negroes here from over there in France. From not France, I'm sorry, from over there in Europe, according to them, that they brought over. These people got expelled in 1789 after some wars and things that went on. Just to get past the whole situation, just to make it a long story short, you at least know that there were other Negroes. Then when the whole thing with Tariq and shit came up with the Negro cloth, that made me look how did the Negro cloth get over here from France since it originated in France? Something wanted me to see that through this whole ordeal. So now we know that these Negroes, I got a newspaper that said that they imported some Negro cloths. For those who didn't see it, I was looking for this newspaper again back in so I can find it again, and then I ended up on one, if I can find it real quick. Yeah, just imported Negro cloth, both blue and white. Okay, where they got to be importing it from Europe. Okay, regardless of that, getting past this point, you know what I'm saying? That started getting me even further into, looking even further into trying to find, going back into whatever. So we're gonna go back into this before I lose my train of thought. So having had the same thing, so the what I was getting to, so the Negroes should be, and I was also doing a lot of studying about the Yamasee, and Yamasee also made some Negroes out of different type of people, whether they be British Negroes, there were Spanish Negroes, there were French Negroes, there were all kind of other Negroes and some African ass Negroes here. That's why the manifest only shows so many few Africans, but there's some manifest for some other niggas coming over here. Many of them have now been whitewashed of their names, but regardless of that, so these Negroes are not African. So Negroes and Indian slaves, but they were together. I also talk about Indian slaves. We just seen how Indians were kidnapped and been seen, and women and children made slaves. So when they say they grouped us together, now they're talking about Indians and likely Europeans. Doesn't mean that we was consummating together and being together. You could be on large swaths of land and have people as slaves. It doesn't necessarily mean that we have babies together. And on top of that, some of us have ancestry with those Europeans, right? Y'all say that, right? But many of those people used to likely come from here. So that's a whole nother story if you have to go back even further. But okay, so let's finish going through this. I just wanted to drill the point home on those Negro slaves for those who are new in here. All right. And it says, in His Majesty's colonies in America, it tells you they're talking about they've done that in the colonies. It says, have lately resolved on the following method of purchasing this good in. So they figured out a way, basically, they said, hey, we figured out a way to pay for propagating the Bible just like we did into the Indian territories, just like we did to the niggas and Indians that we have right now in our custodies in the colonies. That's what that says. Okay, so now let's keep going forward. It says vis-a-vis, this is how we're gonna do it. We're gonna by purchasing some country-born young Negroes, causing them to be instructed to read the Bible. Now, first, let's stop there. Purchasing a country-born Negro. Now, if you know that they're talking about Negroes and Indians, like it just said earlier before, I sound like TB going in hard, huh? Boy, I'm TB protege. If you know how the motherfucking Negroes and Indians was done, like they said, then like I just told you, now you know that they're trying to take a country-born foreign nigga that had a baby here who grew up around you and acts like what? Acts like you. Because they just told you that niggas and Indian slaves was together. Don't mean you had babies together. Just like it doesn't mean that them two white folks and them two other people come to your motherfucking school, have a kid, and you to grow up with you and start acting like they hip hop. Nigga, you ain't hip hop. Okay?
Don't forget about the white Negroes that came from West Africa.
All of them.
Hey, I want to ask y'all fellas, so what was the law that was called the Act Against Bastardy?
You got me on that one.
Remember that? 1723, the Act Against Bastardy. Right, that was the law that prohibited white women from having babies by Negroes.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to say. That was part of they mentioned that in the Loving case as well.
No, that's that. public church whipping that you got up there on that paper right there, right up. So a lot of those little children had had dark Indian grandmas, but their mamas was what color? Either white passing or a white woman. That's why Virginia had to start making all those white passing laws, because in Georgia, a colored boy could be a white person by law.
Man, and you know that's so funny that you just said that, because we were just talking about or in the article we just found, it was talking about I just been smoking too much. What'd you just say? You had triggered me with one of them phrases. Damn.
Just think about it.
Documents never said that you had to be a certain color. It just said that you needed to put white on documentation. So some people read that and understood on the paper, I just need to check white and not black. That's all they did.
Okay. Let me
We can go and look at the Southampton or Northampton free colored population, and it'll show you 443 white women that had babies by different men of color, and that population became one of the free colored people, African American populations that's down in history right now.
and you know what? Earlier I was saying how the church was trying to label my child as a bastard at one time, even though that had nothing to do with that. Just had to be doing having a baby out of wedlock. But that was something else you had said. I'm gonna try to get to it. But let me throw this in here. So propagating the Bible throughout. This is how they gonna pay for it. They gonna purchase a country-born Negro foreign that's born there, cause him to be instructed by the Bible. This is your pastors that we're getting to. This is your high up pastors, causing them to be re-instructed into the Bible, into the chief principles of the Christian religion, and thenceforth employing them as under the direction of trustees. My bad. Hold up. Under the direction of trustees, we're in that green section at the bottom. Under the direction of trustees as schoolmasters. Now, we're talking about schools, we're talking about pastors, we're talking about spirituality, religion, we're talking about Christian, we're talking about propagating this to the Indians and the Negro slaves. It was already done to Negroes and Indian slaves in the colonies. Now we're about to bring it out to the Indian territory outside of this, and we're going to pay for it by purchasing country-born Negroes that have been growing up around you, who's going to come out and propagate this to you. Now it says, for the same instruction, let me bring it up like this, for the same instruction, down here, this unhighlighted pipe, for the same instruction of all such Negro and Indian children as may be born in said colonies. In pursuance of this method, the said society have already purchased about 15 months ago, hold on. Oh, yeah, because that's why I had to find it, because I had lost it right here. Says society 15 months ago. Where you at? Okay, schoolhouse. No. Damn. Where's my spot? Hold on, y'all. Okay, 15 months ago. Here we go. Yeah, I had to go get it because I left that part out. That's why I had to go find it. And I ended up finding the Negro cloth thing. Just literally was the next one down after I typed in looking for Negro stuff in between these years. But regardless, Negro and Indians. But okay, it says about 15 months ago, they've already bought two such Negroes for the said service in their provinces, and have since appropriated one of them for the same in Charlestown. So we know where we're at, South Carolina, who will be sufficiently qualified for it in a few months, and to whom all Negro and Indian children, notice they threw us back in there. They didn't say they wanted to purchase some country-born Indian and actually propagate this. That wasn't gonna work. They purchased some country-born fake bitch that did it for them, right? And then when you go over here, it says children in the parishes, as we get into the creation of parishes, in the next document that we're looking at now, all 12 parishes and how they're precincts under church wardens. Okay, but let's keep going. Negro and Indian children of this parish will be sent for education without any charge to the masters of owners, public school eventually. But at first it goes through the church. Now we learned from Travis.
So the church will be the first overseers.
Yes.
Officers.
Yes.
Overseers.
They would be the landlord. They would be the landlords.
The tax collectors, which were the tithe collectors first, because tithing was before taxation, and tithing was backed by law, literal law, like tax.
And that's why they had to own the trustee, though. They
That's why they had to own the. That's why they had to own the land, turn you into a peasant.
I don't really know you like that political. You got hold on one second, Rashad. I don't really know you like that political. You gonna have to definitely quiet down for the folks that's up here. There's some major hitters up here. So you might have to chime in here and there, but I don't even know what where your mindset is with things. So I just don't know you. So I know no hate. Go ahead, Rashad.
That's why they had to get the land, turn you into a peasant who's engaged in agricultural work, but they had to be the farmer because the farmer collects taxes. You do the work and
Yep.
pay the taxes.
Yep. And then let's keep going here. So they've already purchased some dude going out there, and it's gonna be come to no cost to you because Travis said there were annuity backed baptismal records when they baptize you, which Christianize you, which turns you into an Englishman, as he said. But now we found the document that says because it was the English church that was first propagated. This doesn't say it's English church, but now we know. So that's how you were first made into an Englishman, or where they said given English names, even though they were already our names, but they likely usurped those and trying to make us think that. But regardless of that, sometimes you would get some people like in Catholicism, they would change their name up like Francisco de Jacora, but sometimes some of his original name he kept, and it was voluntary. I don't know if it's voluntary, whatever. Sometimes they did do that, but let me just keep going. It says, but whereas the said society have no further other fund to depend on carrying out this work. If you don't have the money to do this, he says, by under the blessing of God, the voluntary contributions of pious and well-disposed Christians, they are without hopes of the charitable assistance of some such in the parts towards it. My bad. Basically saying people in the church, the Christians will pay for it. If you can't propagate this through no charge through some other way, the Christians will put some money for us to propagate this Bible out there and make it work. All right, let's keep it going. It says, but more especially, let me pull.
Bro, did you just say that offering tithes has been basically a thing since our ancestors' engine days? They've been offering tithes to pay for people to have luxury rides and nice houses. So the pastor been pimping.
Now you know.
Yeah, we gonna go whoop him.
And when you need to, and TB, when you want to propagate the Bible, or if you want to spread your business of enslaving or making apprentices of the youth, because they mostly went after the youth to baptize them first, especially them first, the ones that they off their parents. Now when you baptize the kids, they ain't gonna remember the parents' religion, right? See that? But on top of that, you go ahead and you put a church on every corner after that to solidify the religion, like an advertisement. And now you pay for it with your own funds.
Hey, just like the liquor that was supposed to get sold to the poor Indians, right? It was on every corner next, not even right down the street from the church. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, we kicking these facts to these 150 now. Okay. Plus the people that's on YouTube, and also the people that's on Twitter, and the 2 people on Facebook. I'm gonna shit on Facebook every day. All right. So they gonna block my ass after the while. This nigga be shitting on Facebook. All right, it says, but I had to hold it like this. It kind of sucks on my fingers. It kind of in the way of some stuff. So bear with me. It says, but more especially as they have appropriated their said Negroes. Let me make sure okay, Christians without assistance, blah blah blah. Okay, yeah. But more especially as they have already appropriated their said Negroes for the service of Charlestown. Hold up, y'all. Maybe if I read over here, yeah, I can read this way. Of Charlestown, they hope that the inhabitants thereof will voluntarily contribute a small sum of 400 pounds of currency. As you know, they're using the pound, so they must be talking about over there, right? The type of niggers I said over there, right? For him, which the subscriber consents may be done on the corner piece of a globe, land, whatever. They're just saying where they're going to put the church. It says this building is to be finished within 3 or 4 months of this date, and whatever shall. Now let's get to the end of this. Whatever shall, because this is what, as you see, there you go, because that's what made me had to go look in the church wardens, and now I pulled up the next thing. So it says this building to be done within 3 to 4 months from this date, and whoever shall be disposed their hearts to contribute towards it may pay their contributions into the hands of either the church wardens of Charlestown or to the subscriber. and to the same shall be accounted for to the most public and instead of whatever manner. Now, I've been keeping this document for so long, and that one is what's led me to the one today. Go ahead.
I done seen two things on the document that you done showed. One of the first things I'm gonna mention was the last part that you was just showing us, right? Did you go back to it for us real quick?
Okay, hold on. Let me make sure. Okay, let me
It said
let,
this
let
word
me
warden.
favorite this.
Now, I don't know if people knew that most prisons in the South didn't get established till after the 1800s. So the church was warding people off. Have you ever heard of being a church ward? Like how you are a ward of the state.
That's what we're talking about too. We're talking about that.
When you go through the process of juvenile courts, they designate or they ward you to the state. You know what I'm saying? Like they take you from the custody of your parents and they designate you to the state of ward you. So you go through foster care while a juvenile. Then you have the crazy ward. That's another one.
But then you got down south because you still got wards down south because I know on one of my ancestors' papers,
Third ward, fourth ward, fifth ward. Ward on every corner, just like it's a district, and districts are another form of military, which military come from the religious standstill. So it's all really province over colony, and not colony over province. See, colony got something to do with commerce and trade. Province, though, has something to do with the religious settlement and establishment of things. So when we look at these laws, they're mainly talking about their provinces, not their colonies.
Man. So
because it says the province of Georgia, the province of Virginia, everywhere had a province, but they also was a colony. So we got to figure out who was running the colony and who was running the province, because the people that was running the province was the people that was the problem.
Yeah. And actually, this one right here is gonna name some names. We're gonna jump through this. I got about an hour. I'm gonna pack this in, and then we'll be talking and chatting before I gotta roll. But so I got to because I want to get this in. So while we got these heavy hitters up here, so y'all can hear this and see this. So then we jump to looking for church wardens, and then I find this paper first thing this morning. That's what we're going over today, this morning. So let's read through this. Everything's explosive. So they say, hey, in last Sunday's letter from let me make sure I can get this to where. Okay, yeah, we can be good. Okay, from last Sunday's letter, some interesting notes were given of the very earliest laws enacted in North Carolina, these being by the Palatine. And who are the Palatine? It tells you that they are the Lord's proprietors and the Grand Assembly, which then met anywhere and everywhere, like a Mason, there being no fixed seat of government. So we're talking about North Carolina pre-government, laws being enacted in these colonies by lords proprietors and the Grand Assembly. Okay, we're going to keep going. And then it says, much attention was given to the matter of marriages. Now, the Wale uprisings, we talked about that, how that was against marriages in a sense, well, against divorce, because the chief, they was cool with being all in you. Now, this is separate from this. This is a Spanish example. This is more the English, but the Wale got into it because the Spanish was going down there and they said, y'all marrying all kind of people, you having multiple wives, we got to make them establish this thing. And it's kind of easy. Go around to women and be like, don't you just want him to just have one wife? Then y'all be like, you need to get in there and get with Jesus. Get in there, get you some Jesus and marry me. No, I'm just playing games. But at the same time, that's the sense. You get in there, you get married, and you had a different type of culture. And then they had a culture at the time that was very oppressive, saying, hey, you can't even get a divorce. You're stuck with this person for life. Well, the chief at the time was like, you got me fucked up, took his top off, placed it on the pike, and went through and took the tops off of every other pastor in the province until the Spanish was gone for a while. So they knew that they were trying to propagate and change religion through the church and through and erase you, but they didn't know it. But they were even more so mad just because he couldn't get pussy from somewhere else. Really, that's what it really was. But okay, so much attention was given to the matter of the marriages. So we're talking about some up north, similar situation. For a great many thousands of people lived there in wedlock without ever without any ceremony. And we stopped there earlier. We looked up a book that went into, we read a whole passage of the Indians in Florida, the Natchez and all of them, and their actual practices. And they didn't have ceremonial practices like that. Some of them, most of them didn't. It did talk about some a little bit a different tribe down below. And that's just, we talking about the South, but still, for the most part, they had other laws and things, and when they went to all their whole practices. Regardless, this is what they're talking about, right? So they're like, hey, these people are living, and kind of like today, they say niggas is living out of wedlock. Y'all niggas is out here 83% divorce, blah, 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 and unread, all this other stuff. We following our ancestors, nigga. You can go back and forth in a sense. You can move on, ebb and flows in life. You ain't got to be stuck with somebody until you unalive yourself through, or you ain't got to, either one, or before the man puts you through the wall, right? So you both need the chance to get out of something, men and women. But let's keep going. So, but they're trying to get in between this right now. They said, hey man, y'all ain't out here getting married. They said there's a lot of people out here that ain't getting married. And they said they are surprisingly a large number of settlers thus now living in what New York termed common law marriages. They're in the yellow, right? It says have been numerous. In the notes there, which I prepared 3 years ago on the delightful old publication, The Running of the running of the boundary line between the North and South Carolina, written by that cynical old Virginian gentleman, Colonel Byrd. We stopped there, pulled up Colonel Byrd's current ancestors of the Mohawk tribe, who have zero ancestry, but he's a principal chief of a Mohawk tribe. It was whack ass ancestors. We also stopped there and I found his actual book, that actual line that he's talking about. I ain't read it yet, but I got the book. But he says he took occasion to refer to this melancholy lack of marriages. And we stopped and we was like, so this is one of the first white men to go around and start saying these niggas ain't married out here. These niggas around here just shacking up. That's where he's starting out, right? Okay. It says it was, and I'm gonna go a little bit further. I'm gonna after I get past here, I'm gonna see what we'll let y'all chime in real quick. It says it was enacted in 1705, that whereas a great many people come from foreign parts, have come and settled themselves here as man and wife, much people shall, if accused by creditable report or common saying of being not lawfully married, come within 12 months and produce sufficient certificate of that marriage. So let me just say that what that means. They're basically saying, hey, if you come and live in our colonies, if you, or if somebody tells us you're shacking up, like your mom or your dad or the pastor might say you've been in there shacking up or something, you know what I mean? He sees you, you know. If he says a credible witness says to the authorities that you've been shacking up and you can't produce a sufficient paperwork, a certificate, a marriage certificate within 12 months, what happens to you? Let's see what happens to you. It says a reputable by the government where this is what I meant. This is what is TB reminded me of. He said you would be like put on the public, like being humiliated publicly or something like that. This is what we're getting into. I knew it was something. It was going to come back to me. It says what would happen to you if you didn't produce this marriage certificate. It says marriage of at least have been taken or reputed by the wife of the government where they resided. It says otherwise to be treated as vagabonds. When you look up vagabonds, and our boy Monty is the main one that been saying that word vagabond, shout out. Vagabond means that you it's expelled from the community. Okay, you will be treated as an expelled person from the community, and it says right here, and expelled from by the government. And it says the law as the observance of Sunday. Now that was just saying you'd be expelled if you came to live here. We're gonna go further into one other paragraph, and then I'm gonna pause. It said but basically, if you get married, if you come here, shack up, you're not married in our colony. This is a way of Christianizing you, right? We need you to show some kind of proof by going and getting this Christian marriage. Okay, go out there, get married, do it at the church. You know, now you can do it at the courthouse because separation of church and state. That's another thing. Yeah. Oh, okay. So let's keep going. The law, y'all thought it was something else. Y'all thought it was just because you couldn't pray in the school. Oh no, it's something more sinister. The separation of the church and state is the separation of what he just said. Your warden being the overseer. I think that was Jim Dropper. Separation of them being your warden to the state, to the political parties. and you doing the same religious practices you were doing. Go ahead. What'd you say?
Hey Samuel, that's what that's called. That's called juvenile justice. The DJJ. That ain't got nothing to do with grown folks. Hey, if you really know what you're reading up, this is our parents being sent in two separate ways, right? The child going through foster care, apprenticeship, for being locked up as a small prisoner of war. This is juvenile Department of Justice at its finest, where a child and his parents can't even take up for him to get him out of a courtroom. Because that's the only courtroom where kids cannot speak for themselves, bro. Or where adults can't speak for their children. That courtroom is still under colonial law today. If you go read any treaty about the Negro children or the Indian children, bro, what you're reading right now is how juvenile justice has conquered the Negro family. That's what you're reading. That's what you're
That's
reading.
heavy.
Bro.
Heavy.
Oh my goodness. I would have never put that together by myself. One for the hell fit over here.
I gotta let some heavy hitters up real quick, but y'all let me get through a couple paragraphs. I love the amazing Yaya and the amazing Meta. We are cooking heavy up here. I don't even want to leave, to be honest. But I got to in about another 30-40 minutes ish. But we almost through this main passage before we get to the end. And this whole passage talks about church wardens, slaves. We ain't even got to that part yet. We'll get to some church wardens parts, but we ain't even got to the slave parts in this thing. So I don't even know where it leads even further from here. But let me keep going. It's already explosive, right? So let's see. Right here, it's gonna say the law as of the observance of Sunday. Now remember, we're talking about how do you colonize Indian and foreign parts past here. How do you make them Christian as we come and take your shit, right? Well, they didn't take it; they Christianized you for you. That's a whole nother thing. Well, yeah, what? Okay. The law as for the observance of Sunday was also made very strict, with heavy fines were imposed together with forfeitures, land taken if you don't go to fucking church of an Indian. Let that sink the fuck in. Backed by the fucking police, by the law. Keep going. And the property of the delinquents who didn't show up to church was to be levied upon the by distress. And if the offender could not pay the penalties, he or she would be set publicly on the stocks for 3 hours. We had to look it up. If you got that photo, Rashad, pull it up. What is the stocks that you would be set on for? Please pull that up. That you would be set up for public shaming. Public shaming at its back then. Y'all say we should bring back public shaming. Let's bring it up. Hold up. I got you. We were at a time where people would walk instead of drive. Imagine being put like this because you didn't go to church for 3 hours as people walk by and say that nigga didn't go to church as your land is up for forfeiture. You thought it was a whole war they took your fucking land. How did they take your land as an Indian? You let them just do it. It was shame, and it was you niggas also playing a part, unfortunately beknownst to them. Let me pull myself back up. So you would be if you didn't go to church on Sunday, the law was you would go on the stocks for 3 hours and your whole belongings would be put up for forfeiture. We don't have to come at you with the sword no more. Okay. It says the forfeitures went to the church wardens. The money went to the pastor, who likely told on you for shacking up or not showing up to church on Sunday. Or not showing the church on Sunday. Who do you think was telling? Or the parish. Then we just see what about parishes? Or the parish who gave half to the informer, meaning whoever told, like the pastor, he'd get half your shit. And the other half would go to the poor, galvanizing the poor against you as they pass you by with your shit. You should. Mm. Didn't think about that. You should have came to church. Got a lot of people in here. Some people dropped out. They said, "Hold on, you're talking about my church."
Because they gotta let it go. Like I said, I'm not trying to take away a person's belief system, but as in when it comes to religion, because there's a difference between, you know, using spirituality or using something to make you a better person, but with you involved in religion and these certain type of things, you have to let it go if you really want to pay homage to your ancestors. Or if your folks ain't been through it, they ain't been through it. So it is what it is.
Exactly, exactly. And then it says, and after I finish this this paragraph, I'm gonna let the folks chime in here. It says publicly on the stocks, informer have to go to the poor. It was allowed to dress meat in families and dress and sell it in public houses, namely hotels and inns. I guess dress meat, it basically went to go feed people. Okay, so I'll stop there for a second because he's going to get into the parishes, Christian religion, foreign parts, parish creation, Kingdom of Great Britain, Church of England. What y'all got to say? What's up? Well, let me say this. What's up, y'all? First, let me let the folks first. What's up, y'all? What you got to say?
Hey, good morning from California. How you doing, Sam? I've enjoyed this space. Listen, when you brought up how they moved from common law marriage of the indigenous people to having to get married in a Christian church, remember this is matriarchal land. Now that you have to get married into a church, you're coming up under laws. And so therefore your traditional cultural norms from how wealth and land is passed down now turns over into law. So now everyone wants what? An American girl. Why? Because she ties you to the land. Now, if I marry you as a man, right? And I'm not even of your culture, but I marry you as a man, you're an indigenous woman. Your land is no longer matriarchal. Now your land is legal. And legally, if we separate, I have ties to your land. Legally, if we marry, I have ties to your land because now law is going to supersede anything else. I saw that when you were talking about the marriage part.
Oh yeah, what you just said makes hit so hard right now because I have a whole section of intermarriage documents from 17 what year is that, 1792, around the time that this shit is getting established for marriages.
Is that why they used to want the woman to take the man's last name?
And look, it says,
Yes, because they're now turning it patriarchal.
and it says, it has been suggested that the best method to facilitate the civilization of the Indians and attach them to the United States, now we can read this again for the millionth time and know what it means, would be to encourage the intermarriages of white men with them. They did that every often. It has been suggested that the best, if all things shall fail, personal shall fail, let intermarriages between the whites be encouraged by the government. Okay, to the Indian savages, right here.
That sounds like the Catherine Anderson situation, doesn't it? You know, the one who family married into the fast Indian Nesamon family.
And it.
Ancestry.
Mm-hmm.
People know that she was a Quatin Indian, that one of those Indians that John Raleigh was talking about he was living amongst when he married Rachel Croshaw. Because see, I don't know nothing about the Cheaskies and certain other tribes in Virginia either that had prominent names. They just happen to just disappear out of history, but they're written all in the houses of Burgess's records as marrying white folk.
And you know what's so dangerous is for is that I got visuals for everything we got, everything we're talking about. There's visuals and there's proof. Go ahead, Shad.
Oh, did you?
I thought you said something. My bad.
So shit, fuck it then, since we just talking, you know.
Oh no, yeah, I'm gonna give a couple minutes of talking, and I'm gonna read a couple more passages, and then we'll talk, and then I'll have to leave after that.
Oh, so I was looking up tithes. Like we already know that it's to impose a payment of 10th, right? So this is like the 1/10. You know what I'm saying? It goes into decimals and then decimation, the paying of tithes, right? Taking 1/10, either that or killing 1 out of 10 men.
Damn.
They all come from the same thing, right? But then they have this thing, right? So it talks about constables, right? And right, well, it talks about a tithing man, right? So they had a tithing man who was an officer of so in this sense would be an officer of the church, right? A tithing man, and the tithing man would be the one that would go around and make sure you paid your tithes, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this would be like a steward or governor or a principal officer, right? And these are the people. So remember earlier when you were talking about like the minor offenses and legal processes and how they were saying that was hurting the economy or whatever the case may be.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Say that one more time. Say that last thing one more time. Do I remember what?
Remember you were talking about they were talking about the courts handling minor offenses.
Oh yeah.
Right. So the tithing man, it meant an officer chosen to serve minor legal processes.
Minor legal like not an overseer, but almost like the person that what do you call it? Like an attorney over you or over a minor.
I guess it would look
Character.
Like a guardian?
it's a constable.
That's what the constable
Sure,
is.
that's what they call it in Georgia.
So it would be a marshal, like high officers of the royal courts.
Oh yeah, you know what? Earlier, because they called them coroners earlier in the newspaper. And when they said that the coroner, which was they said that's the officer or agent basically between his Majesty and the at the time the Church of England. So yeah, no, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And in totality, it would be a constabulary, right? Which is the districts that are under these constables, right? But it's an organized body of peace officers in a district. So at this time in current days, it would be more so like just the police.
I gotta let Meta get a word in. Let Meta get a word in. She hasn't said anything yet. Go ahead, Meta.
Peace, everybody. I just wanted to add, how sick and evil these things, these occurrences are, these people are. People really gotta realize the times we were coming in and out of, because the church was involved in it to the point with the crown where they came over here, right? That was foundational, right? Or maybe it's foundational when the federal government came in here, right? But both of them did the same thing. They both had laws protecting, which the church was, leave them alone. Not the church. The crown was leave them alone. But for the church and these laws that created around it, where they took our children, not only in these churches but also in these schools, it created documentation for us. It created genealogy for us. So while I get this system, a lot was done, and people got to realize these systems. My point is, didn't just start in 1700. They came over here to not just the Americas, but to all the indigenous lands. If you go back 500 years, even 1,000 years, if you go back to the time of 1 AD, they had a plan, and it was with the church, and it was evil. I wish I could show what I want to show to you guys. But literally, that's what they did. They took the king and the queen, they got their permission, built in with the church, to go out and get all the kingdoms that they could, even the indigenous ones. Like this is documented. They don't report it over here, but when you read what's over there, that's coming out. This was really sick, and they involved the church, and they involved the Bible, which was just, now that's spiritual programming. So I just came up to basically just say that, you know, this didn't just start in 1492.
That's real. That's real. Get a couple more people to say some words, and then I'm gonna try to read a little bit more here since we're on a time crunch. We almost 7.5 hours on this live.
They're saying it's breaking up again. I
I,
don't know what's going on.
I hear my fan on my computer getting hot, so it could be my computer's trying to get itself together. Let me close some windows down, but go ahead, y'all.
I wanted to say, while y'all was talking about the church aspect too. One of these books I have, I talked about it earlier. They said that because we already believed in a God, it was easy to convert our people over to Christianity. So they weaponized our own beliefs against us.
Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it is.
The way they was able to do it was through the children, though.
Yep.
That's the truth. Like they had to do it through the children.
You off the parents.
You can, Samuel, pull up the. Can you pull up the Mattapony federal petitions and treaties, bro?
What is it called? The Mattapony.
I want to show y'all. Yeah, the Mattapony petitions and treaties. It should be 1800. It's gonna pull up a whole little PDF document, Jen, about they It's gonna bring the history from sometime in the 1700s to modern day, but it's all finna be fully documented. So let's go down and see. That should be it right there.
That goes into what I read about Jonas Michaelius, who said
go down.
We got to separate the children from their families because their belief system is so embedded in them that the only way that you can convert them is to separate the children.
Yes.
You scroll all the way down, so bro.
Yeah, 900.
Until like Acts.
If I can control F to some, because it's 964 pages. We're probably gonna have to control some. Let me put X. See if that pulls it up. If not, we might save the point and come back to it and hit up this document here just to kind of get through.
Yeah, there they go. No, them ain't it either, but it looked like that's them. The federal acknowledgments and they act.
Oh, that's it. It's looking for the word act, but it's finding it in facts.
No, what I think you just scroll past it, bro. Go down some more. Some more.
Yeah, we're probably gonna get back to it. This mug, it's got like 147.
Bro, this part right here, the full detail in and out. See, I usually just get the telephone PDFs, but this got actual dates.
Yeah, this is. I got it. I clicked. I'll show you what I did. I typed in that right there, and it was. And that's where it said. Yeah. Okay, yeah, no, but if you do find a section while I'm going through this, or if anybody chimes in, yeah, bring that up. I got about 20 some minutes just before I need to be maybe 30, 40 minutes, maybe before I need to roll off. But okay, so let's read this part real quick for those so they can get a little bit more of this story up until that blue. And we got even further down even than that, but we'll get up to that blue and then we'll see where we're at. It says a law which stood on the books until 1741 establishing the Church of England. Now we know that the church is tied to England. The church they're trying to propagate is not the church is the Church of England. Okay. Here, this setting forth that North Carolina was a member of the Kingdom of Great Britain. Okay. And that the Church of England was the only established church to have public encouragement in it. And expressing gratitude to the society for promoting the Christian religion in foreign parts. And that's when I started to say, how do you promote something? You advertise it on every corner. You put a church on every corner. Yeah, that's how you advertise something, right? Now let's keep going.
Established parishes
In all the areas, and then you make them in their name, which is which is even more crazy. We're gonna see that, and they indigenous name in some of them. It says,
Yeah, back with tanks.
say that again.
Basically, tanks. The Pasqua tanks. They were indigenous people.
Did you find that part? Hold on, let me show you.
Oh man, you know I found it. And it was on the same joint you was on, right? But what it was is your joints got more detail than mine. So on the computer, it's gonna look different because it's gonna tell you actual dates.
Mm.
But this is just giving you a summary of what they were talking about. So you see tributary status, right? And the Necatoans, and how the king of the Indians all duly invariably observe upon the penalty with mentioning as followeth, right? When you go down, you go to territorial borders, what the so-called kings of the tribes were, like the York River. Now, a lot of us got York County, Virginia, on our papers, and we can see our folks is right there on the York River. This is out of basically probably like out of Hampton or something like that, right? So when you start looking, it's always telling you about the English government. Now, let's go down, and what we finna do is we finna look at harboring Indians. And it says, it is further ordered enacted that if any English do entertain any Indian or Indians, or do conceal any Indians that shall come within the said limits, such person being lawfully convicted, therefore, shall suffer what that word is, in case of a felony, without benefit of clergy, accepted as such be authorized thereto by virtue of this act. So you see where they have a passport system. Now in this passport system, it goes to mentioning things like you have to have certain badges. And it says here, any person whosoever shall unalive them, the badge being worn by one of the company, in case of many other afford that offense to be punished according to the quality thereof, and the term committed as a said far to the said no continuance in his people with the command of the said fort, one league on the north. So what this is saying is, if you unalive one of these Indians, well, we got to turn you into them so they can unalive you.
Damn.
So as we go down,
No, because
right?
that goes into what Travis was talking about. He was saying that there was, when you go in after you get the child baptized and you go in, that baptismal certificate allowed the insurance companies to pay you a check up front to school the children or to be under your careship or whatever, and they were obligated in order to pay that back, because the child would be an apprentice under you for a while, would make money. They would make money off the shares of your crop or the work. And in order for that to be facilitated, you have to keep them alive. And I said, what I say, health insurance, vision insurance, it's all changed over to something corporate now. It's the same thing. They got to keep you alive, healthy, working as long as you are there in order to keep you going, and so you can pay taxes and tithes and get money off you. But yeah, you hitting that.
They did the same thing with baptisms too. You don't need baptism anymore because everyone has a social security number.
Yep, you just get it. We said that on there too. We said baptism. Yeah, we that's what we said on that live stream yesterday. We said the baptism changed over to the birth certificate, and I didn't think about social security number. Now instead of utilizing a baptismal record as a wardship to say that they got you, that they can take out what money against you, or stocks for the stock system. When they say you're the stock system, you're the bonds, they can take out money against you and your labor for your lifetime. It's starting to make sense to me now. They were doing that back then, and then you would be apprenticeship, not for the lifetime, through the apprenticeship years at least. That's another thing. So don't take it for the life. We weren't slaves for life. The only people that were slaves for life are those who got sentenced to be slaves or imprisoned for life, and you were a slave for life through criminal acts. That's different from apprenticeship of young kids, and that's different from asylums and other things. And they blanketed it all as slavery to make you not even look at none of this shit. Go ahead, TB.
Most interesting part, right? Because as colored folks, so-called Black Americans or whatever people want to describe themselves as, you know who you come from nowadays if you do a little genealogy. It tells you scripes. Now we know what a bad stripe is for us because we've been the people running around saying I earned my stripes, I paid my dues, I can go anywhere I want to go. They can't tell me nothing. This is our lingo, right? Is it or is it not? I just want to make sure the people is agreeing with me culturally that this is our lingo. I earned my stripes. Nah,
Oh yeah.
this is a military thing. It's an indigenous thing. Let me show you how. As it further thought fit, enacted the upon the occasion of a message to the governor of trade, the Necatoans, and his people, the Indians, do repair the fort. Henry, alias Apakatuk, or whatever that is, fort, or to the house Captain John Flood, right? To no other, and I want y'all to pay this some attention, to no other. Oh wait, in the case of the Indians, the Indians should be found within the limits of his domain. I mean, damn, I went down to the wrong one. In case of no other place or places on the south side of the river, at which places the said of Fort Badge or strife stuffs are to be and remain. You cannot cross that river if you don't have your badges of honor or your stripes. So you know what it meant, right? You couldn't go nowhere. You probably was stuck on the plantation because you didn't put in no work.
Mm.
Ain't gang hoods like that today? Niggas that
Mm-hmm.
don't put in work don't leave the hood.
And yeah, yeah, and it actually
Sound like
says.
plantation life right now, don't it?
And this document, this actually this newspaper document talks about the establishment of the police and how they start to go after who they turn were people who was too lazy to work. And to it's so that's so wild that you hit on that, because yeah, man, that's exactly where this is going. And they're talking about Indians, young kids, young folks that they are putting under apprenticeship and putting harsh laws on your folks who just lost their folks. Some of them just lost their folks. Now they got to go through harsh laws and be forced to stay alive.
So you got the return of the hostages, all the English people that's being snatched up and taken. It say all such Negroes and ammunition which are yet remain either in the possession of himself or any Indians that here delivered upon demand such Indian servants. Wait a minute, let's rewind that one more time, Samuel, because I don't think you heard me. All such Negroes and ammunition which are yet remaining either in the possession of himself or other or any Indians, and that here delivered upon demand such Indian servants as has been taken prisoners and shall hereafter run away. Right? In the case of such Indians or Indians shall be found within the limits of his domain, provided that such Indians or Indians be under the age
Mm.
under the age of
12.
at their runaway.
Mm.
Because, boy, if you under the age of 12 and you don't ran away, they coming to get you.
Mm. Yeah, even
The only way
today.
you can, matter of fact, I said it wrong. The only way you can stay away is if you under 12. But if you 13, you 12 and older, they coming to get you. They coming to get you if you 12 and older and you going through apprenticeship. They don't care. You see, when you start looking at the Indian children, it said it is further enacted and consented that such Indian children as shall or will freely or voluntarily come in or live with the English may remain without a breach of article in peace, provided that they be not above. So the children that's under 12 got to volunteer. The children that's over 12, they can just snatch your ass up when they feel
Force.
like it through the church.
Force. Mm-hmm.
Passports, provision for passports. So this going to let you know that you couldn't even cross over a certain river or across a certain tree without a passport or permission with a message.
Mm-hmm.
Territorial borders were way deeper on the inside than they were statewide. So you can have a colony of people living right there on one end of the river and a whole other colony on the next end of the river, and we can be fighting just about that little bit of space.
And for those who think, I'm gonna show this. For those who think that we playing about this, it was yesterday when I pulled up. Let me see. Hopefully I can pull it up real quick, and then this right here, a document that I had. This indentured of a young. How old is he? Age 13 years old. 13 years of age. And when you read through the document, it reads as almost like a job. Like at first, it's almost like a non-compete. Starts to talk about how you like the secrets need to be kept of the company and all this other stuff. You'll obey them. Then it even starts to say such things as like you will not play card games and dice. Now we know we're talking about children, right? You will not play card games and dice. You will not fornicate, no contract, no matrimony, stuff like that. Here it is. And card games and dice. You can't do card games and dice. It's unlawful to play games and whatever. Unlawful game he shall not play. Any other unlawful game he shall not play. Whereby said master and this and that and the third. So I mean, we for the term of 8 years. For the term of 8 years, not for life. Then we say it didn't last for life.
But just think about what that article say. He can't hang out at night. He can't go to no owl house. He can't do nothing the Indians do.
And there's the word of prison.
He can't do nothing the Indians do. He can't do nothing the Indians do while he's under apprenticeship. There's nobody paying that no attention. It literally said he can't go to the owl house. The owl house is an Indian house. The owl house is what it look like. And the music. They say he can't hang out at night. That's what we do. Literally, we're night people. Be up all day working, hanging out all night, getting having fun. That's what we do.
Real talk,
man.
man.
Because I'm learning a trade, I can't go party at the juke junk on Saturday night, which is nigga night.
That's gonna make a nigga become a what? A runaway. Shit, nigga, I'm out.
You mean to tell me that I can't go hug my mama? Because that's what the law is.
But do you see how they also brought up trade secrets, like how you can't share information from someone else's trade, like you guys can't, because the indigenous way was to be able to multitask, like you work in certain specialties in certain parts of the country for a certain time, and then you switch to a completely different industry, and you switched all the way around. Therefore, there was like this. We were the Jack and Jills of all trade. You would be able to do everything. You'd be able to manufacture. You'd be able to farm. You'd be able to do the laws. You'd be able to govern. You'd be able to do all that. And it's now they're putting you into like these little specialty slots, and once again bringing in law to make it illegal for you to share, for you to move away. The indigenous world work. They're now setting up laws and don't want any of the newcomers to come in and see how good you could have it.
No, so you're right. But look, I got a question, because you said Jack and Jill of the trades. And it made me think about that old nursery riddle, right? Who the hell sent Jack and Jill up a hill with a pail without a top to cover the damn water from the first place? That's why his goofy ass failed, because the water was coming out the bucket and he slipped down the hill. Listen, we got to start putting common sense on shit, and this is how we do it right here, bro. Common sense, timelines, and data. Genealogy month is the greatest month in history.
Man, that's this month. Okay, and you know what? Let me stop out and give a second, because I don't never want to not I know I haven't done it in a while, and I got to ask my forgiveness to my folks. Not give my say my what's ups to the folks that's in here. Mike P was happening. I saw somebody else up there early in the chat. Who else was Copper Chip? I said amazing live stream. Thank you so much. I think I saw some other folks come through there. I am my ancestors. You out there up in there. All the folks y'all know. Like I told y'all, I ain't gonna forget the folks no matter how many niggas come up in here. Crew Rock, my nigga Crew Rock right there. I'm just scrolling up, getting that Woken Gate. I see you up in there. I'm gonna go through, grab names, because I do got to get back to this article. I'm gonna finish a little bit more of this article, then I'm gonna just let us go out for convo. Paleo Bloodline was having it. A lot of y'all up in there. Okay, I just said some names. Any names I didn't say, you know I love you. You know I'm here for you. You know what I'm saying? And all the new folks that ain't never seen me, if you hated me from FBA stream and you came over here this way, okay, cool. If you've been here long enough and you get in the game, if you still on some hating shit, I don't give a damn. Okay, whatever. We ain't here getting it in. You ain't gonna never see no live streams like this where niggas is gonna put in this much time and effort and game in 7.5. So come on, 7.5 hours. That's a whole work day niggas done put in game. Super game the entire time. That's crazy. So make sure, man, to give the panel, show everybody appreciation. Follow those folks. Support the folks that's on the panel. These are heavy hitters. I'm gonna let Dominique, because I forgot she just come. I'm gonna let her say something real fast, and then I'm gonna get to the this little document. Then we'll just rock out for a bit.
Hey everyone. So I came up, Sam, whenever you were saying about the asylums because it's all starting to tie together. So I don't know if people know this, but when people were in these asylums, they were forced to do a lot of manual labor and work the land. And when you look more into it, these asylums were filled with Black Indian people. Like they have those names and things like that. So it's all like coming together.
No, that's real, Dominique. In fact, on one of my live streams, I got an interview of Clara Loop. Everything coming full circle. My family has touched every piece of almost not every piece, but a lot of pieces of this puzzle. She was teaching at the orphan, deaf, and blind ODB, something how they call it, but orphan, deaf, and blind school out in Taft, Oklahoma. Taft, Oklahoma becomes what? An all black town. I wonder how that happens that the orphan, blind, and deaf school where Indians were likely taken, not likely, where we were taken, and eventually we have our own town and stuff too. So, or not eventually, it was a town. They just was indoctrinating us already, or going through indoctrinating us and doing all that the bullshit. So I'm gonna read this real quick, and then we just gonna rock out. So, and then I got mad because I must have clicked the crop button, and it wouldn't let me scroll down. So then when I tried to undo the crop, revert back, it took all my markings away, which is fine. It ain't like I wouldn't be. I ain't mad at having to reread and mark it up again, but we're gonna mark it up a little bit here. So it says a law. We're gonna start from right here. It says a law which stood on the books until 1741 established the Church of England. That's kind of where we're at, right? Here, this setting set forth in North Carolina was a member of the Kingdom of Great Britain, and that the Church of England was the only established church to have a public encouragement in it. So it didn't say that there wasn't any other churches around. This is the only one that really had a high encouragement. They could have just built the biggest church, right? Whatever. Okay. So then we come down here and it says, and expressing gratitude to the society for promoting the Christian religion in foreign parts. Okay, in Indian territory, basically in Indian territory, that's the foreign parts. The law divided the parts of the state, then settled it into 9 parishes as follows. So they would create a state, and I'm assuming to create 9 parishes as follows: the eastern parish of Chalwan Precinct, the southwestern parish of Chalwan Precinct, the Perquimans Parish, the southwestern parish of Pasquotank, the northwestern parish of Pasquotank, the Coratuck Precinct, and St. Thomas Parish, Hyde Parish, and Craven Parish. So they just named off different names that they name these parishes that they're creating, and notice that it looks like they're using indigenous names in foreign parts where they're about to head to, right? Like let's say they're about to call. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look this up, but I bet these are things today. But like let's say they carved out on a map real quick Mississippi out of Florida, and now they assigning people 12 people over it, and they're saying, what names are we gonna call this? Let's call them Indians names whose people we're about to get rid of their knowledge. Yeah, yeah. Let's call them that. So let's keep going. It says a vestry, put a different color, a vestry of 12 men was named for each parish. Among the vestrymen were such noted men as George Charles Eden, Governor Edward Mosley, Governor Thomas Pollock, William Maul, Francis something Foster. He spelled it with 2 F's, thus F. Oh, Francis. I'm sorry, Francis Foster. I'm sorry. He spelled Francis with 2 F's. Maurice Moore, Richard Sanderson, Nathaniel Chevin, Tobias Knight, Foster Jarvis, Christopher Gale, William Hancock, and Richard Harvey, like Steve Harvey, because all of these people are likely foreign born Negroes that they've trained up. And who's one of your top foreign? Well, I don't know if he's foreign born. I don't know his background for real, but Steve Harvey, one of the Harvey. Where they say one of the Harveys, right? We know, like me and C3 was just battling other people's descendants. Mr. Give Me Five bitch ass, his descendants, and he's acting just like Levi Colbert and Marshall Tubby's descendant, being an agent, right? Richard and oh yeah, and he came from the LaFleurs, and he got the LaFleurs. Yeah.
He was bragging about his lineage signing them trees.
So and then here we have, and we was talking about like Rashad, yeah, the family feud, like we was talking about with Rashad. So and feudal law, yeah. I was trying to remember, yep, and how that had to do with land, and I'm gonna have to go back into it. But okay, so here we go. The vestrymen, those 12 people assigned to those precincts who just took over your names in those areas, as they try to Christianize you. The vestrymen had immense authority, undreamed in these days. And the vestryman who was a dissenter, or any vestryman who was a dissenter and did not believe in the Church of England forfeited £3 English money. In 1749, the Assembly passes an act for liberty of conscience, which we were talking about, which is like the freedom to be able to practice religion separate from this tyrannical despotism that me and Rashad was going over, of a government of a Christian faith. So imagine you got a Christian faith with these 12 folks, and it's the Church of England, and they got hella power, and they're doing crazy shit. But you believe in being a Christian still, but you like, I want to break off and do something else, but I'm still a Christian. You create you something different, and you want a freedom to be able to do that, and you'll create a different denomination of Christianity. Okay. So it says that English money, it says in 1749, the Assembly passed an act for liberty of conscience for the benefit of the Quakers. This being really a reenactment of law somewhat older, this allowed all Protestant dissenters within the government to meet for the exercise of their religion without molestation, and allowed the solemn affirmation of the Quakers to be accepted into what the usual oath, into the usual oath. Now, here's just one part: coroners were appointed for each precinct. The precincts being each larger than what most counties being each what most would now call counties. My bad, let me shorten that. Each what most law called counties. A law prevented justice of the courts of pleas, the commissioners, and other inferior officers of the courts from acting as attorneys. Something is missing here against one another for the less than 10. Something's missing there. But it said that basically, as they established their courts, their and it's gonna say it right here. It's gonna say they're gonna make the lower courts that are the ones you really should want to use. They're gonna propagandize it like it ain't shit. Like ain't no sense in using them courts. Nigga, why are you using that court? Right? It says right here. It says like a consular court. Yeah, we'll have to get into it. I got two. No, okay, give me another. Give me another little bit. I'm gonna do this last two, and then we're just gonna rock out. It says a rather old for a rather old law forbade the inhabitants of the country of Bath, of the county of Bath, I'm sorry, from bringing suits in the general court pounds. It being said that small suits had impoverished the people. Basically saying, hey, they was going around just basically making up propaganda, like, man, why would you go do these small suits, man? That impoverishes the people. That's stupid. It's a waste of your time, right? So it says provisions was made for what was called the trial of small and mean the trial of small and mean causes by a couple of justices, these being under the value of 40 shillings. It says an act regulating the militia. Now, this is what I want to get to, so that way we can get off of this one and be done. We'll when I'm done, I'll probably come back and with my stuff, and I'll probably come back or whatever. Rock out, man, because this is crazy. It says an act regulating the militia of the province, provided that it should consist of free men between the ages of 16 years old to 60, could be any race, or whatever, right? And captains were commissioned, captains of the police, right? Of the militia. The militia were required to appear. Like you have to be required to come to work, right? They were to be trained and exercised in arms and should be provided a good gun, a well a fixed sword, at least 6 charges of powder, and a ball, and the fable should appear. Let me back that up because it's hella making it to where I can't see. Is this the skinniest? I guess it is the skinniest. I'm so zoomed in. That's why it's doing that. But this is the train. This is the establishment of these police, whatever's, uh, and give them ball, and it should be fine, and a ball of powder. And if they fail to appear, should be fined 5 shillings, and half of for much. Sorry, this paper's starting to get lighter and lighter. Much for the failure to have the proper equipment. Soldiers or fail to obey commands should be punished at the discretion of the captains by, notice they call them soldiers, by tying them to the neck, the neck, tying the neck and heels, running the gauntlet, riding the wooden horse, or any other such manner. Now they'll just like put you on personal action plans and corporatize it, and make you feel like you're gonna lose your job. And when you lose your job, that's fucks you up more than 40 shillings. It says right here, it says ride the wooden horse or whatever, and any other persons during this time of alarm or expedition against the enemy Indians. As we talked about the creation of police, who are they coming after? They didn't tell you they coming after African slaves, but they going after enemy Indians. Okay, should desert this his flag or be disobedient. You notice, you see how Africanizing of everything really erases the sinister shit of it. Because man, let me finish this. Or be disobedient, be could be court martial. He could be, if the officer doesn't want to play in this part against the Indians, the enemy Indians, you could be court-martialed and punished, not to the extent of taking your life though. There was, notice how they were being easy on the cops, even today. There was thus early trouble about land titles, and so there have was a very strong law to prevent disputes about land already surveyed. Who was surveying the land and granting those titles? Likely the church, or well, the surveyors were surveying. Who was granting those titles? Pretty much England coming here to settle it. The people who colonized, they would likely do that through the church and through these parishes, and then enforce that shit. But yeah, look, man, there's so much more. We ain't even scratched the surface of this motherfucking thing. That shit doesn't even end till about right there. So I'm gonna let y'all go ahead and talk for some time, man, before I have to roll up out of here.
It really did Africanize our history, because when you start deep diving and you follow the paper trail of the reclassification, it doesn't lead you back to Africa. And maybe in a 0.000000001% chance that you may find one, but most of this is Indians, like you said, that was reclassified. Like it's crazy, and then they didn't throw that African story on our parents, because that's when they really threw it on us. It's on our parents' generation in the 1970s, 80s, and 1990s is when they started throwing that African bullshit on us. Because when you go back and ask your grandparents or your great grandparents, they don't know nothing about that shit. All they know is about the Indian history. And then when you talk to them and then do the research, you see how it all lines up. Everything lines up, down to the laws they placed on us and why they placed it on us. Like TV said, they wanted us to be stupid ass niggas because they didn't want us to read, because they put the truth in it. And now that we do know how to read, let's put the lies in this new shit and keep them in this one area, the African shit.
And now that y'all know how to read, and now y'all doing etymology, now you know how to read even better. You know what I'm saying? And now it's like, oh,
that part, Rashad.
It's like, oh my God. Hey, but look, one thing that I'm noticing with this whole thing, and it goes back to a live that you did probably like 3 or 4 days ago. I'm not sure, Sam, but that shit was fire. When you were talking about like these institutions that they were building, but it was like militarized. like uniforms, a
Mm-hmm.
bunch of shit that didn't make sense. But everything that we're talking about today, man, like when you look, if you look at the church like an army or military, these things make a lot more sense, right? And then it's like, when did it all start? It all started like with these missionaries. That was like, no matter
Pilgrim
no matter
Fathers.
what was going on, huh?
Pilgrim Fathers. They were the first fathers. They were priests, Catholics. Some of the first one. They wasn't the first, but they were some of the first. Keep going.
Yeah, it's like they're like spies. They were spies, and you know, a missionary is someone sent on a mission. What was their mission? The mission overall is to conquer these indigenous people around the world. So before you go conquer them, you got to send these spies, but they have to be sent in a form where they can live with the people, assimilate in a sense, learn everything about them, and then return to where they came from with all the intel. And then after they return with the intel, that's when they came with this. That's when they came with these other people. You know what I'm saying? But based on the missionaries' ability to make these people think that they were coming in a form of peace, is what allowed ships full of whoever they came back with to establish whatever they established before any kind of violence took place. You know what I'm saying? So the missionary's job was like real important for any of this to even be able to occur.
Another form of the missionary in 2026 is the white T man and the white T lady that you see walking the dog around your hood. That's another one you got to be careful. Be mindful of that person. Like you see that random ass person walking that little ass dog in the middle of the hood. It's like,
Actually, that's the third tier. There's tiers before that. We deal with that we deal with that before the lady with the dog. There's the homeless white people in your neighborhood with the pit bull, and they sit on the side of the building near the store and they beg for money. Those are the initial scouts.
Or the ones in the middle of the
street.
streets.
You see the white lady jogging and the dog, you 20 years in. But no, it's the homeless kids first. They call them throwaway kids, and they're homeless and they're white and they have the dreads in their head and they have their cup and they're begging for money. Those are the scouts.
So you got the ones that like to go on colleges, that to go on the college campuses.
Yeah, those are your scouts. Mm-hmm. They're the ones that are going to tell you who Man is, who Sheila is, where this is. Those are the first ops. And then after those ops, then the hipsters come in. And the hipsters come in, they buy a house in your neighborhood. They're the cool guy that fixes you know what I'm saying? They set up, and then the next wave come in. And those are the ones with the baby strollers and the dogs running. You're like, where the hell they come from? They 20 years after.
Hey, but before all that happens, your preacher is on a pulpit telling you to love everybody.
Mm-hmm. Then you start seeing them coming into the church.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be like, when these white people get here?
Yeah, it goes way back because there's really no difference between a crusader and a colonizer, or a colonizer and a crusader. And these people have been doing this. They've been doing this since forever, you know, for a very long time when you go back and think about the Crusaders. So it's the same thing over and over.
Nikki, what's happening? No, you good. I just had to say what's up to Nikki real quick. Nikki, Woody. But go ahead, go.
I didn't even notice, man. Thanks to everybody that sent me gifts. I didn't know I was like getting out like
That's because they didn't want to hear Rashad complain about his gift account being at 60 for the whole live.
Nah, hey, look, I ain't gonna lie. Me and Sam, in the beginning of the live, me and Sam was cooking. I think
y'all was cooking.
I earned these gifts this time.
Definitely did. I saw it was throwing it at you. Nah, y'all was cooking though, for real. When it was just y'all two up here, y'all was cooking.
Yeah.
I was here for it. I was in the comments.
Oh my God. Thank you. I just looked up there.
Yeah. Y'all jumped up and just got hit. Got hit up with the bread quick as hell. I was like, dang, y'all.
Appreciate that. I was trying to get last one to come up here.
Man, but yeah, I look. I'm gonna start closing out. If y'all want to start saying something one by one, get your last remarks out before I get out of here. I got about 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. So if y'all say whatever, you can do what say whatever. Otherwise, I'll just close it out.
Yeah,
All right now.
I will say 4:30 p.m. Eastern time, Monday through Sunday. Come fuck with me. You know, we on the same ship. We're gonna be talking about community and nation building. You know, so
Hell
you're
yeah.
gonna be busy, fam, but come fuck with me.
Yeah, if you're gonna be on for quite some time, I'll probably be free after somewhere around 6:30 ish. If you're still up doing it around there, I'll definitely join in.
Yeah, I'll still be on.
Who? Anybody else?
I was gonna say, Chef, you know me, my boy, appreciate you for going about everything how you doing about it. You know, you done had our talks on the back end, so you already know, my boy. Like I said, keep it going, my G. You know what I mean? Because like the fact, the way how you doing it, because like a few others, me and myself, you know, over a period of time, you know, from people doing certain things, taking talking points, all this other type stuff, can kind of a little discouraging. So you know, to see another individual coming to the front gates with all that energy and all that, like you know, calling some of this shit out. Like I said, appreciate you, bro.
Good talk.
Before I drop, y'all make sure y'all support everybody's books. The documentary that Samuel's gonna be having coming out. Y'all support the children's book when it comes out. The coloring book should be out in about 2 weeks. Once I get my copy, I'll show everybody and I'll be posting the link so y'all get y'all copy for the children. I'm gonna be working on material for the children. So I already see we got a lot of our people like Rashad's book, Lowe's book, Stoff book. That's more so for our people age that can also be used for the children as well. But my material will be mainly for children, young children. So y'all make sure y'all support the community. If y'all have anything that y'all are selling, please reach out to some of us that do shout out people's stuff in the community so we can give y'all a shout out too. So we can be supporting, fuck them full blooded Africans, them FBAs. We done arguing with y'all. Y'all either gonna get down or lay down because we ain't letting y'all take over the hard work that we put in 5+ years spreading this information, like the heavy hitters that you see on the panel and some of them in the comments. Shout out to everybody that take the time out of their busy day to do research, to share the information, and to even do research and put it into their own literature to share the information because that's time consuming. No one's getting paid for this. We're doing this because we want our community to have the truth. So shout out to everybody, whether I fuck with you or not.
Appreciate that, C3. Yeah, you want to say anything?
If I don't fuck with you, fuck you. It's like,
Yeah, it's still a fuck you, but they doing the work too, so I'm trying to get credit when credit is due. I don't take credit away from people. You know what I'm saying? I'm just clearing that up, but I agree with you on that. Still fuck you if I don't fuck with you.
I'm just gonna end it with what I start with all the time. Lineage is everything. Do your lineage. Find out where your family was in the story. Find out where they were located. Find out what happened to them. Do your lineage and find out if you're even part of the story.
100%. Appreciate Corporum, last MF left. I see y'all with some top gift as well. Nikki, RE, much love. Y'all know I love y'all. Catnap Man, Meta Healer, Opium, Embody Empress. Dominique, you want to say something?
Yeah, I'll just say that I appreciate you holding this space and putting in all these hours that you do, these long lives, all the hours of research that goes into being able to host these lives. I'm sure a lot of people came through here today. They learned a lot. It's positive, so keep doing what you're doing. It's appreciated.
Thank you, Dominique. Jackson, what's happening, Jackson? Love you. Thank you, Dominique. I really appreciate that. Oh, sorry. I was just saying thank you so much, Dominique. Appreciate that. Much love. Go ahead, Jackson.
Oh, yeah, just again, we appreciate your time. I appreciate everybody supporting our brother, gifting our brother, sharing the live, all of that. I hope in the war that we're in, people remember that our family surnames, our last names, just like the etymology, reveal a lot of wisdom and secrets about who we are and what part of America we really own. Our last names appear on genealogy that ties to treaties, blood rolls, Dawes rolls, and many other documents that reveal who owns what. And and how our country is organized across the land. And this wasn't 400 years ago. This is 1830, 1813. This is the other day. You can find these records if you have them. Our family records are some of the greatest weapons that we can wield, family. You don't have to be any special kind of person to hop on that journey and find these records. I just wanted to say, too, that you mentioned deaf and blind persons a moment ago. All of the sign language that we use today is an American Indian invention,
Mm.
and it hasn't gone anywhere. Some of us still speak that, too. Thank you for y'all's time, family. Peace to you.
Thank you, Jackson. Thank you. That's a bomb drop right there. I didn't know that, but it makes sense. And it's like, man, they put us through there. And I wonder if we created that for our own. I wonder, but we likely created that for our own deaf, blind, and children, and putting them through the schools. Go ahead, Meta.
Yes, thank you so much for all that you do. Um, these people created, or we created a lot of systems. Just reiterating what some of you said, we created a lot, all of these systems, and they just came and corrupted them. And so it's time for us to get back to who we are and what we need to do as a people. That's it. Do your genealogy, y'all. That's the start.
All right, man. And Rashad, I know you said something, but if you want to say anything last, and I'm gonna get up out of here.
Oh no, I would just stand up here in case anybody wanted to send me any more gifts. Hey, look, all jokes aside, man, you're doing great work, man, and it's an honor to be able to come up here and build with you. It was a good time, man. I appreciate it. I want to do it again, and we can it's just gonna get better, every time. You know what I'm saying? And the more we all build each other, the better we're gonna be able to put this shit together like a real picture. You know what I'm saying? We all got a piece of the puzzle. We got to be able to come together and put these pieces together to get the bigger picture, and that's what we're doing. So, like I said, it's an honor. Peace and abundance, y'all. I'm gonna drop.
Appreciate that, man. Much love, man. Much love to all of y'all. Much love to everybody that's been here. 8 hours, man. That's a long time, man. And straight game, in conversation. But hella game, man. I can only and I can only add I can only be I can't even think of what I want to say. I can only be excited and full awe of what happened in light of what's happening. You would think that when a person's about to be publicly, not really publicly ridiculed, because all he's doing is really replaying what happened, and it's gonna show how idiotic Tariq, and I say he, Tariq, all it's gonna do is show how idiotic he is. And I'm gonna do a whole live stream on that replay because I didn't record it. I didn't have a way to record it at the time. So I'm glad he put it out. Hopefully it's unedited and it's all the way through, and we'll piece it apart, pick it apart, you know what I mean, and whatever. But typically somebody will be in this situation that might be feeling upset and mad and really trying to study to get back at the dude and this and that. I don't need to study to get back at you. I can get back at your talking points. I'm already ready. I ain't even got to get ready. I remember when I was up there on your panel, and you was like, "What this dude? He's sitting around getting ready for me. He must have had all this stuff ready. He must have had it all ready, made for Tariq. He been saving all this stuff." No, as you not as you can see, you don't watch, but most people know me. This is all I do. If I jump on a panel, it ain't nothing but me flipping this finger through this motherfucking iPad like I threw some women. I'm just playing. Yeah, I'm just playing games, but uh, I'm fast with the finger. Okay, even better with other tools. But in light of the whole situation, I could be in a state of just like, oh man, I'm about to, this shit could have me fucked up, but I'm excited. Instead, I'm excited. I've transmuted that completely to excitement, anticipation for the drop, Anticipation for the FBA hate that's gonna be all up in my motherfucking YouTube and Twitter pages. Not on my TikTok. My TikTok don't get that much hate from FBA. Luckily in the comment section as much. But Twitter, boy, y'all some soldiers for Tariq on Twitter. Eat a dick. Is that what you got to say to this indigo cloth information I just put out? Eat a dick. You know Tariq was saying gay shit to me too. That's bussified. Y'all got any real information y'all want to talk about? You got a real retort to any of this information? Or it's all about gay jokes. And how come that's the only thing you talk about? And your followers. You have disseminated so many talking points that your followers have picked up on all of your homosexual talking points. You know, they say the other things like Taylor and shit too. Yeah. But yeah, they always down here. He's doing what they say, plebiscite babble. Oh, he's up there nigger babbling. Did I do it right, Tyree? Did I say it like you said? Dumbass niggas. Dumbass following niggas. Some of y'all, not all of y'all FBAs. And I'm done with it. I'm gonna be 100, super 100, toes down on the truth of Indians. I don't give a fuck what anybody got to say. The tribes are defunct. Why would you want to join a defunct tribe? You right, Tariq. I don't even know what defunct means, but I don't want it. I don't even know the definition of that. But I believe you. Dumbasses. All right, y'all. That's the end. Let me get my ass out. That's an NBA crying right now. Let me get out. I'm about to be late. I'll holler back at y'all. Love y'all.